Are you guys ready? You guys?
Another back-to-back damage over and over and over. Sleeping getting really low. Having to tap to give himself back up, and there he goes down. Another taking so much damage again. Silencing on another. And he goes down. OMG from South Korea. Lift for this. Has he got Clinching on his one? To make it further on to Sleeping. And here we go. Now he's going to be silenced. Necrotic Strike is stacking up right now as he's trying to fake getting those is death coil. Wanthem still, look at that. So low on life right now. The dance is coming out at CKY to stop as much damage as he can, and Wanthem still standing.
Yeah, even with the spear out, where's the poly? Where's the blanket? Silent grenade. Oh, that's so low! 2,000! How did they do it? Snuts staying in the game!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Cataclysm Classic Arena Tournament. 8 teams from each region will be competing for their share of the $50,000 prize pool. We'll be crowning those champions on Championship Sunday. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Suptees, and Ven. Zico, I know you've been playing a ton of Classic. You're ready for these games.
Absolutely ready. I'm super excited. You know, Kata was a special. I have a special kind of place in my heart, I guess. Yeah, it's a very nostalgic expansion for me. So when I, made my first video, so been playing it a lot, been having a lot of fun, and super excited to watch the games. It's gonna be, kind of a little bit different from what we're used to. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, it's good to kind of shake things up a bit. I totally agree. Suptees, is this nostalgic for you as well?
we're kind of like deja vu, not deja vu, what do you call it? We're jinxing each other. Like my first YouTube video was also Cataclysm.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
I was playing with Snuts and Sharpstar. I think we're fighting against Rookie and Talbadar or something in the video. Our composition was pretty OP at that time, so in that matchup. But yeah, it holds a lot of nostalgia, a lot of good memories. I think also this is the first expansion I got my first Gladiator in. After being hard-stuck duelist towards the end of Wrath, I was finally able to break that with this. In Cataclysm, these were some of the most hyped tournaments also from that era in time. I'd easily put it in like top 3 of like all-time greatest tournaments. For Cataclysm, and now with the competition here today, it's interesting. Snuts gets like a second chance to be a Kata champion after getting knocked out by Jung Yup in that clip that we had in the video earlier today.
Yeah, so true. We're seeing a lot of familiar faces. Ven, I feel like now I gotta ask you, since we got Zico and Suptees, was this your first video? Was it also in Cataclysm?
I don't remember. Maybe. I think it was about that time when everyone started making videos in Cataclysm, so it definitely could have been, but I'm not gonna commit my answer on that one. But yeah, Cataclysm.
That's fair.
Yeah, Cataclysm's awesome. I mean, what can I say that these two haven't already said? And seeing that intro video before this, it brings back a lot of memories from back when I was competing and stuff like that. And I'm really excited to see how this kind of older game is going to evolve with some of these players we're going to see today.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Suptees kind of mentioned it already just a little bit. We're starting off here today in Friday in the European region. Like I already mentioned as well, we're seeing some familiar teams. We're seeing some new faces. Zico, how do you feel like they line up? How do you feel like there are any stars that you see in the mix already?
Oh, a lot of them actually. The entire tournament is very, very stacked. So the team of DXB is definitely a huge contender in this tournament. And look at that, we got the bracket right here. You can see them up there in the top bracket or in the upper bracket. DXB gonna be Avizura, Geku, and Laners. Very, very experienced players. They're absolutely insane. I've had the pleasure of playing against them as well. These guys are. They also have multiple comps. They've been practicing different things, so it's a very versatile team and a very experienced one. And we also have the Wrath of the Lich King Kata tournament champions, Jungle Unplayable. We got Homer J and Shixie, joined by Black Betty on the healer. And Homer J and Shixie both were on the team that won in Wrath, so that could be kind of a repeat champion if they can make a run in that lower bracket. We also have Pump or Be Pumped, Cervantes, Clyde, the solo shuffle champion, making an appearance here with Ludex. There's just a lot of great teams in this tournament. We can't forget about Chas as well in the workshop there. Maybe we get to see a RMP mirror between DXB and the workshop, which is Chas, me, Mir, Albright, also another super highly skilled RMP in Europe. Both of these teams kind of considered the two best RMPs in Europe.
그때 아마 유럽 쪽이
Oof. Yeah, you weren't kidding, Zico. A lot of
인양사가
very solid
우승하고.
players in the tournament. And, we'll get to NA, of course. I'm sure it's the same story over there. But we're in EU today. Super T, is any meta, any comps that you think are going to be shining today?
I mean, in this region for EU, it seems like hunters are very popular. We got like the 2 RMPs and then a whole plethora of different types of hunters, mostly Feral Hunter and Death Knight Hunter. That seems to be dominating in this region. I mean, the upper bracket is, I believe, Hunter Death Knight versus RMP and Hunter Death Knight versus RMP. Lower side bracket, we got some jungles. I think we've got one team that's running a warrior with the warrior and Feral Druid. I think it's in the first game of the day, actually, in that lower bracket between jungle and unplayable. So I'm interested to see which composition comes out on top. Was Jungyap's team just ahead of their time back in original Cataclysm and it still actually is the best comp? Or was it just like curveball kind of fluke opportunity with them because they were the only team at the time, I think, competing with that composition in the tournament?
Certainly a lot of questions in the air that we're going to be answering in just a minute. We're getting Team Jungle Unplayable and Jamek Cleave lining up next, ready to go. They're down there in that lower bracket as well. Then, before we get these games started, for any players that are more retail players, that are more used to AWC, what can they expect from this weekend's games?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say, for me, playing Cataclysm and watching the games, it's very momentum based. Like, having a good start in Cataclysm is really important. So that means when you come up with your strategy, you want to make sure that it is completely dialed in. If you have a good opener, you can ride that momentum to a victory. If you have a bad start, it can end up being a very bad time. So I think these teams making sure they have a really, really solid opener, getting that initial pressure and momentum is going to be really important this weekend. And I would say, I think most of these games are going to be pretty quick. I would guess most games are 2 minutes or less.
All right, well, we're going to be expecting an explosive series coming up here. It's elimination as well. Best of 5, like you guys are used to. Game number 1 starting off on the Grand.
All right, so we got Jamek Cleave and Jungle Unplayable, and we're going to see the Kitty Cleave versus the Jungle. So I don't actually know who is favored in this matchup. I feel like it should be the Kitty Cleave, at least if it's like a longer game, but I think it's going to be a lot about shutting down these Feral Druids in Cataclysm, of course. The Feral Druid, when he uses his finishing move, depending on how many combo points he has a up to 100% chance to proc a instant cast, which is usually used for a Cyclone. So it's going to be a lot about kind of denying these Cyclones, trying to ground them, trying to purge them, as both teams right now being a little bit passive here in the opener.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start, but it looks like Edu will move in with Asmo. Homer J is sitting right there, is going to get knocked out. Scatter comes in, though. Homer J initiating crowd control. It looks like they're going to be opening up onto the Shaman. Silence comes in. Shixie at the same time. He's getting peeled up, taking a little bit of damage. An instant Cyclone comes in to slow down the Warrior. But I really am a bit afraid for this Shaman here. It seems like he's going to get out of line of sight and be able to keep himself alive for the time being.
Yeah, and we see Razel trading out the Barkskin here, and here comes big damage actually from Razel. He's popping the Berserk as well as the Tiger's Fury. Huge damage potential. His spells are not going to be costing like basically any energy here, so if he can connect onto Homer here, he's going to have a lot of pressure, but not able to do so. He's going to swap over to Black Betty here instead. It's going to be a full trap secured though from Homer J on the other side. Razel with no Barkskin, stuck in a main stun. Chixie trying to take him out, and this is really good for Black Betty because he kind of survives that go without having to use anything. Razel's still very, very low here. Can he get anything more? They have a silencing shot there onto Azumu. Can they get anything more? Doesn't look like it. They get a full Cyclone there onto Azumu. Razel, what is he going to do here? He doesn't have survival instincts. He doesn't have anything really. Just tanking it out in bear with that frenzied regen. Feral Druids in bear form are extremely tanky, but surprising pressure coming out here from Homer J and his team as they get a Cyclone onto Razel. They look for the full monkey into full trap there. They get it onto the Warrior. Scatter shot onto the Shaman into a full Hex. This is a beautiful cross CC chain right here, and Razel is going to, I think, dispel it there, but good pressure coming out here from the jungle.
Yeah, Shixie taking a little bit of damage put into that throwdown. It's going to be Homer J, who is the main target. Can he kite? Can he get away? Both Shamans free from crowd control for the time being. Black Betty has burnt through a lot of mana, though. Now into an instant Cyclone. Going to be crowd control for the time being. Homer J still trying to avoid some damage, doing the best he can, but Razzle's all over him. Steady shots do come in. I think Asmo is going to be under fire as well. Shixie trying to get some damage rolling onto the enemy healer. Full scatter into a full trap. Is it going to get dispelled? No, I think it got grounded there. So that crowd control is not going to land, and Homer J is still under fire here.
Yeah, Homer J could be in a lot of trouble here. What is he going to do? Trying to just tank it out for now, but yeah, I don't know if he's going to be able to tank this Blade Storm damage. Taking a lot of punishment right now. Stuck in the throwdown. He's going to trinket out and disengage back, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think he has the deterrence right now to trade here, and Homer J might just go down there. Finally, in the nick of time, the Spirit Link connects there from Black Betty, but they need to get some offensive pressure here, potentially with this next freezing trap. They land it onto Asmo, but I don't know if Homer's going to be able to survive with that. They're not going to be able to build any momentum. They need some Cyclones. Razel is very low, but Homer even lower. Huge damage connecting, and he will fall to the Jmek cleave.
Oh my goodness gracious. Aju did a really good job. That intimidating shout there at the end. Just slow down some of the damage, not allow the Hunter to get away. It was a great first start. And this composition, it's looking very durable. That's the thing is Warriors, I feel like Warriors are not a great target here for jungle. So, and also the Feral Druid, like you said, when he's in bear form, he's very durable. So as long as they can get uptime on the Hunter, it seems like they really can start building that momentum lead.
Yeah. I feel like, from what I've experienced so far in Kata, going up against Feral Druid, it seems like if you can catch them in cat form and you can stun them, they can take just a tremendous amount of damage and you can kill them. But the moment they get into bear form, it's so hard to get through the frenzied region. It heals for so much for the Druids, so they're going to be very durable in that time. Whereas Warriors, I actually really like hitting Warriors in Kata. I feel like they take good damage and they don't have too much defensives. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is a really kind of important moment in the match where Homer J, I feel like if I could critique anything, I think he was way too greedy with his readiness. He forced Black Betty to trinket Spirit Link. They had a readiness and use the deterrence anyways. So I think that was the major overlap that kind of cost them the game, because Kata, it feels like you can't be overlapping defensive cooldowns. You need those cooldowns to trade at the right moments during those crowd control chains.
그 리본 때 대회 우승자
if you mess up
출신이긴 해요.
that's when you're just
이번에 클래식 리본 대회 때 우승했거든요. 유럽 팀에서.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the jungle didn't really get that much pressure. They had like a couple of good setups there in the start. They forced all of the Feral Druids cooldowns, but weren't able to quite get the momentum rolling. At some point, it just kind of stopped for them. Even in the end, the Feral Druid was like somewhat low, but there was just so much pressure coming in from the Kitty Cleave. But jungle, they have a lot of paths to victory, which is the cool thing about jungle. Like, they can go after the warrior. They can even go after the shaman and just spam CC onto the DPS. So there's definitely a lot of ways for them to win. So we'll see how they decide to kind of adapt in the matchup.
Looks like we're going to be seeing the same compositions for both these teams, except we're going to Blade's Edge Arena. So it's going to be the jungle unplayable that did pick this map. How do you see this map playing out different? Like, why do you think they win here?
Maybe, actually, I don't know. Just a small map, I guess. I don't know. I feel like your option... So the interesting thing about Kata is that I feel like there's a lot of bad maps.
Everyone just wants Nagrand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? So right now you've already played Nagrand. Then you have... Your choices are Dalaran, Blade's Edge, Ruins. Like, what are you picking here, you know? I feel like they're all not ideal to go up against like a cleave.
Maybe so the map preview there for Blade's Edge is a little bit of a lie. There's no side ramps in Cataclysm. You jump down, you're stuck down there for a long time. So it could be like maybe Homer J wants to position by like jumping down, running back up, jumping down, just running laps like that, and allowing a shaman to maybe play up top every single time he jumps down. Crowd control, something like that. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see though.
It's possible.
번역은
It's kind of cool about the maps though in Kata, because you can really utilize the maps to make different strategies, you know, like, back in the day a lot of people would pick like Ruins of Lordaeron, and even though normally in the matchup they don't go for the healer, they could use that as like the healer kind of rush down map for one game. So there's some flexibility there with the picks. And one thing about Blade's Edge is just that it's a really small map too, so I don't know how much that is going to favor either side. I think whoever gets a good opener, whoever gets a lot of pressure in the opener, can definitely kind of ride that momentum like really well on Blade's Edge.
Yeah. Main thing I'm seeing in this matchup is basically Homer J getting bullied, he's getting disarmed, he's getting thrown down, he's getting intimidated shout. Love to see how Homer J does in this one. I think a lot rides on how he kites, how he lands his crowd control, because that Hunter crowd control is extremely powerful. Nothing is on diminishing return, so you can get the monkey blind into the scatter shot, into the trap, and it's a very long extended crowd control chain that you can put out. That's going to be their path.
전사팀은 양꾼 가고 서로 이제 좀 몸 약한 애들
Hunters in Kata,
식으로 할 것 같아.
they have so much instant crowd control. It's really something. You got the monkey blind, they got the scatters, the silencing shot, but they're going to open up here onto the warrior this time. I like this a lot more, going after the warrior. They get the silencing shot there onto the healer, but no follow-up there onto Asmo. There's the scatter shot, but they're all stacked up here. How is Homer going to land this? They forced the shield wall with just pure pressure right now, with just brute force. There's the monkey trap into the deterrents, and then he can place the trap in deterrents without having to deal with somebody trying to micro CC him. They get a full freezing trap. Do they have a cyclone out of that? They're getting good momentum here on the side of jungle. Unplayable. Can they take down the ward? They get a cyclone proc there. They do manage to get the Spirit Link right before that Cyclone connects, but this is a fantastic opener here from the jungle cleave, and I really like that they're going after the warrior instead.
Yeah, Homer J sells his trinket. He's got readiness, goes for the silencing shot. They're still just going after the warrior. He's in trouble. Down to about half health. There's the full scatter. Can they find the trap out of it? Is there any more crowd control? Doesn't look like it. I think Homer J still under fire. Is going to be having to kite away. Black Betty will top him off, but now Razzle's getting low. Cleave is getting absolutely destroyed right now, but still decent pressure on Homer J. They land a full trap on Razzle as he's trying to kite away, but now that they've connected, his health is just going to melt. He's caught into a full stun. Looks like that will be the readiness to disengage and try to get away. Cyclone lands on his trinket, though. A beautiful cyclone by Razzle, just freezing Homer's health, not allowing Black Betty to top him off.
Oh, they get the scatter shot. The trap. Can they eat it? They get the full freezing trap. The warrior's in so much trouble. Shixie trading out the cyclone there onto Razzle. If he gets another cyclone proc here and he can follow it up onto the healer, he gets fully feared. Beautifully done there by the warrior, making sure that they can't continue that chain. There's a monkey blind there as well onto Razzle. Homer J trying to stay alive here. They're basically isolating the warrior there in a 3v1, but really, really nice intimidating shot. He's going to shut it down, and now here comes the kitty cleave onto Homer J. Doesn't have too much defense. He has the deterrence. Might need to pop it, but maybe doesn't want to use it just yet. He's going for a trap there, looks like, and Shix is going to be sitting through a cyclone. They're trying to build up the pressure onto the warrior. Big blade storm coming out. Asmo in a silencing shot. Do they have any follow-up onto that? Big damage onto Homer J as he is stuck in the throwdown, taking a lot of punishment right now as Razzle is also connecting. There's a full cyclone though onto Asmo. Shixie trying to start up the chain here. They get a scatter onto Razzle. Can they get the full freezing trap onto Asmo? There's the bash. Homer aims it. Homer lands it, and adios for him. I think here if they can connect a little bit of more damage. Shixie hard casting a cyclone. He gets interrupted on it. I don't think they have the damage to actually finish the job here, Van.
How is he still alive? I can't believe it. He tanks it out with the sword and board, continuing this pressure now onto Homer J, but he needs to get that two-hander out eventually. Get the pressure rolling. Looks like he put a little damage here onto Shixie. A full cyclone lands once again, but Shixie's getting absolutely smoked. Warriors just line of sighting the hunter and destroying this druid. Doing a really good job now, pushing forward, feeling confident, getting the damage rolling, but Black Betty into a full bash. Is there anything else? The warrior's so low. Is he going to go down? Gets silencing shot into a maim. He trinkets out, still just barely holding on by a thread. Trying to connect, but the Hex does land. Super unfortunate, and it looks like he will actually get topped off somehow. He's still alive. He actually gets completely topped off for the first time. And now I think Homer J's in trouble.
Yeah, I think the kitty cleave has finally left the station now. Homer J, what is he going to do? He's got no defensives. They did get the trinket rotated back there onto Asmo as well. So Adiu can play with pure confidence right now. Nice cross kick there onto Black Betty as well, as Homer J is trying to drag them further and further away. But meanwhile, the Warriors taking a lot of damage here. Can they find any crowd control into Asmo? Could be enough to potentially force something. Nice cross kick there coming out from Chicks. He gets a Cyclone proc, throws it over onto Razzle, freeing up Homer J here. Nice preemptive Spirit Link coming out from Asmo there, thinking he might get scatter trapped in that moment, so he tried to pre-link it, but Homer J holds on to it. They still have the scatter and the trap, but trinket available. There's the stun. Homer J cannot land it here onto Asmo. Actually, it looks like they're going to swap it there for just a second. They get a full cyclone onto Asmo, into the monkey blind, into the freezing trap potentially. Can they eat it? They don't get it. And Adio now in huge trouble here. Razzle is sleeping right now on the job, and meanwhile Asmo sitting through a full trap hex. Beautiful cross CC chain here, but still Adio is just surviving with just the Riptide and with the Earth Shield.
Shield wall. He's got shield wall in just 1 second. A lot of cooldowns here are available for the Warrior. Audio just going to completely push forward here onto Homer J. I mean, just barely hanging on by a thread. Beautiful cyclone there by Shixie. Not allowing Audio to get a good trade with that shield wall. Scatter trap does land. Stun now onto Homer J. Once again, this Warrior's just in so much trouble. How many times can he barely hold on? The trap finally fades. stun now into Asmo. Can Adio survive? He's still so low, 20% health, fighting it out. Blade storming, just trying to stay on target, trying to really limit what Homer J is able to do in the match. And once again, he will hold on. That Shaman mastery just paying dividends here for this team.
Yeah, the Shaman really doing a lot of work here, but the Warrior's still not out of the woods yet. 20% HP. Shixi in a throwdown, just trying to slow down the damage here. Defensive throwdown. Homer J is teeing off here in the back line. Asmo with no mana left. Full monkey blind connects. They charge over to Homer J to make their final stand. Freezing trap connects onto Asmo. He had no grounding for that one. Adio super low. Homer J as well though. Could fall. Razzle trinketing out here, getting aggressive. Adio on 1% HP. Intervenes to his healer. Charges back to Homer J. The Spirit Link connects from Black Betty. Can they finish this Warrior? Full cyclone onto Shixi. I think Adio is going to survive. Asmo still has a little bit mana left in the tank here to keep him rolling. Cyclone now onto Homer J. Shixi with another cyclone throws it out onto Razel, and it's going to be about which feral can land the cyclone first. Black Betty still has his trinket, but also dwindling on mana and no real coolness to trade with it. Full cyclone connect onto Asmo. No trinket. Adio charging in, trying to get a little bit of distance, trying to get a little bit of pressure. The throwdown coming out onto Homer, slowing down the damage for just another second, but still down to 20% HP. Asmo finally free casting heals in the backline, keeping the Warrior, well, I wouldn't say top, but back to 50% at least.
Oh my goodness, how is this Warrior still alive? What is going on? It's been such an uncomfortable match so far. Now going for line of sight, just hitting the Feral Druid. Doing what he can to slow down damage. He's got 10 seconds on shield wall once again. It felt like it was just up. Cooldown's rotating back here for the Warrior. Intimidating Shout is available. He's going to have to land a good one. He's trying to eat the trap, and a full cyclone lands. Homer J into a stun though, can't connect the damage. Intimidating Shout still is available. It's such an important defensive peel for Audio on that Warrior. Gordon Board coming out once again, just chasing down the Hunter, trying to stay on target. Finally gets the opportunity, but it has not been easy for this Warrior in this match so far.
Yeah, he's been basically ping-ponging between 10 to 50% HP. The whole match finally manages to get completely topped off there with the Spirit Link Totem coming in from Asmo. They're making a big offensive push here, but look at Black Betty. He's got so much mana. He got a big drink in the midst of those things. So Black Betty's going to have that late game advantage. If they can just continue to keep Homer J alive, Homer J still has a lot of cooldowns to work with here defensively. Shouldn't be in too much trouble, and instead it's going to be Adio just feeling the pressure. Asmo, honestly, at this point, do they even need to CC Asmo? I think they can just try to slow down Razel and just let Asmo heal himself at this point, because I think they got it in the bag. Razel eats the trap. Beautifully done. But they get a full hex. Oh my goodness, what a clutch hex coming out there. He's going to force out Razel's trinket. He's going to dispel it, and Asmo now completely out of mana. Nothing left in the tank. How is he going to keep this Warrior alive? We got no cooldowns left, and Rage Regen gets popped. He's got basically nothing outside of that. He got a defensive fear maybe, but there is a Tremor Totem. If Black Betty just stays in range for that, he can keep his Feral Druid onto this Warrior, and Adio is feeling the pressure right now. Asmo in a full cyclone, he intervenes back, potentially for the last time. Die, but his sword gets popped in the last second here. Adio trying to make a big offensive push with no mana left on his healer, with basically no health, charging forward here defiantly against the jungle cleave. Full scatter shot onto Asmo. They're stacking up here, trying to make sure that freezing trap. Shixi gets silenced on the cyclone attempt. Full bash connects there onto Asmo. Homer, can he find the trap? There it is. He's gonna get it. No, yes, he is gonna get it. Actually, a little bit delayed there, but he does find it. Full stun. This could be it. Razel's in a full sleep. Shixi going for the big cyclone, but somehow he's still alive. The rallying cry gets popped. The shield wall comes back off cooldown, but this is fake HP, and he was about to lose half his HP right there from the rallying cry falling, but it buys him enough time to get a couple of heals from Asmo.
Oh my goodness gracious, what's going on? Shixi on camera saying a little prayer. Why won't you die? Please go down. And Adio just refuses. Just hanging on at 20% health for the last 7 minutes in this game. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Still charging forward. The sword and board are up once again. Pushing forward here onto Homer J. Bladestorm comes in. It's not going to be doing that much damage. And once again, just forced defensive. He falls off the side though. A little bit unlucky there. He slips. It's happened to the best of us, I'm sure. We'll see Asmo. Can he still connect the heals? And I mean, this is just unbelievable. The thing is, it seems like they have decent uptime here on Homer J, but they just don't have the damage to follow it through. Once again, Adio in a stun, but needs to defiantly charge forward. And I just like, is this guy never going to fall? I mean, how long has Asmo been completely out of mana? What is going on?
Somehow Asmo has gained mana, by the way. Like in the last, I would say minute. He was completely tapped, but now he's he has like a little bit. He has like 1 or 2 heals left in the tank there, and he's
불사가
gonna
지금
go
해제할
ahead and
만화가
send a
없어서.
big nature swiftness there. Right before he gets
3매즈인데
crowd
전사가 안
control,
오는 게
he's gonna
신기하네.
hex. Razel not able to get this one as he is cross CC. The cross CC from the jungle has been
전사
very
한벽 또
impressive so
들거든요.
far this game. But
30초.
Adios has been sitting, tanking it out with the one-hander on. Finally swaps over to the two-hander, looking for some pressure onto Shixie, getting a
타겟을
little bit
바꿔야겠는데
mix up here onto the jungle
전사를 못
side. And
잡는다.
Black Betty was sitting down for yet another big drink there in the midst of that. And now Adio back again to 50% HP, not feeling too confident. Asmo dropping the Spirit Link
네
Totem,
번째야.
beautifully done there. He still has the Mana Tide as well.
술사
It's
풀어봐.
not that potent in Kata, like Mana
당연하지.
Tide and Innervates are not going to give you that much, compared to
해제할
what
만화가
we're
없다.
used to. But it still obviously helps a little bit, and Asmo is going to need every little bit of mana that he can get. But the problem when you drop that Mana Tide is that you lose your Healing Stream Totem,
좀
which
죽여봐라.
I think when he's been like this has been doing a lot of heavy lifting
몇
for
또
him. But
썼어.
Adio still very, very low under that bridge in a full Cyclone actually. Can they set something up out of that? Looks like they're going to go after Razel here a little bit as well. They put
아이도
Razel to
깔았고.
sleep there with the Hibernate.
전사
But
쪽에
I think
한번
he got dispelled
밀어야
there.
되는데
Beautifully
형
done by
밀리고
Asmo. He
있는데
drops the Manatide Totem there in the back line. But now Adio with no Healing Stream healing him. Asmo gets caught in a full CC chain. Adio charges back in looking for the disarm. But look at Homer J. He deters the disarm. Goes
어떻게든
for a silencing
둘러붙이려고
shot
하네.
on the warrior
이번에
there,
죽네?
potentially to shut
죽었다,
down the
죽었다.
fear. He's in kill
아.
shot range. Can they do it? The jungle
뽕포기를
is
버텼어.
looking hungry right now.
계속
Can they
들어갔어,
find
살았구나.
that final killing blow? Asmo still just keeping him alive. How is he doing it? The enraged region is keeping Adio back in the game. They got a full pound stun
어지럽다.
onto Adio. Big damage connecting here from Homer as he gets enough
블랙
distance to
배치
start
탐보겠죠,
firing
이제?
off the arrows, but
탐볼
it's just
거지.
not doing anything. Asmo's just standing on top of his warrior the
탐볼.
entire game, somehow keeping him going.
한번
Can't
간다.
believe it. And this is actually what I was talking about with this map. If Adio actually does go down here, but Black Betty being able to just
전사
play
쪽에
up
힘이
top, just
없어가지고
basically
아무
immune to
일도
crowd
못해.
control, isn't going to be caught in double fears. It's not going to be easy for Razzle to land cyclones. And I think this map pick and the
양꾼
way
쪽도
Jungle
딜이
and Playable is
애매해가지고
playing this
마무리를
map
못하고.
is a huge part of why they're able to go
언제
so
끝날래,
long.
얘들아?
And Homer J just really hasn't been in trouble. Black Betty just faces no threats playing in this top position.
풀강타.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on something there because Black Betty has also been able to just drink. Like, look again.
전사 야드는
sit down
광폭화가
and just
1분
drink.
남았네.
Thirsty.
광폭화 때 좀 세게 밀
I
듯.
mean, he's healing a lot of
또
damage. I mean, you can see, like, the
풀
crazy
튀고
thing to me is
풀탄
when
보고
you look at
있음,
details
술사.
right now, Adio is top damage, but it doesn't feel like he's been, kind of able to dish out a lot of damage. He's just been sitting with one-hander shield on, but he's still been able to keep up good pressure on the enemy team, and that's why Black
타겟을
Betty just
바꾸려고
continuously
준비하고
has
있죠.
to drink. Can they set
양쪽
something up here on the side of jungle unplayable, though? Doesn't look like the warrior takes any damage. After that first game, I was like, yeah, you can't really kill the Pharaoh. He takes no damn, but I don't know. This warrior is still topping damage, but also just not dying. So
술사
I don't know what they
프레바거든?
can
야,
do here.
칼폭 돌다
Maybe go
죽을
after
수도
the
있다.
healer
방벽
at
올려야
some
나니?
point, but right now,
방벽.
Homer J in a lot of trouble. Big bites connects
Whoa.
onto Adio as he tops himself up for a second there with the rallying cry. But Asmo has a lot of work to do here. No Spirit Link. This could be it. This could be the kill. Onto the
죽는다,
warrior
이제.
to get a nice monkey blind cyclone
한탄.
onto Razzle. There's the cross CC chain. He trinkets out the
전사
nature
쪽 급장
swiftness
없거든.
coming out there for Asmo, and Adio is going to recover somewhat, but Asmo again,
계속 급장
0 mana left in the tank.
양꾼을
Spirit
어떻게든
Totem,
밀겠다.
still 5 seconds
그럼
away. He's
이거
probably going to have to use it right away.
술사가
They're actually
죽을라
swapping
그래서.
to Asmo. I like this a lot. He seems to be the only one taking damage. Asmo has the Spirit Link, but where is his team? He needs to get there to drop it. He might die before then. Shixie's looking for the big bite. The Spirit Link
야,
totem
아래쪽
does get
광고토도 있어.
dropped, and that is going to at least stabilize him for just a split second. And Asmo, he
타겟을
doesn't have
바꿨잖아.
any mana to heal himself right now. He has Earth Shield on himself as
만화가
well, which
없는데?
I do think is a bit of a mistake here. He finally
사네요.
switches to
삼-
the mana shield or the water shield, and that is going to give him a
대박이네.
little bit of mana anytime he gets attacked at least. But still,
양꾼이 위험해. 양꾼이
lot
풀이
of
하나도
damage here
없어서.
onto Homer. Now they're leaving the warrior completely free, and Adio is definitely adding insult to injury here. But he is sitting through a crowd control. They need to take Asmo down right now. He has nothing left. If they can connect here with one stun, it could be lights out.
stun.
Beautiful trap connects. There's the
잠깐만요.
stun. Where's the damage? Shixie's there,
마격.
and Black
마격
Betty is
들어갔다.
there, but Homer
야,
not able
죽었다,
to
씨.
connect. But it doesn't matter. Shixie able to deliver the final blow, and you can see this man is very excited in the camera. Talking about how it
분이냐?
took him 10 minutes. He started using
4분 한 거.
banana there at the end of that as well. Got a little bit.
I mean, that's a
worked
lot of energy.
up- He worked up.
결국에 전사를 못 잡는다고 판단해서 타겟
I mean, that was
바꿨죠.
a
술사 쪽으로.
15-minute long game.
그게 좋은
So,
판단이 된 것 같아.
yeah, definitely a tough one.
전사가
but
저기
I
방패
like that
들고
eventually
저렇게
they had the presence of
버티면은
mind. It's
진짜
like,
안
oh wait, the
됐거든요.
shaman's out of
아마
mana.
방벽
Maybe
문양
we can just CC
박아가지고
the
방벽
DPS.
풀이 짧은 것
It's gonna be
같은데
really difficult to not
방벽
only
계속
keep yourself
돌려가면서
alive when you're a shaman with no mana, but
맞으니까 죽지를
the
않네.
spells, right? Like you're basically using all your mana to stay alive. So having to
술사 만화
get up
말랐을
to
때
grounding
술사 밀
totem and actually find interrupts
goodness.
and get the spells becomes a lot less manageable. So I like the strategy adaptation in the late game. I do think we're probably going to be going to a small map like Ruins of Lordaeron here next, but I definitely
양양술 쪽이 더 유리한 것
really
같네요.
good
보니까.
idea.
전사
The way they
쪽에서
played
힘을
this
못
map
쓰네.
out. I love the top positioning. Eventually,
하나
near the end of the
계속
game,
밀리고.
Black Betty decided to get into the fight and jump down from that top position. And I think this minor adaptation of just going on a different target. The Warrior was obviously, I don't know what was going on, why he could not go down in this match, but it just seemed like once you have so much mitigation, so much physical damage mitigation with plate armor and a shield and D-stance and
야시 잘하거든요.
the cooldowns you can rotate through, it seems like it's really difficult to
네, 양양술 쪽은
especially
그냥
with how
계속
potent Shaman
안전했어요.
Mastery is.
그러니까 전사 쪽이 양꾼을 계속 붙는데 전사가 쳐맞으니까 딜을 못해서 매즈 쪽에서 양양술 쪽이 훨씬 유리하잖아요. 폭탄도 없고 그래서 전사 쪽이 그냥 막기 급급하다가 끝난데.
And I do think that the warrior he is rocking maximum resilience. He's rocking full PvP gear. He's rocking
양꾼 팀이 더 유리한 것 같은데. 매치업은.
Great sword of the brotherhood in his main hand, and he's got
전사가
which is a PvE pro.
뭘 더 잘 잡지?
A lot of strength, like 2,200. But that's
흑마
pretty
같은 걸
much
더
it.
잘 잡을
Everything
것
else is
같긴
PvP
한데.
gear, so he's wearing about as much resilience as you can, only having 2 kind of non-PvP items. So
바꾸나 보다.
I think that it's just the sword and board that makes it really tough for jungle.
이게 이 대회 특징이 조합을 바꿀 수 있어요 중간에.
Armor penetration outside of I guess like
그
the bleed
아니다
damage.
싶으면 조합을
Because it
바꿀
didn't
수
feel
있어.
like
한 캐릭인가?
Homer J was
캐릭을 하나
able
바꿀 수 있는 걸로
I
알고
guess they
있어.
have Chimera shot as well, which is like nature damage, but I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of their damage is physical, like aim shot and just like the auto attacks and everything.
네.
So it feels like
전야술은 똑같이 가네요.
just being played and having a shield.
전략을 바꿔서 가는 거 같아요.
That shield makes a big difference.
Definitely felt like it. I mean, he was basically just a brick wall for 15 minutes straight.
어떻게든 답을 찾아야겠죠.
But we are going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so no cheeky
아마 이제
top
야드를
position
밀려고
this
생각할
time.
것 같아.
Looks like
그
this
양꾼은 안 된다고
does want
판단해서.
to just play on the small map.
첫
This could
경기는
be, like
양꾼이
you said,
터져서 끝났는데
I tell that they want to do like an all-in on the shaman because I think Kitty Cleave actually can take down
이번에
shamans
두 번째는
quite
양꾼이 안
easily, or
죽었죠.
are they going to go for the more
반피 아래로
conservative
내려간
strat
적이
and
없어
spot
양꾼은.
hunter? I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I think this map definitely opens up a few.
야드를 좀 세게 밀 것 같아 이번. 야드 밀다가 술사 가는 쪽으로 하지
I think
않을까.
I'm getting word that the warrior's name is pronounced.
양꾼이
Adu.
특징이 냅두면은 그 고사로 기력을 채워가지고 엄청 세요.
All right.
Adu.
What were we
견제를
saying?
안 하면 양꾼이 엄청 셀 거예요.
Adio. That was close.
Audio. Yeah, I do. If we get any of the names right, I'm happy to, be corrected, So,
For sure, for
good.
sure.
I do.
But yeah. So, jungle not looking too hot in this matchup, but they were able to get that one. What are you thinking here, Van?
어쨌든 전야술
What do you
쪽이
think?
답을
I feel like
찾아야겠죠.
Kitty Cleave looks kind of rough for jungle actually to like take somebody down.
Yeah, they all seem really durable. I mean, I think the big reason why that map felt so difficult for the warrior feral druid to actually take them down, they just couldn't get any crowd control on the shaman. So I think on the smaller map, it's going to be a lot easier.
게임
for
소리 안
Razzle
들리는 게 좀
to
아쉽네.
land cyclones, maybe Adu to find the intimidating shouts. But you should have tremor totem floor. We'll have to wait and see what ends up happening.
근데
But,
암습 시작하면
it does
베스트거든.
feel like both the warrior and the feral druid are extremely difficult
서로
targets
서로
to
이제
take
암습
down.
시작하면 베스트인데.
However, jungle unplayable. If Black Betty is able to get away and drink like we saw in game number 2, that could definitely put them in a good
이
position.
샤이
for the
엑스와이
late
친구가 굉장히 잘해요
That's what
야드를.
I'm kind of a little bit
제가
worried
본 야드 중에 아마 제일
about,
잘하는 걸 알고 있어.
if they can actually get those late game drinks, but they're actually going after the healer right off the rip here.
자꾸
Big
바로
damage
스턴
coming in
쓸어주고
onto
시작했네.
Asmo. So far, it's just Chixie.
한 판에
over there.
쓸어줬구나.
Homer J not able to connect.
매즈가 실패했죠.
A bash, full fear
타
connecting
해봐?
there onto
안
Homer
됐고
J and
위협으로
Chixie.
끊었네.
Looks like Betty was able to drop the tremor totem there and get them out of crowd control, but still, so far,
전사를 좀
not a
밀고
great
있네.
opener here for the jungle. The
반반
team has been
안
able to kind
썼고.
of dismantle
사탄 2초.
their initial setup, but
전사가
now
돌진 게
Asmo
없거든,
is
지금.
back in position on top
야드가
of his team.
세워준다.
Monkey blind trap.
야 풀러시야.
Not able
그렇지 않았으나?
to get that one.
방벽으로
And
넘길
now
듯?
what he's gonna trade? Actually, just getting offensive onto Homer
방벽
J.
장군
Getting a lot
썼고.
of pressure. Do they have any more follow up? Doesn't look like Shix is gonna be able to find the cyclone onto
스까지.
Asmo. They get the DR hex actually nicely done there by Black Betty. I really like these hexes
이거는
that
안-
Black
안
Betty
위험해,
has
전사 쪽.
been going for. Every single time he does it, it's at the perfect moment.
외부도 감겨 있어가지고.
Crowd control or cross crowd control. Usually when one of the DPS eats one of those traps, he's definitely
방폭하는
on
서로
point
다
with that. But
써가지고.
as I say
Thirsty.
that, Homer J taking a
왜
lot of
방어수
damage
나왔니?
there. there, but also dishing it out, getting the shield wall and spirit link overlap from
완벽해,
the
해봐.
Jmek cleave, but he had to use his trinket, like Betty also said.
양꾼 위험하다 이거.
Yeah, he got a little bit of his mana
반반
back.
돌려야 될 듯.
Homer J still has his
안
readiness
돌리고
available if
살았어.
he needs it. Gets a full trap here on a Razzle. That gets dispelled. Homer J maybe in a little bit of trouble, but doesn't seem like he's too worried for the time being. Adu is not able
이
to
사람
actually
드워프야.
land any kind of damage, and they're just going for a bit of a split strategy here. So maybe their strategy is to just get them out of mana. Shixie
봐봐, 이제
forced into
야드를
bear
좀 미네.
form, and Adu can finally hit Homer J for the first time in
아마
this
양꾼
game.
야드 둘 다 밀
Gets on
거거든요. 전사
target, but
쪽이.
immediately he's just going to disengage, and it's
야드 생존기
so
나왔고.
difficult for this warrior to actually get uptime
이러면
on
이제
the hunter
전사가
in this match.
유리해진다.
So crucial for him to actually take him down.
Yeah, Homer J, what is he going to do? Getting a lot
위험하거든.
of damage. He's stuck in this throwdown. He has no trinket.
없어.
A lot of damage coming out there, but a beautiful peel coming out so far on to Shixie. But Shixie now getting
이것도
the
나올
cyclone
듯?
there onto Razzle. Adu taking a lot of damage as well.
매지
Down to 2%
잘해서
HP,
그냥
but
빠져나왔네.
shield wall is only a minute away, so he's going to have that if he can stay alive for a minute. Asmo has no trinket,
내가 세웠고.
and the warrior has no defensives as well. So if they can secure a nice long CC chain right now on
이번엔
Asmo,
위험하다.
they potentially could take him
한번
down.
돌려야겠는데?
But there it is, the nice kick onto Asmo. Can they chain it? There's the silencing shot overlap a little
한번
bit,
돌렸고.
but they get the full cyclone. It's not the cleanest setup, but if they can
천사
land the
어플해봐요.
monkey blind trap or the
야,
scatter
천사
trap,
쳤냐?
could be it. Black Betty trinket,
말도 안
tremor.
들어갔어.
Can they find the CC chain? Adu on 1% HP. There's a scatter shot.
아,
There's the
또
freezing
죽는다.
trap. Can they get it? Surely that's it. And they do manage to take the warrior down. Jungle
네, 욕심
unplayable
부렸다,
now,
천사야.
up 2-1 in this series. They found that miraculous little moment, and I will say it's because the Jmek cleave
살 방법이 없긴
overlapped
했어요.
the
풀사
shield wall
풀
and the spirit link earlier.
더 덫을
That
야드가
was the
밟아줬어야
window
되는데
of
야드가 못
opportunity
밟았.
that
야드 아마
was given
살았던데.
to the jungle, and they took it.
그죠?
Yeah, it's just so important.
쌍매즈
The
돼가지고
margin for
죽어버렸네.
error in Cataclysm is really low. I mean, you're seeing basically a 15-minute match.
저게
with the warrior and
안양술이
shaman
무서운 부분이
barely
적은 것
holding
같아.
on, right? You're 20, like Adu is 20%
저렇게
health for
버스트 해가지고
basically all
죽여버려.
of Blade's Edge, and if they ever overlap,
헥스
like,
맞았구나.
it
야
ends way
야드에다
faster.
헥스를 줬어.
Just these little overlaps, like you mentioned, and they put
인간
them in a spot where they basically have
폼으로
no defensive
띄우려고
cooldowns.
해봐
Like, at this
땡기다가
point,
헥스
it was
맞은 것
basically
같은데.
do or die. Warrior wanted to go forward. To be
아,
fair, Homer J was
평온
incredibly
올렸구나.
low on health as well. I mean, he got away at like 20%
강타
health,
주고
so
평온 올렸네.
could have easily gone
아니,
the other
어떻게든
way.
살리려고
barring a
저랬는데.
few critical strikes or something like that coming in from the
서로
warrior.
딸피였는데 결국에
almost getting
양꾼이
that
마무리를
execute
하는
off.
모습.
Was a really, really close game
야,
number
양꾼
3.
좋다.
Definitely, a little bit unexpected for sure.
이
that
마격이
they're
기록이 안
able
되나요?
to get the kill there.
양꾼
If you
마격이
watch
기억이
that
안 되는
Blade's
것
Edge
같은데.
game, you're kind of, you know, in the start of that Blade's Edge game, I was like, oh, the warrior's low, but then you kind of got used to it. So in this game,
아마
a little bit
지금
surprising,
있는
but
캐릭터 중에
I had
양꾼
that
마격이
little
제일 셀
short
거예요.
window where there was no shield
한
wall.
2만씩
They're
박힘
definitely
저거.
going to be happy with that. Wait, are we going to Ruins of Lordaeron again?
Looks like it.
Is that actually possible? Can the same map be picked twice?
I guess so. I think so, yeah.
양꾼 마격 진짜 세네.
All right.
Pretty sure.
두 번 쏘잖아요.
I mean, if
그럼.
not, we're not going to be going there.
네, 문양
So
박으면
it looks
양꾼
like, yeah, it is
쏘는
within the
거야,
rules. Cleave Comp wants to once again go to Ruins of Lordaeron. So, yeah, it seems like all is good. Jungle unplayable. They're taking a moment here, just talking strats. Are they going to lock in something different? No, they're
저쪽이
not.
조합
They are
바꾸지
going to
않을까요?
play Feral Troop Hunter once again. And one thing to keep in mind is these teams are only 3-player rosters.
너무
So
불리한데.
Yep.
I feel like it's really unlikely we see teams kind of flexing on multiple comps. Like
I've seen some teams practice actually multiple comps.
some, not that many though. I feel like most teams are kind of just going with that one composition.
Yeah, I kind of like that. The three player
방금
roster is very
양꾼이
like
위험했던
nostalgic
것처럼 보여도
and just sticking with one
공조가
comp for the
있었어요,
most part.
마지막에.
I love that.
양꾼이 죽을
Everyone
일이
just,
없었어.
trying to play that one comp as good as they possibly can, but
빠지마네.
we got jungle unplayable right now. Just one away here from eliminating the Jmek cleave. Just one more game here on Ruins of Lordaeron for them. Or we could be going to a game number 5, of course, if the Jmek cleave can have it their way. But yeah, the kitty cleave. I feel like if they don't overlap any defensives, the game doesn't look too bad. But I do like also what Jungle Unplayable did. They
원래
wanted to go
양꾼팀
after
저
Asmo
힐러
a little
자리에
bit more in this matchup. You know, like a lot earlier.
그 누구야?
In a Blade's Edge game, they went for him when he was like and he had nothing left. But in this
사람이었는데?
game,
불똥
they
때
actually
전사했던
went
사람.
after him in the opener. Shixie went after him
셋이
by
작지
himself.
원래.
That part didn't look too good.
이번엔
but
블랙베티가 들어갔네.
maybe I don't know. Maybe they had a different idea to get Homer over there as well. But when he did trinket, they had gone on Asmo and then they kind of cycloned him and they got his trinket from that. So I like that they can, keep the shaman guessing as well. Don't make him too comfortable standing
그래서
on
저
in the
양꾼
middle of
팀이
the
아마
map, essentially, on
가장
the warrior
강력한
like
우승
that.
후보가 아닐지.
I think it's really
유럽
important.
쪽에서.
I mean, from my own experience, it seems like against Resto Shaman, if you're just going after one target, it's normally a bad time. Like, you want to be swapping around, forcing him to swap Earth Shield. Maybe he gets crowd control with his no Earth Shield up. Because
야드는
Shamans basically have
말을
3
할거
heals.
없이 잘하고.
They have Healing Stream Totem, Earth Shield, and Riptide. That's like 90% of their healing in this game. So
지금도
if they don't have
경량이잖아요.
Earth Shield, then
경량이에요.
they're
저거.
missing. You know what I mean? Like, you crowd control a Shaman, you kill off the Healing Stream Totem, and you're on a target that doesn't have Earth Shield, then 60% of their healing on that target is no longer there. So I think it is really
승기장은 생량을
kind
못해요.
of bouncing around, forcing the Shaman to kind of guess who you're going after. And I do
승사랑
like that
만반이
adaptation.
너무 좋아가지고.
One of my team names in original Kata was ES Riptide AFK.
생량은
I was very
마덴
salty
베이스잖아요.
towards Resto Shamans.
경량은 물덴 베이스.
But here it is, match points. Jungle unplayable versus Jmek Cleave, lower bracket match. If the Jmek Cleave loses here, they will be eliminated, so they need to grab a win. If they
양양은
wanna
이제
stay
2대2에서
alive in the tournament,
그거 하는
Black
거예요.
Betty, Homer J, and
양양이
Chichi
매드
just
매너이거든요.
sitting back
켰을
here,
때.
chilling,
뭐 양양 도적 막 이런 거
near
하는
the
거예요.
starting area,
뭐
kind of
치즈러시
waiting for
해가지고
the
하나
enemy
밀고.
team to get a little bit closer to them.
근데
On the
사실
flip
경량이 제일
side,
좋아요.
it looks like the Kitty Cleave
경량을
is
잘
doing
쓰는 사람이
pretty much the
없어서
same
이제 안 쓰는
thing,
거지.
with the exception of Razzle. He is kind of behind enemy lines, but finally Adu and Asmo are going to, I believe,
양꾼이 이번에 기력 캐릭으로 바뀌고
it's a little bit hard to judge the nameplate distance there, but I do believe that
빠진
they
것
are
같긴
positioned.
해.
Yep, they are at the
그
tomb,
캐릭
so,
한계가 조금 넓어졌어.
potentially, an opener happening
대신에
here.
딜이 좀
Or-
약해져.
I don't know actually. Do you think it's good to wait for the eye to spawn?
악역은
Try to,
센데
like, get an opener on the
피
enemy feral?
내리는
That
거를
kinda
다른
how it
캐릭에
works, like,
의지를 해야
the
돼가지고
Maybe
2대2에서는
that's what they're opting to
2딜
do.
조합에서만
Like,
양꾼 쓰고
Asmo probably just wants
1딜
it.
조합에서는
Like, he probably wants
양꾼을
to
못
play
쓴.
in this
딜이
team position,
부족해가지고.
make it a little bit more awkward for Homer J to actually land, his scatter traps, the bad mana traps, things like that. So yeah, I guess we have a little
그래서
bit of a
3대 4
standoff.
사람이
Inevitably, the
아마
eye will
3대3
come up,
양꾼을
though.
엄청 높게
But it seems
칠걸요.
like they just really want to deny any kind of
양키 쪽
opener that
사람들이
Razzle can have here.
양꾼을
by
S티어에
just standing
놔두더라고요.
behind that flare.
Yeah.
이틸도 좋고
the eyes are up.
딜도
Are they
좋고
gonna go
레저도
for it?
좋고
Because when you take the eye, you also take extra damage. So this is kind of smart from the warrior. He's gonna take the eye
오프닝을 안
on his
하냐고요?
side because if he takes the other eye, there's a risk that the feral druid might just open on him when he's taking extra damage.
니네가 와라
But
그러고
as I
있구만.
say that, it looks like he wants to go in for the other eye as well. He does have the eye, so he sees that the feral druid is in the starting room, and he's not gonna be able to actually get Shixie
I don't think he
out
got
there.
it.
No,
야, 분노 안 채우게
he had
때리지도
to-
않아.
He didn't take this eye. He said this eye on this side is still open.
Oh, okay.
He gets to take this one, but he took the one on the other side. But Shixie is standing. There's like a little gap in the room at the entrance, like a little, like basically like a gap in the wall where you can stand, and it's actually line of sight. So he stood there just to wait, or just to avoid being taken out of stealth.
How bad would it be to just go after the shaman? Like, just risk it. Go in, go after the shaman, try to get
사람
crowd
못
control
미나,
on
이거?
Homer J, and it doesn't seem like they're going to do that.
사람
Taking the more conservative approach here on the hunter with an early throwdown into a silence. Homer J going to be denied on a little bit what he can do. Is Asmo pushing in though?
전사팀
Really just
오프닝이
trying to
굉장히
get
좋았어.
his team enabled in this match. Will go into a scatter. Doesn't look
전
like there's
연계도
any
안
follow-up
됐고.
crowd control just yet. Stun comes in onto
나도
Homer J.
위험하다,
They're
이거.
playing very aggressive. Trixie in trouble as well. Do is really just trying to close out this game early. In this small space, I don't know if this is working out for the Jungle Cleave.
Yeah, I don't know how good the small space is.
Oh,
but maybe
굉장히 세게 주고
offensively,
있네.
it's insane for them. They're getting a lot of pressure here onto the warrior. Already getting
양꾼
his
쪽
entire
불사
spellbook
끝장 나왔는데.
popped there. But Asmo still has his trinket and his spirit link. He didn't have to use
아마
his
다음 매치
restrictions
때
there.
위험해질
But
거야.
Homer J and Black Betty are abandoning the room strat right now. Homer J is going to just be taking a lot of punishment there in the open
한
field.
10초 후에
Using
회화정감
his
돌거든요,
snakes to add in a little bit extra insult to injury as they
나도
swap
피가
over to
밀렸고.
Shixie because Homer J used that roar of sacrifice, that crit immunity.
계속 썼다.
So they're making good use of that and just swapping
이번에
over
야드를 좀
Shixie
펴나?
to tax Black Betty's mana a little bit. Black Betty tanking a interrupt right there.
이러다가
Asmo
뭘로 하나
could be
돌 듯?
getting cycloned here. Shixie just gonna hard cast it in his
이 정도
face,
밀어?
landing it there. And Asmo, what is he gonna do? They're actually going after Razzle right now as he doesn't have that survival instinct. Razzle taking a little bit of damage, but I do think that the warrior
아마
found a
강타를
better
주겠지?
target. But we'll see. Maybe they can take down this Feral Druid in a stun. He doesn't have Bark Skin. He doesn't have anything, actually. If they can get a good stun onto him, it's definitely possible. Asmo gets silence shot. Homer J, though, in a lot of trouble. Homer J trades out the turrets here. He wants to get aggressive with that, though. Maybe get a side trap. There it is. Scatter shot coming out. Do they have any follow-up? There is a monkey blind, but look at Razzle.
돈 맞아주려고 저러고 있는 거 봐.
Perfectly on his healer right there. Not able to get that freezing trap, but Shixie could potentially bash him into a freezing trap. Oh, they bash Razzle, and they get a full hex onto Asmo, switching it up there. Beautifully done there, Black Betty. Once again in the backline. Razzle shifts here to dispel the hex. He's immediately dead. They get a full cyclone to follow up on that as well. But look at that frenzied regen healing. This is what I'm talking about. Feral Druids, once they're in this situation, they just their HP just goes up. So at that point, unfortunately for them, Razzle is going to be able to recover.
양꾼팀이 전사가 안 밀린다고 판단해서 야드를 좀 켜는 거.
Frenzied regen is just crazy in Kata.
Yeah, it seems really, really strong. Let's see if they can land that full trap. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to land. Black Betty is just getting stunned up right now. Homer J still under fire. Is Adu and Razzle are trying to connect. Full trap does land on Asmo, though. This is finally the crowd control that they need, but everyone is just basically full health. Adu taking a little bit of pressure, but it seems like he's going to be nice and stable for the time being. And Jungle Unplayable, they had some good pressure there on Razzle, but they're just not finding those extended crowd control chains that they need.
아니 전사팀이 야드를 펴는데 야드가 압박이 안 돼.
Down to about 50% health, but they're continuing their push onto Homer J. Homer J maybe has run out of a little bit of mobility. They can reconnect. Adu just going for it once again. A bit of a duel between the Hunter and the Warrior. That's what we saw in the last game. In the last game, it was the Warrior that did fall, but I do feel like Homer J could be in a little bit of trouble. Both Shamans about half mana at the 5-minute mark in the game.
And Homer J not able to find the freezing trap right there. Could be big trouble for him, as now the Kitty Cleave can play with confidence for the next 20 seconds or so. He's going to have that actually in about 10 seconds. Homer J does manage to catch a big heal there from Black Betty. Still just keeping him nice and topped as they force out another Spirit Link here from Asmo. They get another full cyclone there onto Asmo. And Adu could be in trouble here. Shixie has another clone proc. He gets it onto Razzle this time. Roots coming out there onto Asmo. He's looking for the bash. Shixie doesn't have it just yet. Of cooldown, finally does have it now. The bash right there. Homer J is silenced, so he can't place the trap there. He would have liked to, but he's going to just continue the chain with a scatter shot, and he walks all the way on top of him. There's the freezing trap, but they don't find it. It's not going to connect, and that's 2 traps in a row for Homer. Not going to find their target, which is bad news. But once again, Black Betty trying to save the day there with the Spirit Link Totem.
Yeah, Homer J still on fire. He's got his readiness available if he needs it, but needs to be really careful. Has that trinket available, but everyone from his back cleave is just full health for the time being. Homer J down to about 50% health, but they do connect once again. Black Betty is keeping him alive, but now has found himself with lower mana than Asmo. Full trap lands, though. This could be danger for the Warrior. He pops the shield wall immediately, trying to just avoid as much incoming damage as possible. Continuing to push onto Homer J. Has to be unafraid in the match. Cannot allow Homer J to get too much distance, so you just have to keep pushing forward as that Warrior. Even when you're low health, keep pushing forward. It can be a scary thing to do, but it is the right strategy.
When you're a warrior, you have to be brave and fearless. That is what it takes right now. He's actually going after the monkey here a little bit. And
전사를 겁나 물어뜯고 있어.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He's not being very brave right now, picking on somebody smaller than him like that.
야, 저걸 저렇게 매즈
coming out there as they get a Razzle into a trap. They get a full hex there as well. Shixie is going to be taking a lot of damage, though. They didn't really get much as they did go after Asmo there just a little bit. They get connected a kick there onto Asmo as well, actually. Into a cyclone. No, Shixie is going to get interrupted on that. Nice charge coming out. And here comes the Warrior. Colossus Smash. Big damn here potential for the Warrior, but he's not going to be able to connect just yet. He gets slowed. Homer J trying to do what he can to get a little bit of distance between him and the Warrior. Nice scatter shot connecting both to the freezing trap launcher, and it is going to hit its mark, but nice cyclone there onto Homer J. It's going to slow down the jungle damage, and it should be enough defense here for Adu on that Warrior as Shixie takes a massive chunk of damage and is forced to trade out his survival instincts.
Can he hold on? Interrupt here on the Black Betty. Adu just going to be going after him. That pressure rolling on the Shaman as well, kind of just cleaving everybody down. Mana's not looking good for Black Betty. Trixie is still just going down, making it really awkward to heal both targets. I like the split strategy. Stun on Black Betty once again is used just all over this Resto Shaman. Meantime, Razzle's just going after Shixie. This split strategy, I love it. Can he eat the trap? Unfortunately, not able to, but it just doesn't seem like Shixie and Homer J really have the damage to follow it up just yet. And this is looking really good for this Warrior
쪽이
Feral
처음으로
team.
유리한
They can
판인데
keep pushing and stay on target, get the damage rolling. I don't know if Black Betty's going to ever be able to recover. It looks like he's sneaking away for a drink, but Asmo is there to shut it down. You do
야드랑
not want to allow
양권이
him to recover any
붙어가지고
mana.
깨는 모습
Really important at this point of the game.
먼저 올렸고
Really nicely done there by
한판이
Asmo.
있거든.
Black Betty though looking for another drink, and just when the warrior swaps to him there to auto attack him to stop the drink, he swaps to the water shield just to get at least like one little tick. Nice little min max there from Black Betty, but can they get any offensive pressure here? Homer J sitting through a cyclone, and Razel also sitting through a cyclone. Chixie is gonna have to try to start up the chain here with the cross CC, but Razel actually getting a restuff there, I do believe, but
양권은 산탄 들고
put the
있습니다.
stun Adu, sorry, taking a lot of damage here. They silence shot him there as well to deny the fear, denying a lot of that utility from the warrior. Scattershot connecting here onto Asmo. Can they find the freezing trap? Looks really rough here.
양권이
They're
풀해봐
the monkey blind. Homer J trinketing out of a cyclone here.
야드가
Looking for the
생존기가
trap, but
없어서
doesn't look like he was able to find it. Shixie has a bash in 8 seconds, so they maybe can bash
위험해.
trap.
근데
They can
방벽이
continue
있어,
to interrupt
전사는.
here onto Asmo. Nice silencing shot. There's a full
이렇게
cyclone.
막아보고.
He's going to be trinketed there by Asmo,
막아야 된다.
and there's the spirit link as well for
톤이
good
있거든.
measure to keep the kitty cleave offensive. And Black Betty is not looking too good here on the mana. Nice wind shear there on the Asmo. He's looking for the hex onto Black Betty, and Black Betty just trying to outrange it, trying to keep up his teammates. But I don't think the jungle has a lot of time left here. They have maybe one more go before it is going to be lights out. And
위험하다.
Adu has a lot of responses for that go. I think Chixie might just fall right here. Barks can get traded. There's the spirit link as well, and the jungle is definitely in shambles right now, Ben.
Edge Bet Cleave doing a really
위험하네,
good job,
만화 다
but
썼어,
everyone is in danger right now. Shield
야드가
wall is
생존기가
available
없어서.
for audio. See what he can do.
민다.
Shixie right now
안
still
민다.
on the run.
아,
No defensive
죽는다, 이거
cooldowns
죽는다.
whatsoever. Just so far on the
들어갔다,
back
말.
foot. Looks like he will go down. Black Betty's got no mana left, and Shixie
아,
does
블랙베티가
fall.
만화가 없었어.
Game number 2 here on Ruins. Overall, game number 4
와,
of the
결국
match
야드를
will go
밀리니까
to
밀리잖아.
Jamek Cleave as they tie this series up.
Nicely done there. Very important that Asmo was getting
이번에 전사가 딜 좀 많이
those
했죠.
drink stops. That he was making sure that he would stay on top of the enemy shaman.
발이 좀
Every level
풀려가지고.
recovers mana, because that has
그
been
양권
kind
팀
of the
쪽이
weak condition
매지가
for the
잘 안
jungle all of
됐어.
the time.
중간에
Getting their little drinks during their setups.
각이 안 나가지고
It's nice
좀
that they were able to shut this
게다가
down, but
매질 안 하고.
clearly Runes of Lordaeron is a map that the Kitty Cleave really likes to play on, as it was picked twice in a row. So now the jungle, being able to win their swing match at least, are going to have that advantage in the next match, being able to pick whatever map they want. So at least they got that going for them, but you can see here towards the end, there really wasn't much left here for Black Betty. He just used his trinket Spirit Link in the setup before that.
아니 이게 블랙베티 쪽이 만화 관리가 안 됐어.
11 minutes and 4
그러니까 처음부터
seconds
만화가 반토막 나고
long
시작해버려서
game. I feel
야드를
like
패서
this
야드가
is,
피가 밀려가지고 그거 힐업한다고
Canada,
술사가 만화를
this
많이
is
썼어.
a very long game duration. I feel like there are some outliers obviously that can go like really long, but
전사가
I feel like this is definitely one of
세긴
those
세요.
matches that
그냥
you would expect
발
it to be
풀리고
faster.
딜 하게 냅두면은 세긴 세.
Yeah.
나 최근에 전사 좀 했잖아요, 투기자.
It's just a lot of peels coming from the
방송 안
Feral
키고
Druids. I mean, both
했는데
Feral
전망만
Druids are not
했거든요.
great targets in the match for either team. Resto Shamans are one of the
템 안
more
좋으신
durable
분들
healers, I
때린
would
것도
say,
있긴
in
한데
Capitalism for sure. Their
딜은 엄청
healing
세더라 전사가.
It's quite strong
이런
even
셈.
with limited mana. But what I really want to see, so we're going to Blade's
그래서
Edge.
저거
I think that's a
nep두면은
good pick here
미친놈이야.
for
그냥
jungle
거강
unplayable, but
받고
what I really want to see for
벅벅
Jamek Cleave is I
때리는데
feel like
존나
they need
세.
to make the map smaller. They need to play up top, go after the shaman a little bit.
방금도 야드 터져 죽었죠?
Because I feel like if they do play that same position,
암피에서
where He's just up top by himself, doing whatever he
돌진
wants,
스턴에
it
죽었는데
seems kind of unwinnable. Like if he's
돌진
able to
스턴에
just drink whenever he
국경
wants,
막역
and he
꽂히고
can free
죽어버렸어.
heal, and he's never in any crowd control, it seems like it's a really easy matchup. So I think Jamek Cleave, what I want to see them do, go after the shaman up top.
전사팀이 답을
If they,
찾았네.
if the hunter follows, then
야드를
maybe you
패자.
can make some swaps.
내가 아까
but
말했잖아.
I
야드
don't think
패자고.
you can leave the shaman up top completely
내
uncontested.
텔레파시가
like we saw in the first
전해졌구만.
game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard for
야드는
them to
좀
shut
패야
that
돼.
down. I feel like
되게
it might
생명이
be up to
많다고 좀
Asmo
나대다가
maybe,
죽거든요.
because
야드가.
Asmo was positioning in a way where he was sitting on top of his warrior the whole game. But maybe
번 팀도 마지막에 그 술사가 만화가 없어서 쇼 붙인 것 같아. 방포카 올리고 한 밀려고 시도를 했는데 야드 피가 한 번에 빠져가지고 죽어버렸죠.
If he doesn't stack on his warrior, I guess that's the kind of trade-off for them. But maybe at some point, if they're ahead, they can kind of re-adapt their positioning to just make sure that they always have somebody stopping Black Betty from getting
근데 이
access.
중계진 2명 이 사람 법사거든요, 둘 다.
So we'll see.
법사
Let's
분들이라
It's kind of interesting that teams are allowed to pick the same map again. That's definitely a new one.
Well,
테두리만
retail
읽고
tournaments,
있지.
there's 20, like how many maps? 15 maps.
알고 있지 않아.
Only 4
흐름
here.
자체를 알고 있지.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, if you have a best of 7, right? What are you gonna do? So yeah, that's cool. It definitely makes for some interesting strategies.
법사
You can
시점에서
really,
얘기하나
like,
봐.
opt to practice on certain maps, like certain strategies. So it's cool to see.
하필이면
this
둘 다
one
법사하는
from the
사람인가?
jungle, with their shaman kind of just being up top. We'll see if it's enough for them to get the win. Whoever loses here is eliminated from the tournament. It's a best of 5. All the games this weekend will be best of 5s, except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7s.
칼날 산맥이다.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does play out. I mean, going into this matchup, who did you think was going to win? I feel like Jungle Unplayable, they've got a pretty big name, right? In like the classic scene. So I would be surprised to see them go down at this point of the tournament. I guess a lot of teams did sign up. Like there was a lot of teams in this tournament. Obviously, these games were played out on Wednesday to get to this kind of top 8 position that we do see now. So we are going to be playing through that lower bracket first, like we did say. So our first 2 series of the day will be elimination series. So obviously a lot on the line for these teams, discussing all their possible options here before we get into this final match.
이 대회가 아마
Yeah.
이분 때는 3일 내내
Take their
진행했거든요.
time here, make sure everything is ready
3일
to
내내
go.
진행했는데
I wonder because they're on the tier like you mentioned.
이번에
They have
며칠 할지
access
모르겠네.
to just like basically all kinds of gear. So I wonder if somebody's going to take a little risk here on the match point. Like maybe one of the feral druids is going to go after, like go a little bit more
해설이
gear.
블러키가 얘기한
One
건
of the shamans,
정글
like maybe Black
클리브가
Medic, he hasn't been
클래식에서는
targeted at all.
먹히는
Opts
조합이고
for playing
아직은
just like
좋은
a lot
조합이다.
of
뭐 이런 식으로
regen gear
얘기를
or.
했어요.
We'll see
비록 졌지만.
how they decide to switch it up here. It is the final game in this first series of the Classic Kata tournament. And we got Kitty Cleave versus Jungle. So for me and for you, Van, we're both happy with this. Either way, a feral druid is getting knocked out, and as mages, we love it.
여기서 얘기하는 키티 클리브는 전야수를 키티 클리브라고 하고 전사 야드 섞은 걸 키티 클리브라고 하고 정글 클리브는 이제 양꾼 야드. 근데 뭔 타임인지는 정확히 모르겠는데 그렇게
Enough with
부르더라고요.
that mage propaganda. We'll get into this final game here between these 2 cleaves.
양꾼 끼면 정글
The
클리브인가
jungle
봐.
has been looking really solid.
아니, 클리브가 이제 야드라서 정글
Really position
클리브인데
on the top side of this map.
햇도
Which is
쓰니까
going to open up our
짐승이 두
opportunities
마리잖아요.
to drink. I feel like for Jamek Cleave,
술사도
they're going to have
늑대
to
펌할 수
really
있고
change their strategy. I don't think they can just ignore the
시작했고.
shaman and allow him to play up
오프닝
top. So
세게
we'll
한다
see
이제.
what they decide to do.
오프닝 세게 한다.
Yeah, let's see here. Shixie
어떻게 수비를 했죠?
taking a lot of damage
끌어랑
here.
회바로
Maybe just feeling it out a little bit.
바로
Asmo
공풍
actually
올렸고
going to be the target of choice here.
깜포카를 안 썼어. 사이엑스와 이거. 이거 술사 밀 생각인 것 같은데. 깜포 썼다.
Big pressure. They're committing a lot of cooldowns in this go here, but Asmo ducks around the corner, manages to get a
못
big
쫓아가.
heal. And this is actually
위험하거든?
too good for
쏠 수
Shixie.
있다. 아, 극장
Oh
썼어.
my goodness, Shixie needs to be very careful. Their trinkets out, gets the
죽을
cyclone.
뻔했다.
He didn't panic and trade out his
껍질은 또 안
survival
썼네.
instincts there, which is a
극장
little bit
껍질은 안
surprising, honestly, but he does manage to escape by the skin of his teeth.
이걸로 만화를 많이 빼긴 했죠? 근데 양꾼이 또 위험하잖아.
It's going to be Homer J. Oh no, disaster. They overlap the cyclone there and the terror, and there's no heals coming out here on the Homer J. Still, just so much damage. Full cyclone of the Black Betty. They overlap
만반 다
again.
빠졌다.
Beautifully done here by the Jamek Cleave, getting so much pressure here, forcing out the trinket from the
위험하다.
Black
이거
Betty, the
양꾼
Spirit Link,
위험하다.
and the double deterrence. Homer J has
하나로
nothing left,
붙었거든.
Van.
양꾼
Oh, he's
계속
doing
간다.
what he can to try to survive with that Master's
이렇게
Call, allowing him to cut away for
떼긴
the time being. But Jamek Cleave, their pressure is immense
다시
in this
야드.
game.
야드
Going
바로
after both the
공풍
Feral
올렸고.
Druid and the Hunter. They are not making this easy. Full throwdown on the Homer J. He's
풀더?
going to immediately
풀더.
trinket out of that one. And does land a full trap.
걱정은 있어.
Finally, some control coming in here
방벽으로
from
넘길 것
Jungle
같은데.
Unplayable. But is it too little too late? They have no cooldowns left. Shixie's
안
now
올리죠?
into a full stun as they're going after
일이
the
안
Feral
올린다는
Druid.
마인드.
Homer J trying to just
올렸고.
throw in steady shots and Chimera shots, trying to get the damage rolling onto Adu, but looks like that shield wall should be enough for him to survive full cycle and landing, though. Asmo needs to be careful. He's going to just trade out his trinket, try to keep his warrior
지금
aggressive.
양꾼팀에
And I really like
극장이
it.
하나도
Jamek Cleave
없어서
is just
매즈
kind
잘못
of
들어가
risking
하나
it here in this final game, but it could
아무것도
cost them.
나왔고
Yeah, but they know they're so far ahead on cooldown, so they're just going to trade and try to stay on target. And this is where Homer J needs to be extremely scared, but they get a nice full trap there onto Asmo, despite the whole team being stacked on him. Homer J really sniping it there in the nick of time, but he's stuck in a throwdown. A lot of damage connecting. There's the signing shot onto Asmo. Adio, what is he going to do here? Beautiful Cyclone coming out there onto Homer J, slowing down the pressure there from Razel as they switch over to Shixi, who still doesn't have his trinket for a little bit. Nice connecting here on to Homer and Shixi.
전사가 피가 밀려있긴
big push onto Shixi. Is he gonna stay alive? Homer J, what is he gonna do to save his teammates? He can't do anything, but the survival instinct is beautiful for Shixi, and now Shixi could get a full cycle onto somebody. He's gonna find it onto Razel. They need to get crowd control onto Asmo. Asmo's got nothing left, but unfortunately for him, he's got snake dots on him. I can see that Asmo is green right now. Finally, that snake dot, I think, disappeared from him as he gets monkey blinded, but they don't get the freezing trap, they don't get the hex, and they don't get the setup ban.
공전이 있어.
Yeah, it's not enough, and Homer J in a throwdown once again, but that insurance is available if he needs it. So has bought enough time. Just going back and forth on the top side of this bridge. Kind of an interesting kiting path here. Black Betty just running with him, trying to stay ahead of his hunter. Really like the positioning here for jungle unplayable.
이번에 못 밀면은 아마 길게 끌릴 거거든요.
Working together as a team, and honestly a really disastrous start, but it seems like they're going to be able to recover. Readiness almost available at 3.5 minute mark in the match. I will say both these shamans are kind of getting close to running on fumes in terms of mana. Pre-deterrence coming in here from Homer J is trying to avoid some of this uptime from the warrior, but it's just still looking a little bit scary here. Kiting around the map, just trying to do the best he can. Kiting back now, that's going to allow Black Betty to play up top, but they are shutting it down. I really like that they're just ignoring Homer J. Just keep him down there. Allow the warrior to just connect as much as possible. They're not falling for the trap. What we saw in the last time these two teams did play is a great adaptation here by Jamek Cleave.
Yeah, they're gonna make sure that Black Betty does not get any of those drinks, and they are kind of winning on mana. They have all of their cooldowns rotating back up here for the Kitty Cleave as well. And we can see Shixi now doesn't have bark skin, doesn't have survival instinct, doesn't have trinket. He could easily go down in a throwdown, but at the same time, Adu is taking some punishment, forced to be a little bit defensive here as they are looking for that CC chain. Full cyclone connecting here onto Asmo. Adu gonna just respect it, trading out the shield wall. Black Betty, Bamalam, looking for the drink.
정거토도 곧 와가지고 전사가 죽진 않을 것 같아.
Fantastic for him. He's gonna have a lot of mana. They still don't shut it down. What a nice bash there by Shixi into the pound stun, and Black Betty is coming back with 30-40% mana here for the jungle cleave. And despite, like you said, despite that completely disastrous opener that they had, things are looking fantastic for jungle unplayable as they get the warrior very low. They recovered the mana disadvantage. They forced Asmo's trinket, and they got the warrior without shield wall then.
Yeah, this is a really good position to be in. There's the Spirit Link totem from Asmo. There's basically nothing left here for the side of Jamek Cleave. Jungle Unplayable has fought it back despite the disastrous opener. There's a full cycle in that does land, though. Black Betty's just going to decide to immediately trinket out of that. Wants to keep his team aggressive and might actually sneak away for a drink once again. Putting on the water shield in the mid map right now, sitting down, getting mana, and they just shut it down. It looks like Adu will charges over, gets a hamstring up, takes out the two-hander, and trying to get some damage rolling here onto the Restoration Shaman. We'll see what gets done. Just playing the top side of the map by himself, and this is a really interesting kind of target choice. Razzle's downstairs, trying to go after the hunter. Adu is just going after the shaman. Let's see if this split strategy ends up working at all, because so far it doesn't seem like they're really getting much pressure.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Asmo is not getting a lot of mana here. He's actually the one going boom. Meanwhile, Black Betty has actually so much mana. Oh, big swap with the Black Betty. He's silenced. Can they take him down? He doesn't have Spirit Link. He does manage to get the Spirit Link off in the nick of time. I forgot for a second that Shamans can drop Spirit Links when they are silenced. And he was able to utilize that to stay alive there. Black Betty still not out of the woods yet. They just Swift disconnects. He's taking a lot of damage. Pre-Stone forms the stun here, and that should be enough defense for him, hopefully, but maybe not. Asmo stuck in a scatter shot. They're going after Razel. Razel's in bear form. They do have a Cyclone proc. They managed to get it there onto Adu, and Adu has no trinket, so that Mortal Strike effect should fall for Black Betty. If he can strike the warrior, the warrior reconnects. The Mortal Strike gets reapplied. Black Betty gets freedom by the hunter, but this is now a healer race. Black Betty, how he's gonna make it out alive here? He gets caught up with another full stun. The Kitty Cleave is powering through for the win, but at the same time, they get crowd control onto Asmo. He's forced to trinket. Black Betty's staying alive right now, and they do manage to get a stun there onto the the warrior, Black Betty. No mortal strike here. If he can kite
Oh,
this warrior,
죽는다.
that's all that matters. But I don't know if he's going to be able to. So much damage coming out. The warrior's going to connect. So he finally connects with the execute. And the Jamek Cleave is going to eliminate the former champions, Shixie and Homer J, out of the tournament. We're just getting started this weekend, Ben.
Yeah, our first series was quite good. They're going to try to play it out, but I don't think they're going to be able to battle it back here. Unfortunate for jungle, unplayable. But Jamek Cleave with a beautiful healer swap. But honestly, when we see the replay, I think what was so great about that game is the Feral Druid just really keeping the damage rolling on the Shaman, even in bear form, kind of just taking him down. Like, I was surprised to see how much damage he was losing with a bear on him. Like, look at Razzle in this game, really well played.
저 전사팀 쪽도 만화가 없었어요. 저거 못 잡았으면 졌을 거예요, 전사가.
Yeah, the next one.
쳐 맞으면서 그냥 딜했잖아요.
But he has full bleeds, and honestly, Black Betty, he has a mana lead. I wonder if the jungle should have just traded here in this situation and just
안 들어왔구나. 그냥 만화 없어서 죽었구나.
try to crowd control maybe.
돌진 스턴에
But
죽었네.
here, this is the moment you were talking about where Razzle is just a bear.
하나도 없어.
That's really rare. You see that.
Yeah, no, definitely.
저게 딜러를 패는 건, 그러니까 힐러 매는 거, 힐러 처음부터 패는 거는 하수임. 힐러를 처음부터 패는 건 하수고, 딜러를 패서 힐러의 급장이랑 쿨을 뽑은 다음에 힐러를 가는 게 정답이야, 원래는. 그래서 방금 그렇게 했잖아. 그쵸, 양꾼 팀 쪽이 오프닝을 조져가지고 만화가 다 빨리고 시작해서. 여기는 전사가 딜러를 좁혀버린 다음에 결국에 블랙베티를 조져버렸지.
Absolutely. And I mean, both of these teams played the fantastic game, and yeah, the Kitty Cleave came out on top. Game number 5 is what it took, though.
예량술이 한번 재미를 봤어요. 그 술사를 한번 잡았잖아. 아마 세 번째 판인가 두 번째 판에 술사를 잡았어. 그래가지고 그래서 전사 쪽이 피드백이 나왔나 봐요. 어떻게?
Yeah, certainly. Like you mentioned, we are still in the lower bracket, so that means jungle unplayable, knocked out of the tournament. We're heading into another elimination up next. We've got TY versus Real. Zeke, I'm throwing this one to you again. How familiar are you with these players? Do you feel like there's a favorite in this series?
그러게 술사가 만화를 회복하려면은 물보를 돌리고 물보 터트리는 거 뭐 있잖아. 그거 터트리면서 만화를 채워야 되는데.
Is Swapsy's team actually.
맞는 것 같아요. 술사를 괜히 건드렸다가 원전도 못 찾았어. 오프닝 자체는 시도는 나쁘지 않았거든. 그 야냥술이 엄청 강력한 게 저 오프닝이 엄청 세요. 연습 산탄 헥스잖아요. 셋이 다 매즈가 있어. 3매즈로 시작하면은 오프닝이 겁나 세. 근데 상대가 허수아비도 아니고 그걸 허용은 안 하겠죠. 처음에 바로 쓰러랑 뭐에 막혔잖아.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Swapsy W.
그러고 나서 만화가 다
I think
펴버린다.
that's totally fair, Ben. You know, we know that
아마
he
다음
played Supreme as well back
판부터는
then.
그걸
So,
시도를 안 할
how are you
것
feeling
같아.
about him now?
I mean, Swapsy, I always feel good about Swapsy. He's been so consistent for so long.
보면은 저 아래 패자조가 있죠.
Real's looking pretty real
SZY, XY,
really popular composition.
맥클리브. 하여튼
to see what Real
저
actually
팀이 이제 패자조로 넘어갔어요.
3-0 to DXB, which is RMP. So there's success against jungle. I'm not really sure about. I'm kind of feeling just composition.
아니네?
Maybe the jungle might have an advantage, but
떨어졌구나. 지금 패자조 싸움을 했구나. 야냥술 탈락한 거네.
Before we do that, we're going to do a special version of Spell Guesser. We're going to go into some Cataclysm spells. So if you're not familiar with this, we're going to be guessing here
패자조로 넘어가는 건 줄
on the
알았는데.
broadcast with some limited information of what spell. So guess along
아쉽네요.
with us.
야냥술 나가는 사람들인데.
Really?
뭐야 이거?
Enables your blank to be cast on friendly targets.
Oh goodness gracious!
Blank something ICAL effects.
Something that you can cast on friendly targets, and I guess
it's gotta be something with Shadow Priest. It's a spell, right? It's a priest thing, because I think Shadow Priest can't get it.
No, Shadow Priest can't dispel. They only have mass spell.
That's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying it's purification or something like that, right? It's got to be. something for Disc Priest so they can dispel on friendly targets because Shadow Priest can't. So it's got to be like something like that. That's my guess.
Purification?
Purification?
It's the thing that enables. I think so. Yeah, I think it's purification. I don't know what absolution is. Either one of those. I think it's the thing that allows priests, like Disc Priests, to dispel on friendly targets. That's my guess.
Okay.
I think it's a glyph. Yeah, I think I don't know.
It could be. Yeah.
I'm looking at purification. I'm looking at purification as well because it's definitely not imp spell steal. Absolution. I think it's something else. It's also some
purification is
right?
my guess.
And I don't think it has anything to do with Hunter's Mark. So I'm going purification.
All right.
안양술 저 팀이 그 리븐 때 우승한 것도 엄청 드라마틱하게.
Okay. Oh, I was right about. Okay, well, I was right about what it is. I just didn't know the name, but I knew it was the thing. So I get at least a half point.
솔루션이
I think, they sound like similar things. They're two words, or they're one word. It's got shion at the end.
일단 아까 얘기했던 거 마저 얘기하면 샤이엑스와이랑 호머제이가
Wait, what? What is this?
I think
You gotta
it's D.
guess the
유럽팀 우승했었단 말이야 리븐 때.
That's my guess. Yeah.
그때도 패자조로 내려갔다가 패자조에서 올라가가지고 우승했어요. 나 약간 드라마가 있어.
Absolution.
근데 이번에는 그렇게 안 됐네.
Wait, show me notes again. I feel like C is a warrior.
아쉽습니다.
It's like a warrior thing. It looks like a B looks
None of these look like priests.
I feel you know what they remind me of. You know, like when warriors overpower like your heal and wrath, and it reduces like the healing effect. That's what C and A reminds me of. So based off of that, those are in my head warrior icons.
나 하나도 모르겠는데.
B looks
아이콘?
B could
Looks like it could be like based on the description, right?
Yeah, but I think it's a bait. I feel like D. I feel like it's a D. It's a D.
I'm pretty confident in D, but
You were pretty confident in the previous one as well, so let's not forget that.
Okay.
Well, let's not forget that I guessed exactly what it was.
It was B! I should have went with B. I thought it was going to be a bait.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but...
It felt like a bait to me too.
Wait, isn't D a paladin? Isn't that like a... Isn't that a paladin thing?
그죠? 이거 대역변에 없는
Looks like
아이콘이죠.
like shieldy.
It's gonna be a long weekend.
아마
A long weekend of guessing these.
Oh god. We need to know character tips and icons.
Yep.
이는
Sorry.
처음 봐.
Them's are the rules. You didn't see it in your contract?
I don't know. I've been playing 15 hours a day.
아니에요?
I don't know that one.
All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have more EU
저는
Cataclysm
아이콘도 모릅니다.
gameplay coming up next.
국가도
Stick
모르-
around. We'll be right back.
월 아니었어요? 다음 팀 뭐냐? 다음 경기 하려면 시간 좀 걸리니까 홍기사 대부예요. 이게 뭐지? 이게 첫 경기구나. 양군 터져서 심판. 아이고, 양군이 다 빠져서 죽었네. 풀사 풀매지 당하고. 아이고. 첫판이 이렇게 끝났네. 이거는 술사 잡은 판인데? 가격 들어가서 결국 잡았는데. 그러니까 여기서 재미를 봐가지고 술사를 건들기 시작했어. 여기서 운이 좋았던 게 전사가 매즈가 돼버렸음. 저기서 풀매즈가 돼서 술사가 죽었어. 이거는 서로 마격 때리다가 양꾼이 죽여버렸지. 흉사 맞고 트레바 떠서 죽었구나. 마격 양꾼 마격이 존나 세요. 야, 결국에는 전사팀이 역전을 하네. 근데 전사 딜 세니까 딜로 밀어버리면 된다는 게 결국 딜이 정답이었어. 전사 딜량 봐요. 야드랑 양꾼 딜량 합친 거를 전사가 하고 있어. 그러니까 만화가 밀리지. 이거는 그냥 만화 말려서 죽은 거고. K3 K3 나 죽어. 나 죽어. 아쉽게 너무 처절하게 죽어버렸다. 이 첫 판에 진 게 너무 컸다. 안양술은 3분 전투 했잖아. 3분 전투 했는데 졌네. 양꾼이 쿨이 다 빠져가지고 못 대고 그대로 그냥 밀려서 죽어버렸구나. 담배 한 대 피고 올게요. 이거 아니다, 담배 필 시간이 없구나. 1분 후에 시작이네. TY가 무슨 팀이지? TY 리얼 대 TY. TY 왠지 암사 쓰는 팀일 것 같은데. 아이콘이 암사 쓸 것 같으네. 호머제이의 전설은 여기서 끝이네요. 아쉬워. 야시 리븐 때는 진짜 전설이었는데. 전사 지금도 엄청 세요. 그냥 냅두면 미친놈임 전사. 딜 자체는 전사가 제일 셀 거예요. 그 거강, 죽격, 영격, 마격 이렇게 때리면 순간 딜 막 거의 한 4만 5만씩 들어가. 크리 뜨면.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're on the second series of the day here in the European region for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We're eliminating yet another team. Stupides, we've got TY versus Real.
We got a lot of Feral Druids in the lower bracket. It's just Feral Druid versus Feral Druid down here. Jungle Cleave for one side, and then Warlock Feral Shaman on the other. So quite a difference in playstyle between these compositions. One focusing a lot more on just overall damage, and the other one focusing on control. So it'll be interesting to see those archetypes going head to head.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we had a series go all the way to game 5 in that first one of the day. Then, do we feel like these teams are going to be just as evenly matched here?
It's hard to say. I would say in terms of like skill, they probably are evenly matched from what I've seen so far. But compositionally, I am wondering who comes out ahead. Like, is the Warlock going to be in a position where he can just kind of get ran down by the Hunter and the Feral Druid? Is it going to come down to maps once again? Like when we go to Blade's Edge, Swapsy all of a sudden on the Warlock is going to be able to use, you know, the top side of the bridge, just jump down and then port back up,
포지셔닝이
take down. I think there's a lot of variables in this match. We'll definitely know a lot more.
클리브는 아마 흑마를 밀려고 시도할 거고.
Yeah, we certainly will. We are also speaking with White from Real before we headed into this weekend. He says that their team is very quick thinking when it comes to cooking up strategies. So hopefully that will come in handy because elimination is on the line for both of these teams. It's game number 1, TY versus Real.
All right, who's going to be the Kata champion? We saw the Kitty Cleave making it through on the top side with the Warrior. So this Hunter here trying to represent the Jungle Cleave on the side of Real with Nerve on that Resto Shaman, Psyhawks on the Marksmanship Hunter, and White Shadow onto the Feral Druid. Kisnu on the Resto Shaman, Scrappy on the Feral Druid, and Swapsy on the Affliction Warlock. I was surprised to not see any balanced Druid Warlock. The Feral Druid version of it. Feral Druid's a little bit more tanky, I'd say. The instant cycles are really nice. but its overall damage is much lower. And also its ability to kill healing stream totems. I think it's going to be super important in a matchup like this when you have a Warlock against a Shaman, is that you're sniping the healing stream totems as much as possible. Swapsy's going to have to keep an eye on them. Use the Fell Flame and use his pet to try and go behind pillars to snipe those totems and remove them as much as possible. You can see the Hunter just turtling behind the pillar with the flare down in a very defensive position. Now White Shadow is going to move away from the pillar and his team as the Fell Hunter is connected. It's going to be a bit of a standoff, it looks like, initially here. They don't want the Hunter starting off right on top of them. He's in a really defensive position. Seems like we're going to have these standoffs in a lot of matchups. I mean, neither team really wants to push in, especially as the Warlock. If you're in the open field for almost any time at all, it's pretty much lights out for you.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. I do like this Fell Hunter just going in and killing off totems, getting off dispels. It seems like it's quite strong here for Swapsy. At least they're getting some stuff going on in the early game, but both these Feral Druids just going to be sitting in stealth, wanting to make sure that they are the one that gets the jump on the other. Really, really important. So we're going to be waiting for the eyes. Likely we'll see Swapsy go pick one up, then he can send his pet onto White Shadow, try to knock him out of stealth. But it does seem like Swapsy has that central control for the time being, which is kind of what you want when you are looking for these kind of late game eyes as they do come up.
Yeah, Swapsy's baiting. He's just standing there. If they open on him, he's going to trigger port, and then their opener is gone, and then Scrappy can open on the Feral Druid instead, or the Hunter if he wants to, depending on the positioning there. So that's what they're baiting right now with the Warlock in the middle. They want the Warlock to be the opening target so they can negate it. And it looks like Cyhawks is finally going to start the fight here. And they are going to start on the Warlock. So he's going to immediately trinket and port. Scrappy intervenes here with a pounce stun of his own over onto White Shadow. We see the disengage from Cyhawks as he's trying to get crowd control. Nice blanket silence into Coil to deny the scatter freezing trap from the Hunter. You're not able to shoot traps when you are silent. That was a really good CC chain from Swapsy. Now they got Sunlocks coming through onto Cyhawks. Swapsy's looking to load out dots as soon as possible. It's really important that he gets as many unstable afflictions as possible to cover the dispel of his other dots. He's going to port back behind the pillar during the freezing trap, but the Hibernate connects as well. Triple crowd control. That actually forces Kisnu to trinket. Finally, Swapsy getting some unstable afflictions. Now he's probably going to soul swap that very soon. Are they going to go after the Shaman? They've got decent raw pressure against 3 targets. They need to make sure they get dots on the Shaman, but a full clone, no trinket. Is he going to go down? Clone on the Feral Druid, stun onto the Hunter, peeling them off of Swapsy, but he's silenced up. He's going to have to life tap soon. He's almost out of mana. His new manages to recover him. Nice howl of terror. During that critical moment in time. Now Swapsy's going to pick his moment. When is he going to go for that life tap? He's running really low on mana.
Yeah, Swapsy doing a really good job so far on that Warlock, getting control of the match. White Shadow's going to be forced to pull back behind the pillar. If you look at mana, Nerve is way behind. Here comes the Tranquility from White Shadow. Try to stabilize his team. Scrappy's going to try to deny that a little bit and keep up the pressure on that Feral Druid. Just not overextending. Doesn't want to get stunned behind the pillar, but just poking and prodding, trying to get some damage, allowing Swapsy to get those damage over time effects on that Warlock up. Once again, Kisnu moving forward, or now being targeted here by White Shadows. Do they have a stun to do a trap? Spelllock does come in into a fear. White Shadows just getting controlled so much in this match. This is going really good for the side of TY.
Yeah, I think he used that blanket silence in the Feral Druid to stop the Predatory Swiftness clone. So Swapsy's like predicting these CC chains and deny him. Big swap onto Nerve. Is he going to lose his here in this position? He's down at half. He switches the Earth Shield over, and it looks like Scrappy's just going to switch off that Earth Shield, get into bear form for a moment as he's being targeted down by the Hunter and the Feral. But they have nice pressure. They got a huge mana advantage in this position. Nerve is really struggling. He's going to Stone Form off that rip lead, but Scrappy is still moving in and absolutely tearing them apart. Spirit Link Totem is going to be completely useless in a second from now. Nerve is just dying to dots. He's rotting away. He's trying to recover. He gets spell locked by Swapsy. He's got a full row of dots about to fall. Can he fell flame it? He can't get line of sight. Nerve is still just dying to a corruption tick at this point. He might just die by the pillar. His dots finally removed, and he manages to save himself. Scrappy at 10% in a clone at low health. Kisnu struggling to heal him back up as he's finally free and looking to reconnect. The White Shadow is almost dead. He's in bear form. He's got survival instincts. He trades it out so greedily at this low of health as he's ducking around the corner with frenzied regen. Now back in the cat form, trying to create counter pressure, but they've got all of their trinkets. They got Spirit Link. They can just push in Trinket Spirit Link and close this game out, I think, at this point.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit deadly. White Shadows is just going to continue to make the push, though. They're going after, they're chasing Nerve behind the pillar, just allowing him to drink for just a moment here. Scrappy in hot pursuit as all 3 members of TY, they want to close out this game. They realize they have them on the ropes. Pressure is immense for their side, but Scrappy at the same time needs to be careful. Went down to about 10% HP earlier on in the match, so they They do still have pressure on the Feral Druid, but this is just not looking good. They're just so far on the back foot. It's really difficult for them to get any kind of offense. There's the full stun. White Shadows could easily fall. Nerf connects a little bit of healing, but now you can see he's got 0 mana in the tank, and this is where the pressure from the Affliction Warlock is going to be completely overwhelming.
The stampeding Rory's his whole team to get across the map and away from the Warlock. The dots have fallen off. They're trying to clutch out a couple of heals. They got to be careful of that Fell Hunter that's going to be on top of them at any moment. Scrappy's right there for the interrupt as well. Nerve is totally out of mana. White Shadow trinkets out of clone. He wants to get aggressive and try and turn this around. He goes for a maim stun. It was on DR there, not a full combo point. Charge there, scatter shot onto the shaman. Can they get a freezing trap out of it? Doesn't look like they're able to get it. Scrappy should be okay. Now Nerve is in trouble. It's so much damage coming his way. He drops his Spirit Link Totem and manages to get value. Here comes the rapid fire Cyhawks. Is he going to be able to take down Scrappy? He pops his survival instincts. It's constantly back and forth. If Nerve can somehow hold on once again, he stone forms out the bleeds, but he gets cloned up. Now his DPS are getting low, but Kisnu's into a clone. They're trying to keep up the pressure, but Scrappy's in bear with Barkskin, and White Shadow might just die to a dot tick at this point. Nerve has almost absolutely 0 mana at this point. That mastery for Shaman is paying dividends, but he gets spell locked. And will he be able to hold on, man? This is going to be a legendary recovery for Nerve at this point. The entire team at 10% health, ducking around the corner. Full Hex gets decursed by White Shadow, but Cyhawks gets left behind. Clone comes through from Scrappy, and that should be lights out as Cyhawks falls, and shortly after White Shadow, TY with solid pressure in game 1.
Yeah, definitely. And not just solid pressure, but also a really solid crowd control from now. I feel like a lot of this matchup came down to Swapsy doing such a good job with this kind of blanket silences he put out on the enemy DPS, not allowing them to extend their chains onto the healer and just basically allow that full pressure. His Hell of Terror timing, his coil timing. I think Swapsy just had a really good showing here on the Warlock.
Really good showing. It's not often that, usually you're using spell lock. It's trying to interrupt the cast or something like that. And that's like the main focus of the spell, but it's also functioning as a silencing cataclysm. And there are a lot of abilities that you can't use when silenced, like freezing trap, that, more modern versions of the game that you can. So you need to know these strategy moments when you have an opportunity to break up a CC chain. If you can stop a predatory swiftness clone with a silence, as you see the buff go up and give your team time to purge it to deny the instant CC. It's these tiny little clutch decisions that build you a huge advantage in a game. And it's all of the add up over time throughout the game. So you just want to constantly be adding those to your side. Obviously, top of the meter here on the Warlock, that 1.5 I think it's the only Warlock in the competition. So if you're a Warlock player, you're definitely rooting for Swapsy at the moment. In EU, I think he might be. I think it's 2 RMPs and 2 Hunter DKs in the upper.
That's so interesting. I remember when Cataclysm was announced, and people were talking about like what was going to be the arena meta. Everyone was saying every game is just Lock Shaman, every game's Lock Shaman, but it doesn't seem that way. It seems like there's a lot of these different cleaves that come in. In the upper bracket, we have the DK Hunters. We're seeing a lot of jungle cleaves, a lot of RMP, so lots of comp variety here. We'll have to wait and see what happens, though. We are going to Dalaran Sewers. I don't know. Do we like Dalaran Sewers? What do you think?
I mean, you stack up for Halo Terror as the...
That's the thing that scares me. Like, the Halo Terror is so powerful.
But you might just be able to kill the Shaman. Possibly. On this map, maybe you just run him down. You've got, like, there's no knock advantage for either team with Feral Druids. So that's not an edge. It has to be something... I would have thought runes. You play, like, some open map. But maybe they're actually afraid of open field and a Warlock free casting on them. Maybe they want to like put a snare trap down, snake trap down, root and snare them on the pillar, and in line of sight them that way. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out because typically it's hunters want runes to lord around like these types of cleave maps against shaman teams, so that they can kind of just run down a target. But going to Dalaran Sewers does seem a bit odd, so it'll be interesting to see how they play it if it ends up working out for them.
오프닝 어지간히 세게 안 하면은 진짜 너무
one of the things, like if I ever try to pull off that strategy, the most scary thing is when a Warlock just runs in, just dive bomb Halo Terrors you over and over and over, just plays really, really aggressive.
안 그러면은
doesn't allow you to kind of catch your bearings, and I think that can be a good thing. So we'll have to wait and see how they decide to play it. I think going after the Warlock is not necessarily ideal on this map. Being able to jump off the side and portal back up to the boxes, I think is quite strong defense. So I do wonder what Real is going to do here. They talked about how, their masters are coming up with strategies on the fly. We'll have to see what strategy they come up with here for game number 2, as I feel like that was a really dominating game for TY on the Grand.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here. This map definitely Z-axis advantage to the Warlock with the demonic circle, so he's likely not going to be a great target. I'm kind of thinking this might be like a feral shaman game possibly. Maybe they put some CC into the warlock and just crowd control the DPS and go after the healer. It's a strategy you can do as jungle. I think it's actually pretty effective. I think more teams need to be switching off of Earth Shield and kind of predicting where that is and dictating their initial target based on where the Earth Shield is, and then putting their instant CC into the Earth Shield to target hitting something else. But Swapsy's immediately taken to the boxes, trying to get that portal down. They intercept them with a pound stun. Scrappy jumps in immediately to try and assist, but White Shadow's taking a lot of damage. Swapsy gets back behind the pillar. He's in a good position. Halterra hits 2, but they Tremor Totem it immediately. Silence onto Swapsy. He jumps off the side. He's getting ready to portal back up, but the Feral Druid chases him, but he can use Feral Charge to get back up, so he's got to be careful with positioning on when he uses this portal and where the Feral Druid is. So he's hugging the wall, so if he ports, the Feral may not directly be in line of sight. I really like that right there. He ports right against the wall, and he eats the freezing trap. Crazy play from Swapsy right here to deny the reconnect, but White Shadow gets there with the Feral Charge, gets a Skull Bash on the healer. It's really tearing in, getting full bleeds up. Cyhawks is free casting steady shots off to the side, getting in position as well for crowd control. Full Cyclone. Are they going to force the trinket? But White Shadow gets pounced by Scrappy. Tons of damage coming out from him. They hex Swapsy for a moment, but it's not really do too much here. They get a Monkey Blind on Kisnu, but the Cyclone comes through to deny this trap. They get a scatter. They silence the scatter, so he can't get the freezing trap. Insane play from Swapsy here in this position. Now he's going to have to do that same idea with hugging the pillars so that the Feral can't immediately Feral Charge here. Another freezing trap attempt comes through, and this one lands out of the bash onto Kisnu, and Swapsy ports immediately line of sighting the Feral Druid. Dots are not on the Feral, though. He jumps up to the Shaman instead to reconnect to the Warlock. Nice awareness from White Shadow, but they need to get dots on him. They got an Agony. They're trying to get an Unstable Affliction, but it's so difficult with the pillar, just line of sighting him over and over. They silence the Unstable Affliction. They're really locking Swapsy down. If you stop all the Unstable Afflictions, your Shaman can just spam Dispel, and it's very easy to heal. So that's what they're trying to do their best to do, but now he's free casting. He gets one UA, I think, onto the Hunter. Big damage onto Cyhawks around the corner. Nerve is struggling. He's afraid of getting spell locked right now. He's just trying to use Riptides, get in line of sight. White Shadow's moving over. They might be going after Kisnu.
Oh, full
Steady shots.
Nerve.
Big swap.
Trouble.
He's easily going to go down here. I think Silence has got Spirit Link Totem, but the whole team is dying. Howl of Terror hits the whole team again. He drops the Tremor Totem and manages to get back to the pillar, but he gets coiled off of it. That coil pathing into a Feral Root Charge from Scrappy, and he is tearing in. Nerve manages to hold on with the Spirit Link Totem. Crazy swap onto the Shaman. Amazing recovery by Nerve, and they have no pressure on the side of Rio.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Nerve could easily fall at any moment. Swapsy's all over him. He's got the spell lock available if he does need it. Nerve trying to run. For the UA. Haunt drains soul onto Nerve, but looks like he will get away. The blanket silence coming in from Swapsy is not enough to take it down. He just goes for the UA dispel as well. And somehow, some way, Real is still in this, but a full Cyclone lands. Now it's going to be Ox and White Shadows that are both rotting down. This Hunter could be in a lot of trouble. There's no deterrence. He goes for the feigned death, but that is it. He goes down. TY, game number 2, looking dominant once again. Even on Dalaran Sewers, I think Swapsy had a field day, doing a really good job, landing those clutch Howl of Terrors, doing a great job of jumping off the side and portaling back up when he needed to, connecting the soul swaps with the coils, with those swaps onto the Shaman, and just overall looked like a really one-sided game.
They had no pressure on this map whatsoever. Swapsy's positioning was insane. To avoid the Feral reconnects, and then when he finally got open and was free, he got pressure on the Shaman. So he really did a good job min-maxing every single situation that he was in. It's really important that you can switch your gameplay depending on the strategy that's thrown at you. When you're the target, you're playing defense, you're focused on avoidance and stopping crowd control, and then as soon as the team switches their strategy, you're no longer the target, you can get pressure, you have to flip the switch, go aggressive, and then get these crowd control chains and swaps onto the healer, and then you're able to get a ton of pressure. Basically just triple the whole team.
격변 때는 패스를 전혀 안 때려요.
rough position. So Dalaran didn't look at all.
투기장 좀 하면서 느낀 게 패스를 그냥 거의 무시하는 식으로.
We're not seeing blades either. There's no way. It's like where do you,
Ruins? 흑마는 특성이
Ruins the only map they can play. It's like Nagrand and Ruins, I guess. Dalaran, I just feel like any map that has a Z access that allows Swapsy to just portal up and down is just, it's too good for the Warlock. It just makes it really difficult for them to take him down. So, I do think it's likely to be a Ruins of Lord unless they want to go back to Nagrand.
I kind of want them to play more all in. I
feel like they're trying to play like
a mid-range game, like a safe game. They're not committing all in, and they want to play like a standard match. But I feel like against these slow dot comps, that almost never works. It's like playing into their strengths where you're slowly getting dotted
지금 있는지 모르겠는데 그게 있어요. 그 광역딜 댐감이 펫이 기본적으로 장착돼
put them on the back foot so they can't get you in a position where you're fully dotted.
해피가
but they're avoiding run entirely, so they think that map is actually worse than Dalaran. As we're going back to Nagrand Arena now for them on match point. Last game was easily their worst game in terms of performance. They just got nothing going on their side. Also, a big advantage I think with the tournament realm compared to like live servers is that the warlocks can play dwarf. I think Swapsy is played. He might not be human, but you can play dwarf in these situations, and it can actually be really effective. It's basically like a an entire go. You can use a stone form to remove the rip, and you can stop an entire go. I remember warlocks doing that before. So if Swapsy even feels like he needs to do that, could switch to dwarf in a matchup like this with how many feral druids are in the lower bracket.
Playing a lot of resilience, just looking at his gear. And keep in mind, if you do want to check out their gear, it's going to be awc.gcd.tv. You can see what all of these players are running for talents, for glyphs, for equipment. It's actually an amazing resource. If you are interested in Kata PvP, you can see what some of these top players are running in full gear. Because I know there's still a lot of people playing right now. A lot of people trying to figure out what their best gear pieces are, so you can see exactly what these tournament players are running if you are interested. But yeah, just taking a look at Swapsy's gear is just resilience.
전야술이 확실히 더 잘 밀긴 할 거예요.
그건
확실하게 더 잘 밀어요.
Brazil gems,
왜냐면은 야드는
is just full on
저게
tank mode as he realizes
야드 돌지는 그게 되거든요. 벽 올라가는 거. 전사도 이동기가 굉장히 좋아서 흑마를 잘 쫓아갑니다. 흑마가 이제 관문 빠지고 두 번째 붙기 시작하는 순간 피가 질질 새요. 시간을 못 땡겨.
But with triple pressure, it's gonna be really tough for the jungle to recover. On the side of the jungle, I want to see
전사는 기본적으로 공포를 한번 풀 수 있고.
Shaman possibly, like if he doesn't have Earth Shield, just start on Shaman and maybe CC the DPS more. And
전사팀이 흑마를 굉장히 잘 잡을 것 같아요. 그냥 제 생각인데 실제로 어떻게 될지 봐야겠죠.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we're going to be getting into this potential final game of this elimination series between Real and TY. TY is looking good. Swapsy on that Warlock is looking like an absolute menace, but just being in that lower bracket, this is kind of a nightmare team, right? Like, you have this team, they're obviously running a really good composition, they're phenomenal players, and they're going to be kind of the guardians of the lower bracket, which is kind of scary. This is a really, really competitive tournament.
조져가지고.
Well, let's see what they can do here. Swapsy's also trying to make like a return to glory, I feel like, in competitive arena, whether it's retail or it's classic here.
흑마
He's
암수
trying to have a good
쳤지.
showing and show that he still got it back from the method
판이
Triforce
복수
Dynasty
오픈이었나?
days where he was like a
한번 한
triple
것
Lisbon
같은데.
champion back to back. So he's having a solid performance in this matchup. He knows exactly what needs to be done. He's
일단
stopping
이번 판
everything at every turn in a great position and then turning the switch to
상당
offense
나왔어요.
exactly when he needs to. So definitely a great performance so far from the side of TY. It's up to Real to make some adaptations here in terms of their strategy, maybe a target adaptation.
극장 다
Something needs to
털면서
change because what they've
출사
been doing is not
쫓아가면은
working, and now they're
그래도
facing
못 밀 것
elimination as the
같은데.
gates are about to open.
흑마를 냅두는 게
Here
제일
we
말이
go.
좋아.
14 seconds left, and we're getting into this third and
가장
potentially
베스트는
final game of this series. TY leading 2-0
아니요, 이거 그냥
over Real.
매치가
I
이렇게
think
잡힌
both of us
것뿐이에요.
want to see Real play this one a
그리고
little bit
야드가
more
너무 좋아요.
aggressive. Like,
지금 첫
you're
시즌에
playing
야드가
a
너무 좋고
conservative
일단.
strategy against
그래서 야드가 다
feral,
있잖아요. 하나씩 다 있어.
Affliction Warlock in particular. It doesn't seem like it's really going to be working out too well for you.
야드 자체가 엄청
We need to see them
좋습니다.
kind of risk it,
지금
play
첫
aggressive
시즌에.
in the match, try to get their crowd control out, and really try to rush someone down.
잘 아는 건
Shield on
아니지만
the Warlock.
그렇다고
Pounce on
하네.
the Shaman. I like this. They're going after the target that doesn't have
바로
Earth Shield,
슬쩍
but
오픈
Scrappy
같죠?
is there. He's peeling with the
이
pounce.
암습에
Silence
암습을
comes through. They
물면은
need to get an
이렇게
instant
돼.
clone as soon as possible from
살짝
Scrappy,
묻혀.
but he gets freezing trapped, and they are just training the blue here as Kiznu has smartly switched his Earth Shield, but he's still just dying through it anyway.
바로
Spirit Link
정보
Totem has to come down, and the pressure is looking way better for Real, targeting
이거
down the
쫓아갔나?
Shaman here as they force his major
밀자.
cooldown immediately. Now he's caught into another stun. Still
어떻게든
being pressured.
밀어보자.
If he gets kicked on any of these casts, it could be lights out. Silencing shot. They cycle in the Pharaoh. They force Scrappy's trinket. They're trying to get their feet on the ground and planted to get pressure back against the jungle cleave, but they're getting CC'd so much. Freezing trap on Scrappy now. No dispels from Kiznu. He's trying to move into the middle of the map so that the Warlock and Feral can free cast as much as possible, but that also means the Hunter is going to be able to hit him whenever he wants to here in this position. He's putting a lot of faith in Swapsy and Scrappy to save him as he's trying to cross the map in the midfield at the moment. Howl of Terror is peeling him for the time being, and he's managed to reposition. I think he may have weathered the storm. The team looks so good. White Shadow is just dying through survival instincts with that silence on the nerve into a full cyclone. Oh my god, how is he not trinketing this? How is he not trinketing? He's so greedy with the trinket right now. Shamans and Cataclysm are so greedy with their mastery. He survives to sit through the clone, but he still has a lot of work to fully recover.
강타 못 때렸고.
Definitely a really scary position to be in, going for the greater heal, but I think Swapsy's going to be looking to shut that down if he can find a fear. Greater healing wave will land, but Kisnu still in trouble, goes for the Nature Swiftness, just trying to reposition across the map. Just wants to get the enemy team into the open to allow Swapsy to get those damage over time effects rolling. Howl of Terror potentially coming in here for Swapsy. Is it almost off cooldown? Needs to find those peels. Kisnu's in a lot of trouble. Fear's coming in here from Swapsy, doing the best he can. Finally, a full cyclone lands onto White Shadows, and that's going to give Kisnu a little bit of time to breathe. Dots coming out for Swapsy. Full Fear here on Sile. Can they get anything onto Nerve? They need to find Coil. He's still got his trinket, a beautiful coil, putting White Shadows behind the pillar. Great setup there by Swapsy, but I think he's going to be able to survive.
I love the coil into Feral Bearform route. Onto the Feral Druid. Really putting him behind now. Need to get a UA out as soon as possible onto the Feral. He's Howl of Terror with no UA. That could get dispelled. He's not getting lucky right now. Nerve is just mana tiding behind the pillar, trying to get any amount of mana back that he can, because he's got actually a slight mana lead at this point. If they can stay on target, there's no trinket. They could win in the next stun. They're CCing up the Feral Druid. Here comes the Monkey Blind. Can they finally finish Kisnu and put a point on the board? They need more CC. Kisnu's taking so much damage. They silence Scrappy, so he can't clone. They stun the Healing Surge. Swapsy's trying to kill him. Gets Windshard on the Fear. Nice shutdown. They trap the Feral. They're going for the win. Can they finish him? They need more damage right now. They have to win on this push. Can they take him out? Greater Healing Wave comes in, and Kisnu tops himself off in the face of death. Now White Shadow is falling behind. Kisnu is trying to cross the map so that he can get to the other pillar. Maybe even possibly get away from a drink, but they're still just right on top of him. White Shadow in bear form for a moment. Now back in the cat, trying to stay on target. Mango spam. He's got full bleeds up onto the Shaman. It is so much damage. He has to switch to Water Shield. He's trying not to switch to Water Shield and be greedy and just live with passive healing, but that's all he's got is Earth Shield healing at this point.
Yeah, he's taking some big bites as well. Fear comes in the nick of time from Swapsy. White Shadow's trying to reconnect. He trinkets. Kisnu could easily follow the full stun lands.
9 seconds.
The damage to put him down. 9 seconds left on that Spirit Link Totem. He just has to hold on a little bit longer. It looks like he will. Just looking like an unkillable wall here in this game. And now Psyox is at 10% health behind the pillar. Nerve is completely out of mana. TY is looking like they might just win this game. Sterling Totem drops down. Kisnu has his available if he needs it. And I think TY have done it. They've weathered the storm. They have all 3 members rotting down. This is looking good for them.
Bleeds are out. No survival instincts for 20 seconds. Here Kisnu into a pounce. He's got Trinket Link. He's got mana to do it. But Scrappy's in clone. White Shadow could just die to Swapsy. Nerve is trying to drink. Frenzied Regen. It's such low health. Howl of Terror behind the pillar. Swapsy setting up for the kill. On into drain life here in a moment. Maybe even drain soul. He gets a little bit lower. Soul swapping the full row of dots over. Fell Flame refreshing. He's right on top of White Shadow with that Shadow Flame trying to snare him, trying to prevent his escape. Nerves into a full clone. No trinket. I think that's it. It's KO TY 3-0.
아, 야드가 마지막
I
스킬을 잘못
mean,
썼어.
that was a very close game, and I feel like Real, they had the right idea in this last game. Just go all in on the Shaman,
광폭화 바로 써야 되는데
on the DPS, and it almost paid
광폭화를
off.
늦게 써가지고 기력이 다 털린 상태에서 광폭화가 올라갔어.
He just casted the greater healing wave in his face,
이렇게 해가지고
in their face, and just went from 10% health to 100. That bought him enough time to get that Spirit Link Totem back. And get a little bit more comfortable in the match. But it's a really risky strategy, right? If you're leaving Scrappy and Swapsy open, they are inevitably going to get that pressure rolling. But I do think that that was the best game we saw from Real.
Definitely. In terms of getting pressure, it's possible maybe you have to swap targets at certain points. Like maybe in that position where he's totally in, maybe you just CC him with the Earth Shield and then hit something else. Because Swapsy's like out of range of support right here, right? Unless he relayed it. I don't even know if he even bothered to relay it, but I think maybe CCing the Shaman when he's got Earth Shield, and that's the only healing that he's got, and then switching targets to the Warlock when he's out of range of his port would probably be the next adaptation that I would have liked to have seen from this game. But Swapsy easily carrying here if they left him open. 1.5 million damage over the competition. Keeping his team's dreams alive here in the lower bracket. He gets no second chances throughout this entire tournament, and the upper bracket is just as scary as the lower side. A lot of Death Knights on this top side, a lot of Rogue Mages on this top side.
Yep, most definitely. We're heading out from the lower bracket into the upper. So these teams are going to be nice and prepared. They've had 2 series before heading into this. And then we're going to start moving some teams onto Championship Sunday as well. It's going to be DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams, Ven, for the first upper bracket series here in the EU region.
다음 경기까지 시간이 있으니까.
I'm curious to see how this one does play out. It's not a matchup I'm super familiar with, but I mean, these are very popular compositions from Cataclysm, right? You've got the Rogue Mage Priest, and then, of course, you have the Hunter, Unholy Death Knight, Resto Shaman. I think No Tears to Stream also plays the Holy Paladin, so it is Jim. Jim, I think he's the only one playing Holy Paladin potentially here. And that was the composition that actually won the Cataclysm BlizzCon, right? Jung Yup playing the Hunter, DK, Holy Paladin. We'll see if they can kind of continue that success with that composition. I am really curious to see how it plays out because I think that is just one of those comps. It's unrelenting pressure with the Death Knight and the Hunter. You have the Paladin backing him up, as well as the rest of them when they need it. I'm curious to see how RMP does do.
Yeah, I am as well, for sure. And we'll have to find out. We're going to head to a break. When we get there, it's going to be DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams coming up next versus DXB. Before that, though, I believe we're going to be doing another spell guessing series as well. You guys know the drill. We're heading into some Cataclysm spells. So if you guys know all of your Cataclysm spell book, you got that memorized, definitely play along with us. I saw a comment in chat last time we did this, like, if you know this, you need to go outside more. But listen, we're World of Warcraft players. We're all here to say the same thing, and here's the first one.
Increase stamina, all party and raid members by 585. It has a cooldown of something minutes. It's learned at level 85, if that gives this away. I'm thinking it's either a warrior ability, a priest ability.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, Imp gives stamina in Kata still. I
commanding shout. Increased stamina.
What is that? That's a bait. That's got to be bait. There's no way, right? That has to be bait. There's no way it's Karaji Fortitude. There's no way.
It could be,
unless they took a prot warrior talent, and I don't think it is. Like, Powered Fortitude doesn't have a cooldown though. So like, is the cooldown a bait? Like.
Maybe it says 0.
I'm actually going to go with that one. I feel like that's the one I don't want to pick. I'm just going to go with it. Karaji Fortitude. I'm going with that.
Because Commanding Shout's the bait one too, because it seems so obvious.
Yeah.
Commanding Shout seems too obvious, and I don't think it can be Power Fortitude because it has a cooldown.
I've never heard of Karaji Fortitude. I'm going with it.
Stamina doesn't sound like there's no way.
It's like a hunter pet or something.
Power Word Fortitude. I'm getting no outside information from this. This is just purely my knowledge of being.
I'm going to split our eggs here. Okay, we're going to diversify our portfolio. I'm going to say Commanding Shout. So there's this way. At least one of us is right.
All right, Karaji Fortitude. I think it's a pet ability. That's what I think.
Oh, Zico let me down.
I picked the obvious one and it worked. Okay.
I should have known better not to trust that man. My God. All right, Commanding Shout. I bet they didn't give this one the icon, make us guess the icon for this, because it's too obvious.
We would have got that.
No, this ability has changed names and icons, like either flip-flops. Like one expansion, it's Rallying Cry with a different icon, and the next expansion, it goes back to Commanding. I swear.
Wait, you're right. No, they do that with a bunch of stuff.
The spell has literally been renamed the same thing, like, randomly. I don't know if they like forgot that it used to be Rallying Cry or how they decide that, but like I swear this ability changes its name to Rallying Cry or Commanding Shout like every second expansion.
That's tough.
Yeah, very frustrating. Well, hopefully we'll get the next one correct, but hopefully these teams coming up are in a better state than we are. We're gonna head to a break. We're in the upper bracket. It is DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams coming up next after this break.
근데 야드 유틸이 너무 좋다. 흑마가 위험할 텀이 없음. 야드가 중간중간에 계속 다 끊어줘가지고. 이제 광폭화로 공포를 못 푸는 게 너무 크네요. 수봉 돌아버려. 야드도 도트 딜러고 흑마도 도트 딜러라 우리 그 상성이 엄청 좋네. 저기서 산 게 참 신기하구나. 하나도 산 게 아니고.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here in the upper bracket in the European region, and we're going to be seeing some more games here in Cataclysm Classic. We got Zico back, and what's your take on these two teams? We've got DXB, No Tears, Just Dreams. It sounds like potentially we could get almost a mirror.
Oh, no, I don't think we're getting a mirror. I think we're getting, it could be RMP from DXB. That's their main comp, and then it could be, I guess, Holy Paladin, DK, Hunter, or I guess the rest of Shaman, depending on what they think is better. But we did mention that most of these teams are teams that are playing with just the one comp. But DXB actually has been experimenting a little
PC
bit with other
누나들 나오다가
I have seen them practice a lot of RLS. Now, I don't know how good RLS is into PHDK, but I feel like any mage-based into PHDK is not that fun. It tends to be a very short game. So there's some options here for DXB, but you know, with their RMP kind of expertise, they might just like start off with that.
I like it. We're seeing the classic arena composition in classic World of Warcraft. We'll see how it works out for them. Like I said, upper bracket, it's best of 5 still as well. DXB versus No Tears, Just Dreams facing off in game number 1, Supties.
Hydramus RMP was knocked out of the tournament by a Hunter Death Knight, so it's a very difficult matchup. Honestly, almost anyone can die if you're caught in the open in the wrong position. I saw Hydramus die on Rune's Orderon in literally like the first 2 seconds against this composition. So playing RMP could be highly risky on their side. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have anything else prepared that they try and utilize it. But like you said, is RLS really that much better? It seems like any sort of caster is going to have a really tough time dealing with this. I'm not imagining they're going to opt for Holy Paladin on the Hunter Death Knight if they have Resto Shaman. I feel like that could actually be an opening if they have a Paladin for Mage CC as opposed to the Shaman. So they may not do that. But if Paladin's all they've got is the main comp, then they will. They actually have a Priest. They're not playing a Shaman or a Paladin. They're going to be running a Priest with Mass Dispel. So you thought the Mage died fast before. These guys died really fast this time around with a Priest.
This is a
무적 사제 법사 셋 다 유명한
right
사람들인데.
And I don't know, man. It's gonna be all about the opener. It's gonna be all about who gets a better opener. I think laners usually rocks a decent amount of PvE gear. We'll see what he decided to roll with for this matchup. Presumably some trinkets at least coming out for laners on that Frost Mage, but it's gonna be all about this opener. If the RMP side can get a good opener, that could really is everything. They got a sap onto the DK here, but not able to find anything onto the Priest just yet.
D&D,
Ooh, almost got Avizura out right
보호막이라서 어차피
Avizura
안
gets
풀려.
triple DR sap, and they're just going to go Garrett Nova, but oh my god,
the AMS up.
Beautiful dispel. He got a nice AMS because of that.
머리는 안 올리는
And
모습.
now the DK is gonna be completely fine. No, they're going to go for the smoke bomb. They're going to continue the chain here. Big damage on this ZK. Can he get any crack onto the Priest? They get a full sheep. Trap connects onto Geku, but Lovenamp in a lot of trouble. The Priest actually had to trinket there outside of the blind. He gets fully counterspelled. If they just blind the Priest, they already won the game on the side of RMP. They don't have blind anymore, actually.
The Lichborn Death Coil healing was a lot also, but a kidney shot, no trinket. Avizura steps over to reconnect. Garrote, can they finish him? He's got Icebound Fortitude. He manages to trinket and drop down the zone. He gets feared out of the zone. On the pillar, and they snipe him around the corner. And they say, counter comp? What do you mean? They just made that look easy on the side of DXB.
마지막에 도적이 법을 옮기고 하드한테 풀급 때리고 달려가지고 죽기 밀어버렸네.
My goodness, that was a beautiful fear.
도끼가 처음에 병하고 빠지고 시작해가지고 병하고 돌기 직전에 죽은 것 같은데? 한번 다시 볼까?
Corner, they say counter comp. They finish him. He's got Icebound Fortitude. He manages to trinket and drop down the zone. He gets feared out of the zone. Insane fear behind the pillar, and they snipe him around the corner. They say,
야, 잘 밀었다.
Spell landed there by laners. The pain suppression, the trap, and then this was actually
연막이 너무 사기인 것 같아요. 이런 상황에서 연막이 너무 좋아.
extending the CC chain there with the smoke bomb, but
어린 안 올린 건 좀 욕심 아니었나? 어린 올렸어야 되지 않았을까?
But they do manage to get the sheep.
장군 풀로
get
맞고.
the trinket, get the counter spell, and at this point, they just need to get a second smoke bomb. So here,
때리고
shadows
달려서
redirects
맘각
kidney
그거.
shots the priest to deny the master spell.
연막.
A couple of heals, then they
영절.
shadows it back, gets the smoke.
영절이 근데
bomb,
반대로
trinkets,
날아갔어.
and boom! As soon as he
그래서
trinkets,
여기서 마음
he gets feared. And if you're the DK, that is the opposite of where you wanted to be.
그러니까 연막 때
Where the hunter got
급가였어요.
feared, that's where you wanted to be feared.
여기서 급가였어.
If you're the DK, so. The blind was here. It was right at the.
근데 저기서 어린을 안 썼어 죽기가. 룬마나가 안 된 건지 모르겠는데 어린을 안 썼어.
oh my god, they also got block in like the first scatter of the game. So
대마지
if they
들고
just
죽은 거
train a
아니야
little
이거?
bit more effectively, I guess he's got pain sub.
대마지
Is what
들고
he's
죽었지.
thinking.
아 여기
So he doesn't
있었구나.
want to IBF on top of pain sub. He actually died through pain sub.
그러니까 어린을 안 쓴 건
He died
너무
through
욕심
pain sub
아니었나?
getting wrapped around the corner. Laner's got so many sheeps. And I don't know if there's really anything they could have
아니,
done as a team
포세이큰도
possibly to stop those. I mean, going to the Death Knight, he can't really do much.
포세이큰도
once
있는데
he's
안
stunned,
썼네?
but it
그치.
felt like he was getting a lot of free CC.
아마 중간에 뭐
in this matchup
목소리라도
specifically,
들어간대?
even while being the main target. Navizura actually top damage
좀
on Rogue.
극장을
Which
이상하게
doesn't
썼으면
happen, I would
죽기가.
say, very often, where Rogue gets to be top damage
극장
overall.
어디 쓴 거야 저 친구?
Yeah, the anti-magic shell definitely doing some work there in the anti-magic zone as well towards the end. Definitely negating some of those mage numbers, but I do think Laner's probably wearing. Actually, I'm gonna have a look right now and see what Laner's is wearing.
그냥 이번에 그냥
He's
죽기가 좀
rocking
못했음.
PVE legs and 4-set PvP gear, so that's one PvE item. And then I'm assuming he's gonna have some trinket as well. He's rocking the Thoralian's mirror, very nice trinket.
대마보 쓰고 붙는 것까지는 나쁘지 않았어.
So he's not wearing a lot of
않았는데
PvE gear at all. He's really
연막에
respecting
풀금 맞고
the
어린 안
damage that
쓰고
this composition here
풀딜을
is
맞고
able
반피
to
돼가지고
put out.
스모크 안 되고 뒤져버렸어.
So yeah, laners just go opting for one trinket and one kind of main set item. And it's going to be up to Avizura. I think Avizura actually runs a lot of PvE gear on the flip side. Avizura is... I saw a recent biz list for Avizura, and I think half of it was actually
아비주라가 확실히 화려하게
he's
게임하는 걸
rocking PvE
좋아해가지고
legs, he's rocking
그러니까
PvE
저 친구가 화려하진
rings,
않는데
he's
할 거 다 하는
rocking
느낌?
PvE wrist, cloak,
그 사람 되게 잘해.
and a trinket, yeah, neck. Actually, no. he's not wearing
맘가로
trinket.
연막
He's
풀
rocking
타임
double
튕기는
ring
너무
and neck
개사기
as well.
아닌가요?
So
연막 주면 너무 좋아.
They're definitely playing a lower side resilience, but that's one of the things about Cataclysm Rogue. You get the double smoke bomb, obviously, and you get combat
어쩜 돌기도전에
readiness.
끝난
So
거잖아.
you can kind of choose. So in a matchup like this, Cloak of Shadows is not like
대마보
that
풀이
much, you
돌지도
know, it's just
않았는데.
if you want to Cloak of Shadows into a vanish and get a clean vanish, that it can be like super good. But you can just combat readiness and
어떻게
just have
할까?
a shield wall instead. So rogues plus recuperate makes them
끼를
pretty
던졌더니
tanky target
죽기가
this,
죽었다.
this expansion, which allows them
어떻게
to
해야
have more
될까요?
vigor. And we're gonna see the priest locked in again.
Yeah, locking it in with confidence here. Runes of Lordaeron, not a lot of places to hide. I kind of feel like with the PHDK, they almost kind of like Death Knight comps tend to play better the more you turn your brain off. Like I feel like they were trying to be really tactical. Like I don't want to overlap this. You use pain suppression. I'll be greedy. But it's like, nah, I'm gonna stun. I'm just IBFing first global. Like I'm just gonna connect damage and run them over. And you just chain, CC breaks and stay
법사를
on
밀어내는
target.
것까진
I almost feel
좋았는데
like being more aggressive and playing a little bit less strategically is actually better.
도끼 쪽 사제를
with these Death
풀급을
Knight
때리고
types of
와버려가지고
compositions, you just run the other team over.
그 사거리를 안 주는 건 좀 말이 안 되지 않나?
I feel like it's all about the opener. It's all about the
아니
momentum.
애초에 사제가
But I
땡긴
do
것도
wonder,
있잖아요. 왜 안
what
땡겨줬지?
the thought process behind the priest
연막
is.
다음에
They're
땡겨줄 수
specifically
있었는데.
opting in for that. But
그냥 밀고
yeah,
싶었나
I
본데.
do feel like it's all about just getting a good opener, getting good momentum,
이게 생존기도 남아있었고 어린
You saw what happened to laners. Like when they just basically in one scatter shot where
다 들고
get his ice
뒤져버렸어.
block. And a lot of that damage as well is like it's really hard to avoid it. It's like dots from DK, death coils from DK, chimera shot from
다골도
hunters,
오고 갔구나.
like gargoyle, pet damage. You know, it's like kind of
욕좀
really
먹겠는데.
hard to avoid. A lot of it is just instant, and a lot of it is just like passive.
극장도 그냥 바닥에
So
던져버리고.
as a mage, you really have to respect those cooldowns. And on Ruins of Lordaeron, you have to respect them even more because this is a map where you can't run, you can't hide from these hunters.
It's just get in there and get it done, man. Get the pressure, immune CC, mass as well. The block and just win in the first go. Just like I want to see them just bulldoze, just full freight train ahead as the PHDK. But
아니
actually turtling in the
왜
room at the moment,
이렇게 물어봤어.
switching out their pets, possibly going to flare the entrance of the room and wait for the possible invis. But Laner still hasn't activated that, so flare at the front entrance of the room. Full turtle strat here. Maybe wait for the eyes and then pop the rogue out. This is a really safe route. I want to make sure that the rogue doesn't get that garrote opener, so the Death Knight's
패스로 전투 걸고 뿔킬이 불면 전투 걸리고.
and this map enables that. Also, you know, it's one of the best aggressive maps. But if you turtle in a room like this and pop AOE on the entrance, the rogue basically has almost an impossible task to actually try and get a sap at the start of the game.
Yeah, I wonder what the RMP is going to do to kind of navigate this opener. We'll see if they decide to just wait it out and make it kind of a waiting game.
도업사 쪽 공수를 누구 준 거지?
If it came down to that, because the
공수쿠랑
game will
들고 있는데
time out,
공수
I
갖고
think,
있는
in
사람이
45
없어.
minutes, at least like in the actual.
You think they're going to wait 45 minutes?
물론 공수가
Well, apparently we have an
쓸모는
update from production. It's 25 minutes.
영절을 막을 수 있으니까 쓸모는 있구나. 공수 줬다.
Okay, so this is what happens. We just got word from production. If the game went to 25 minutes, it's automatically a tie and both teams gets 1 point. So I feel like if you're DXB, you could just chill, right? You could just
나이트엘프 사제 같은데? 나이트엘프 사제 인간 도적 인간 법사.
And I think No Tears Just Dreams maybe realizing that.
우리가 밀고 들어가서 전투 걸고.
Time is not
거기 안
time
됐죠.
doesn't favor them in this scenario, so they're gonna have to go in and open. Sheep shot coming out into a ring of frost there onto the priest. Can they connect it? They get it beautifully down there by laners. He's got the PI. He's line of sighting the hunter. They are disarming the anti-magic shell here, and they're just trying to survive the opener. Gekko now in a scatter shot. Kind of stacking onto him for the trap. He gets monkey blinded as well. Potentially a freezing trap coming out here. Smoke bomb being dropped. There's the icebound force coming out from the
Master spell
forced into the ice block. There's the master spell connecting. This is what we're talking about. Mage is being very, very susceptible to damage. Here he gets scattered on the aura mastery. Gekko not able to get out a single heal this game. And yeah, this is what I meant, Sid. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. If you get good momentum in the opener, this is probably one of the scariest.
분량사 저게 결국 법사 대가리 쪽에 있는 조합이잖아요.
Don't try and be greedy. This game's not lasting 3 minutes, let alone 30 seconds. Just blow everything you've got. Hold nothing back. The other team just can't get their footing. They can't get sheeps. They're just floundering around, just trying to like maybe even get a lance off with the fingers of frost. At that point, you're just stuck, right? This is a DK AMS running at you immune, IBF running at you immune.
아니 근데 저거 못 사는
You
각이었어요.
just can't get
방금.
them off of you, and they'll just run you over.
못 사는 각
Especially a
아니었어요?
powered rune weapon.
법사 얼방 썼음. 얼방 대무당하고. 그러니까 저걸 살려면 얼방에 곡
This
줘야
is a
돼.
much better game, I think.
얼방에 곡 주면 판단이 쉽지 않거든.
No Tears Just Dreams. And now it's up to DXB. How are they going to react to this? Are they ready to deal with this type of aggression? Obviously, other maps where they can't turtle in the room, although it didn't really matter. They kind of picked their moment, and just charged out and got combat, even without the shadow side eyes. But we got, this is a replay after Lanerds died here at the end of the game, but this can get any pressure. This trap on Gekko.
이 상황에서 법사 이미
rapid
죽은
fire
거였어.
rolling, the master spells on the block.
대무당하고.
Reese looks really threatening in this matchup on the
끼도 지금
PHK.
다 올리고
Death Knight just
들어갔죠.
keeps charging in.
어린이랑
He's got lich up if he needs to death coil heal. They have pain suppression still, which they can use at this point. Like they still got way more gas in the tank. And then pain suppression would buy time for AMS to come off cooldown. And if you dark sim an ice block as well, like if you know, like, hey, this mage is like 20%, he's gonna have to block. You dark sim a block, then you get a block as well. Yeah, this was way better. Love Numb got way more damage out with this type of aggression, and they couldn't get any CC either.
죽기 사제 찢어버리는 거 알죠?
CC.
우리가 사제 붙으면 사제 찢어버리고.
The biggest thing for me was that
법사 붙으면 법사 찢어버리고.
they got the scatter shot. So sniping did a really good job there at the end of that replay. He used his readiness, which resets basically everything for him, and it allowed him to go for a second DR scatter shot on that aura mastery healing. So priests, when they activate their inner focus, they get immunity to silence. So Gekko's plan was to, sit through the
법사가
trap,
맞으면서
and
사지
then go
매질을 하러
for,
나갔는데
aura mastery, big heal, big flash of light.
그의 악수로
That also
작용했다
has
그게.
increased crit chance onto his mage,
나갔으면 안
which
됐다,
probably would
법사가.
top him, but you got
양꾼한테
half scatter
풀딜
shot,
맞으면서
and you got
나갔잖아.
readiness, half scatter shot.
그리고
And
얼방 바로
that's-
빠져.
these are the kind of plays that
얼방
you've
바로
been
해제되고.
talking about, right? That is the maximum Zug play you could make, right? You just readiness instantly, 5 seconds into the game, DR scatter shot, send the spellbook, and a lot of the time the mage is just going to be dead on the
진짜
floor. You know?
중량의 포화에
So I
노출되면 안
like
될
that
듯
coming in
법사가.
from Sniping, who is the
10초
hunter,
있으면 죽는 것
on this team.
같은데.
And
사제
also
힐업으로는
for the
절대 저걸
RMP,
못
I feel like for
살려요.
them, they
그
really need to get that initial pressure
그거
extended.
있잖아.
I feel like they got the cheap shot, they got the ring, but they need more out of that.
이게
They need
죽경.
maybe a smoke bomb or a blind or
이름의
a
생각이 안
sap
난다.
into
하여튼
a
그것
blind,
때문에
you know,
힐업이
or
안 돼.
a redirect kidney or something, because they only got that AMS, and then the DK was on top of the mage, and they had no more CC, and then the DK could just do whatever he wanted.
I think also like an early bomb on the DK gives the mage like line of sight from the hunter also, if the mage is inside of the bomb. So it's like a 2-for-1. You stop the hunter damage, and you stop healing and coming on the Death Knight. So the early bomb in the Grand
사제
is really
힐량으로
good.
그냥
And then
못
this
쳐요.
map we didn't. I don't think we saw a bomb at that point in the game. So maybe it's because he
그냥
was waiting for
풀힐
icebound. But
땡겨도
again, it's one of those things where it's like you
살리기
kind of just send it even if he icebounds. Like just keep him snared in it and just provide the line of sight from the hunter with it almost if anything. Because it's such a fast game. You don't there's no like surviving and then living this go and then no, you're gonna just win while the wave is coming at you. I don't think the RMP is gonna have an easy time resetting whatsoever.
전판 어떻게 될까?
PGK
지금
gas
전판에
pedal
저를
as
못
they do.
해가지고
Yeah, they're
원래
definitely
도적적은
built to
저를
win
하는
or
게
lose in
메리트가
1 minute. You know,
있는
like that's the interesting thing, right? Because we have 2
순간적으로
RMPs and
튀어나갔잖아.
2 PHDKs in the top bracket, and the other PHDK,
아, 저를 좀 미리
their
줄
name
듯,
is of course
이러면?
Pump or Be Pumped, and that really, I feel like that really kind of explains PHDK in its essence. You either pump or you get pumped. You have a minute, and that's it. Go in, send your cooldowns, and
보여주나?
try to make
보여주나?
it happen. Try to get some clutch CC
보여주세요.
chains. On the enemy healers, and let's see here what it is had to
바로
do.
절
You get
줬지.
sapped in the middle of the map
죽을까
here,
봐 바로 절 줘.
and
The flare.
we're gonna go. Ooh, the
아,
flare
어춤
gets
미스트
Abzura out of
줬다.
stuff. He might have to
어춤
shadow
먹죠.
dance here for the opener. He's gonna do it. Shadow dance,
어춤 기습
Gyro, and
목적이다.
cheap shot overlapped. Smoke bomb coming out. DR kid.
효과 짧다.
He blinked out of it.
Doesn't take any damage actually whatsoever. And now Laner's gonna be on the back foot. There's the monkey trap. There's the full
넘어가게.
trap onto Gecko. He's gonna
먹을
shrink in
것
the
같고.
first trap this time. So that's the
자,
adaptation
존나
they're making. He's
치맞죠,
gonna
이제.
pop the pain suppression, but the gargoyle is out.
안 갈만
And it's
하나?
free casting onto Laners. It's unhealable damage. He needs to get to the pillar immediately here.
He gets out of line of
Just
sight.
a bit,
Mirror
though.
images are snaring in the middle of the map, keeping the Death Knight at bay for now. Gouch comes onto the Death Knight, but Sniper's going for the kill. He's double silencing shot. He's already popped his readiness for another rapid fire. He's going all in right now. Flare is down to prevent Avizura from possibly
나쁘지
getting
않은데.
advantage here onto
잘못
him
아,
in the near
잘렸다.
future. And he magic zone pre from Love Numb as he grips the mage
상대지거든?
into it as the priest is into a full
상대지가
block, no
살고?
trinket. Love Numb needs to be careful here. Any magic zone getting big value, but they're in fear. They get the psychic scream.
하고 돌아,
He
이제.
is running an
돌면은
undead
죽지
priest. He's
않는
able to will out of that. Get back onto the Death Knight. They got any magic shield. They got a full trap. It's time to push in, I think, at this point and win. But the trap ends up breaking a little bit early here. Jamusa's trying to get in there, but he gets Frost Nova. He's going to dispel,
나보고
move
있거든?
back behind the
어.
pillar. Any magic shield comes out from Love Numb immediately after the cheap shot, but Laners is having great positioning at the
어춤
moment.
있고.
Back behind the pillar, they swap to Abby's Ray. Immediately pops combat readiness to start stacking
도적을
that
좀
shield
편해.
wall and reduce the damage. He's just going to be an absolute tank. They want to bait damage onto the rogue here. And Laners is now getting aggressive. Moving in, they still got 2 blocks in this position. If they can
전멸로
stop the
들어갔다.
mass dispels. He blinks in for a deep freeze.
공격,
Is he going to get the Ring
공격을
of
서고.
Frost? Ring of Frost, I think, is about to connect here. They get Psychic Scream as well. Kidney shot onto the Death Knight. They might be able to turn this around, but the pet stun during the kidney shot stopped all the damage from Laners in that position. Silence into scatter. Sniping still trying to stay aggressive onto the mage here,
전멸이
trying to
없어.
force an ice block. Is he going to get a big crit? Laner's line of sights disengage aggressively from the hunter to stay on top of the mage. Polymorphs are coming through. They managed to stop this one.
진짜 위험한데
Musa
이거.
needs to get in position, maybe for a
이번에
second scream. They're stacked
피
up, but
겁나
another
밀릴
deep
것
freeze,
같은데.
no trinket. Smoke bomb comes
어머.
down as well. Avizor tries to eat the freezing trap, but he doesn't get it. Gecko has no
아,
trinket.
그래,
Ice block gets
그래.
mass dispelled. Laners is
좀 피해야
in
돼,
trouble.
좀 피해야 돼.
2 seconds left on the ice block. He's going into a full fear, I think,
사람
possibly
맞았다.
here. Oh, a
영절.
double fear
살았다,
coming
살았다.
out from Jamusa. And
아이, 뭐야.
Laners, if they connect at all, there should be almost no way that he survives. He's right there on the corner of the pillar. He's trying to get around it as soon as
이
possible.
잡을 힘이
To
없는데?
line of sight, but he gets
똑같은데?
gripped into the middle of the map. And now
자,
Gecko
죽을
pops
듯?
Power Infusion to go for a big penance to try and save him, but he gets silenced
좋았어,
on it. And this
좋았어.
just damage is
들어갔고.
endless at the moment onto Laners. He's trying to get back behind the pillar with the ice barrier with the mana shield, doing whatever he can towards the tail end of the strangulate, and somehow, some way is at least still alive.
Oh my
하긴
goodness,
했는데.
Jamusa. No, he doesn't get the fear onto Geku. Geku somehow dodged it right there. And that is the only reason why Laners is still in the game. And now
고적이
Geku could actually
생존기가
go for his
없단
own
말이야.
fear with
도망밖에
Jamusa not
없는데.
having that available. Avizura, though, with no shield wall, he's going to have to trinket a pet stun just to try to get around the
어춤은
corner.
있는데.
Sniping is
이거
really
마지막
doing a
어춤이다.
lot of damage now on that Hunter, getting on top of the enemy team. They have the fear. They need to send it. There it is. Fear onto sniping. They get
Mage.
the counterspell onto Jamusa. They have a deep
사실
freeze
양이
or
안
something.
들어갔어.
Doesn't look like it there. Finally, the deep freeze connecting onto Jamusa into the half ring of frost. And that's going to be a little bit more CC here. Lovenum could be in trouble. Do they have any more follow-up? It doesn't look like they're going to find any more, but they have good damage here still onto Lovenum. Triple DR ring actually proccing there on the priest. I don't know if he stayed around there, if he got no or something, but Lovenum is taking tremendous damage. But the Lichborn comes out. Counterspell onto the healer. Lovenum could just go down here, but the Lichborn self-healing is good. Can he stay alive? One more second for the anti-magic
이제
shell.
이번 턴에
He's
못
got death
잡으면
pact as well. There's no way Lovenum
사자가
dies
많아
here.
없어가지고.
Lane is realizing the situation, going for the evocate. Here comes the second gargoyle, though. I
아,
don't think
못 좀 봐야
I've even
되는데.
seen a second gargoyle anytime I've played against the DK. How
Readiness
is
too.
DK going to
참가?
navigate this?
하나 더
Readiness
올리고
and
있고.
rapid fire. He's got 2 rapid fires back to back on the side of Sniping here in this position. They drop
방벽.
down the barrier for laners. No ice blocks
attrition,
remaining.
right?
They pet stun the rogue, denying some damage, but his Shadow Dance actually comes up in 2 seconds, and they don't have pet stun to peel it.
야,
Scatter shot, double fear
함정절.
from Jamusa. No trinket for Geku. Laners is getting fear, but it's actually out of line of sight of the Hunter. So unlucky
아이고.
fear pathing. He's trying to wing clip,
또
possibly freezing trap out. Nice combo from
꼭
Sniping, and
들어갔는데.
Laners does nothing here. He's desperate to stay alive. Pain
올 듯?
suppression needs to be enough. He's dying through it. Avizur is corroding the Death Knight, trying to limit his damage as much as possible, but a freezing
Oh my
trap
God.
lands out of the scatter, and Laners blinks
뿌려
around the
향했어.
corner. Is he actually going to survive again with mana
죽었다,
shield?
이거.
Ice barrier, every single thing but the kitchen sink. They grip
아니야.
Laners to try and cross. He manages to get unsnared and back by the pillar. I can't believe it, but no, the Death Coil snipes
막역
him 1
꽂혔어.
second before the blind could come onto the Death Knight, and Laners will be going
실명
down.
딱
And now
돌았는데.
DXB facing that, potentially going down the
아이고
lower bracket.
아깝다. 아까워. 야
Dude,
죽기가 진짜 세다.
sniping at the end of this game. Dude,
딜량
Hunter
봐요.
in Kata seems so fun, man. This guy is just dominating, man. He's just running around, just doing whatever he wants. He's just, my goodness, did you see that? This guy, so Geku got feared, and then he wing clipped the
양꾼
he
마격이
wing clipped
사거리가
Geku, and then he lands a trap,
밑이었더라?
then he
엄청 긴 걸로 알고
readiness
있어.
traps him
45m
again
인가?
out of the trap,
50m 인가?
then he scatter shots him, then he silent
네,
shots
벽
him,
보는 거
and then they kill the
마격
mage.
꽂히고
Like
죽어버려.
what do you do to that? Like what do you do to a hunter? Just take, look right here. Geku gets feared,
저거 살았어도 사제가 만화가 없어서
and then full trap.
이게
Readiness.
쓸라나
Bla-
모르겠다.
Silence mage,
Get silent
readiness,
shot,
get everything on
silence
CD.
mage, yeah, and then look at the
아,
trap.
법사 진짜
trap
괴로워
into
보인다.
trap. Oh, you couldn't see it there, but he trapped into trap into like triple DR scatter into monkey blind right there, and then like Laners is he's just out. Like he's actually just out.
근데 죽기 쪽 만화도 다 타긴
Oh my
했네.
god, even if he didn't
I
die
think
to Death Coil,
만화
that
탔었네.
pet is enraged, and it does so much damage when it's enraged, and it lasts for like 30 seconds also, so even though that Death Coil was ultimately finished him, I don't think he was living much longer, and they actually oomed the PHDK. I actually can't believe RMP oomed the PHDK. That's literally wild right here on their side. They're actually maybe close to winning just on mana and pressure. Maybe they should swap
여기서
Hunter.
순간적으로
He's like,
쌍매즈 되고.
he's double ready. He's readiness offensive. He has no trinket. Like, is Hunter at all a target in this matchup when he's doing this and he's disengaging on top of the mage?
사제가 스턴이 없구나.
Yeah, no, I think
몽키
well, the problem with Hunter is first of all he's orc,
원숭이
but
끼끼
also
해가지고.
he's
원숭이 스턴이
really hard
개사기예요.
for the rogue to connect the hunter. Every single time I
원숭이가
play with a
쓸었으잖아,
rogue and I
쓸어.
tell them, let's get the hunter,
4천짜리
let's get the
스턴.
hunter. They're always crying. They're like,
저걸로
I'm not playing the
스턴도
game,
탈 수도
dude.
있고.
I'm just rooted. I'm just in a snake trap route. I'm just getting kited. I can't reach
그냥
him. So I do feel like the hunter is a good target, but it has to be very precise, right? He has to have maybe no trinket, be out of position. And then there's also the problem with the Roar of Sacrifice, right? Because in this matchup, they didn't have the best opener. They had to open with a Garrote cheap shot right away because Avizura got taken out after he got the sap. And the reason why that's such a big deal, and why
사제를
they're trying to
밀려면은
get Avizura out as well on Ruins of Lordaeron,
아마 죽기
is
절
because
하고 가야
the
될 듯?
PHDK wants Avizura to use Shadow
근데
Dance on his
말에서
first
내리면 안
go,
돼.
because Shadow
법사랑
Dance
사제가.
cooldown and
그러니까
Roar of
도법사
Sacrifice have
쪽
the same
법사 사제가
cooldown.
말에서
They're both 1
내리면
minute
안 되고
cooldown,
쭉
and
달려야
both rely
되는데
heavily on their
그게
crits.
될라나?
So does Frost Mage. So if you can line it up with the Shadow Dance, it's
절
gonna
주고
negate a lot of the rogue's damage. So you
양꾼
kind of want to do the
공결
first
서고
go
주고
without the
사제가
Shadow Dance, so you can kind
그러면
of
그게
desync them or
베스트인데
CC the monkey.
문제는 그거 하고 나서 나와야 되는데
Right.
사제가
Not a good start here for
부엌이
DXB,
있잖아요.
losing their map pick advantage now, even despite their
어차피
game
첫
one
턴에
win.
못
The
잡는단
offense
말이야.
from the PHDK,
그래서
mostly
다음 턴까지
sniping,
봐야 되는데
leading the charge.
법사가
while
그
defensive
다음
rotations are
턴까지
looking more clean now between the Death
빠져나오면서
Knight and the Priest. is looking difficult.
쿨을
And
벌
I
수
think they
있냐가
can go Nagrand again,
관건일
so they don't have to do any map that would likely be more difficult than that.
극장 뽑을 수
previously. So I'm
있을까요?
imagining,
극장 안 나올 듯?
based on how the other series went,
그냥
that we're
고학으로
probably going
넘길
back
듯
to the
그거?
Grand Arena. They're going to hope that they don't get popped out of stealth with the flare, so they get a cleaner
아니면
start
양꾼이 극장
than
쓰던가.
here, because they almost want to
양꾼만
if the
극장 써도
opener,
막히니까.
especially as RMP, it's such an opener-based composition. Like if you get pulled out, it can, the fact that they could even recover that game to as close as it was very impressive. So they definitely need to focus on getting the opener, make sure that they can get the CC early
아마
on, so they're not
사제고업으로만
getting steamrolled.
넘겨.
But Laner's defense looked really good also. I really liked his positioning. Just every single global usage is blink positioning as well. Like
저도 잘은
knowing
모르겠어요.
exactly when he's going to be able
대륙간
to blink
삼삼을 많이
around the
해본 적이
corner.
없어서
Because when you're snared and you can't move, like
그냥 제 생각을
it's
얘기한 거.
really tough to position it, make sure that the blink lands in a spot where you're actually going to be able
호구
to get on the line of
연막에
sight without getting clipped and taken
양꾼이
down.
밖에
So
있으면은
very
힘들겠다.
impressive play from them so far. What's
5억까지 뽑을
interesting
수
also
있을
is the
것 같아,
next
5억까지.
series in
근데
the
그
upper
다음이
bracket. I think
문제예요,
it's
그
going to be a
다음.
very similar matchup, if not an
첫 턴에는
identical
절대 못
matchup.
잡거든.
So this is giving a lot of intel to other teams as well, as far as possible strategies or how aggressive does each player need to play. What can they get away with?
호구 무조건 나온다 치고
In the 100 deterrence offensively to
극장이
avoid
나오냐 안
CC,
나오냐인데
and then just use readiness to prep everything offensively.
안 나오지 않을까?
This is a ton of information for all of the teams in the upper bracket.
I do think the next PSG
그러니까
is with a paladin, but yeah,
그거잖아요.
it's still
연막
still
깔고
good
도업사
knowledge,
안에
they
들어가서
can,
사제에
kinda
딜하는
gather from
거잖아요.
these games,
그래도
kind of see
이미지
how they
주고
go.
사제 극가 치고.
But DXB has an
3매즈잖아,
option
한 번에.
available, and I'm considering if they may be bringing it out, because I'm not 100% certain on this, but I do feel like, at least like recalling from memory, that Warlock
모르겠네.
comps just always was so good into Hunters. And they do have RLS.
아, 저
Of
죽기랑
course, it's gonna be a little bit
양꾼이
alt
매지가 안 돼
territory.
있으면은
I'm not
그
sure how much
방어가 너무
practice
좋아가지고.
laners has on the Warlock, but I do know that Geku has played a ton of Shaman.
연막
So I think that is an option if they feel like this is the tough part, right? This is where you gotta decide: do
봐야지
we
알
just
것
stick with our
같은데.
mains and do we
말씀하신
just
걸
didn't play it
하는 걸
well,
봐야
we can
돼.
play better,
어떻게 될지.
or do you try to go for a
저도
counter
잘은
comp?
모르겠다.
I don't even know if it is a counter comp, to be honest. Either way, they're gonna stick with the RMP until potentially the end here. No tears, just dreams. Looking like they could potentially be advancing to Championship Sunday right here, right now, if they win this next game. DXB still have a bit of a road ahead of them here, but at least they have a
어쨌든
good map
말하신
now to
거는
work with. So
그거 하고
at least that's
어차피
gonna work in
초탄을
their
못
favor.
잡으니까 빠져나오는 게
I think
문제예요.
Gecko also in that game got
빠져나와서
like a
다음
death on the
쿨을
trap.
버는
At
게
one point I was trying to figure out
문제인데
what broke it. I think he might have
점감
eventually
돌리면서
just death
다음
the
쿨을
crazy
버는 게
trap. So
문제인데
even with all these insane plays
수
stacking up,
있냐가
still not enough. They're going to need
관건이지.
more if they want to stay in
딜러
this
두
upper
마리를
bracket,
냅두고
get to Championship Sunday on
사제를
that
다시
top
갈 수
6
있냐
or top
혹은
4, I think, at that
딜러 한
point
마리를 잡을 수 있냐가
for their
문제인데
team. So really important game here. They can't afford to get pulled out of stealth. Obviously, Sniping's going to be trying to predict that flare, and usually you can time it around the sap.
물론
Usually when
사제
the target
극장에
gets sapped, the
나오면
rogue
거기서
obviously needs to be
풀실을
near
덜
that target.
때리고
So
하나
if you
잡으면
time your
되지.
AoE near it right
그냥
when the
절대 안
sap
쓰겠죠.
happens, you can almost immediately pop the rogue.
실명 빠지기 전에
I think on like a
극장
resap, it was like the
안 쓸
sap
것
was about
같긴
to
해.
end, and he reflared right when he anticipated Avizur to open, and manages to clip him with it. So it's going to be a bit of a mind game for both sides. It's very important. It could decide the entire game right here, the entire series, if DXB don't get a good opener.
All right, let's see if they can do it. DXB here need to kind of find their composure again that we saw in game number 1, as they are currently on match point here in this upper bracket game. No tears, just
무광으로
dreams
풀려요,
right
그거?
now. Their dreams could become reality if they can get one
무광으로
more
풀린다고.
win. It's all about the opener. Can
레전드
they get
사건.
Abzur out of stealth? Can they force him to
엑스티
trade
왜
out
이렇게
an
좋아요?
early Shadow Dance? Can they sync the Roar with the Shadow Dance? Can they deny the CC chains? And can they survive the ghosts? Here we go. Love Numb sharding.
전안
Looking for
됐다.
the Death and Decay. Immediately Garrett coming out here for Avizura into the gouge. And he has find weakness, so he's not going to need the Shadow Dance here. They're
양궁
actually
간다,
going to go
이거.
after the Hunter. Redirect kidney shot onto Sniping. Laners gets
세상에
grabbed back. They
소고거든.
land the full Ring of Frost
소고가는
onto
거야.
the Priest. Into
아,
the
근데
counter
양궁
spell there
공조로
as well.
그냥
They do
넘겼어.
force out the deterrence. Not sure if he used
야,
that
풀
Roar
다
sacrifice
빠져버렸어.
there in that chain as well, but nice blind onto Jamusa. Getting the trinket, getting the deterrence. They didn't get the Hunter trinket, but they could get it now with the second smoke bomb. But Laners
얼방
is in
바로
trouble,
나오고.
and he's going to
너무 당하고.
immediately activate that ice bucket. Gets massive spell around the corner. Geku going Going for the heels,
아이고,
but
법사
gets
죽는다,
scattered
이거.
on his aura mastery. It's
다
going to
죽는다.
be big trouble for laners. How is he going to stay alive here? Paints pressure coming out the get-go.
양을
He's
땡기긴
got no aura
했는데
mastery.
아니
Readiness
뻑 중에
available.
죽게
He can
생겼어.
easily just shut it down right now. There's the DR scatter shot coming
야,
out. And
절대
that
못
is
산다,
going
이거.
to be it. No tears, just dreams are going to advance
그냥 대가리 깨져버린.
to Championship Sunday. Meanwhile, DXB, we're going to be watching them a little bit later at the end of the day in the lower bracket where they could be eliminated.
They tried to mix it up. I'm wondering if they tried to swap off
기본
Rogue
스킬로
Sacrifice,
바뀌었네.
or if that was just they wanted to swap in general to the Hunter and punish the kind of aggressive plays, maybe limit the spells he's getting from his
이건
readiness
양권
as well.
기수도 안
Having to
나는데?
use it defensively as opposed to offensively, but it's just so much damage. They get scattered. They're on top of him trying to eat the trap. He trinkets it. It doesn't even matter. He dies to paints up. Dies to
반산탄에
the
죽어서
trinket.
반산탄.
Not able to survive the opening pressure, even going on to the Hunter this time around, as opposed to the Death Knight. And it seems like this matchup is going to be really hard for Rogue Mage Priest. It's been the comp beating every Rogue Mage Priest
원래 혈죽 스킬
almost at
아니었나요,
every
그거?
turn, and now we got another one in the upper side. Can somebody figure out the strat that's going to be necessary?
연막 안에
to
들어가서
overcome
딜을 해버리네,
this
저거.
composition, or is it just going to be a PHDK mirror in the European region?
연막
Might just
깔고
be a
예상하고
PhD mirror. I
양권이
don't know.
그냥
There's a
들어가
lot of
있는데
comps,
그냥
still in
풀실
the
받으면서
tournament, but, no
예투 맞으면서
tears
그냥
and dreams
법사
definitely
딜하고
looking scary.
죽여버렸어.
Look at sniping here, trinketing out, getting aggressive.
양권 구억 주긴 했네.
DR
구억
scatter
바꿔
shot
들어가거든,
right
이거.
there, and defensive smoke bomb from F0 is not going to be enough. And I really feel like anytime, so this is my personal kind of just experience versus DKs. Anytime Gargoyle gets popped,
진짜
you just have to
이건 너무
just
극상성이다.
just get around the pillar. Get the pillar as
그죠.
soon as possible. There's no way you can outtrade
이거는
DK
법사가
with Gargoyle. That's
소리
what
지르겠는데?
DK damage.
나 이거 못해
193
하면서 비명
big
지르면서
ones
죽겠네.
right there. And I bet half of that at least is probably from the Gargoyle.
Yep, you're gonna get blown away
법사 쪽
easily
사제는
here.
나
Not to
힐하고
mention
있는데
also
피가
just
안
the
차
Hunter
이거.
on top of that, but your silencing shot. Yeah, I think you had to trinket a silencing shot. Like
피가 안 차.
it's so much pressure, so much CC, preventing you from navigating around. So it's a lot to deal with in a small amount of time, while you're also thinking about who are you attacking, who are you trying to kill, because just surviving is likely not going to be enough.
기사 힐은 살릴 수가 있나요, 저게?
Yeah. Very scary when you got all that mounting on top of you all at once. So,
뭐 구축도
unfortunately,
있으니까.
DXB knocked out of the upper bracket. But like you guys already mentioned, they're down there in the lower final or the lower quarters. So they've got a chance to battle it back out. But it's getting scary. It gets scary every single week we do one of these because these teams are just that good. So they're going to be facing off against you, Mech Cleave, later on today. No Tears, Just Dreams moving on to Championship Sunday. That means we're here in the upper bracket for another game, Pump or Be Pumped versus the Workshop. Super Tease, I think you mentioned a little bit, but what do you make of this series? Who do you feel like is the most favored in this one to face off against No Tears, Just Dreams? Do you want to see a mirror?
I mean, I don't. What does a PhDK mirror even look like, to be honest?
I don't know.
Is that just zugging the Hunter down?
Sounds
probably?
fun.
I'm gonna imagine it's just zugging the Hunter down. And both teams have wildly different healers, so this could be a deciding factor. The Priest puts even more pressure on the Mage. So if Clyde doesn't have that, now Clyde does multi-class on retail a lot. I don't know how much time he's got to multi-class on Kata, but it seems like Priest is really good in this matchup. So if he has
기사가였으면은
for this, along with
저렇게 일방적인 게임은 나오지 않았을 것
likely
같긴
going to
하다.
be the route they want to go. It's going to be
사제가 갖는
Mir,
이점도
Albraic, and
있잖아요.
Chaz. It's so legendary.
상대
to have
적해제 할 수
Mir
있고
here on
데모
the
칠 수
rogues.
있고.
Also, I want to see that matchup.
데모가 별로 의미
I'm
없는
really
조합이고.
hoping that they can manage to make it through the tournament to come at a crossroads for an RMP mirror.
Yeah. I feel like that's what's so fun about doing these sort of these
기사면은
one-off
살릴 수
tournaments.
있었다.
It gets really hard to predict just
살릴
because,
수 있었을 거.
not only because it's a meta that you haven't really seen on the broadcast in
지금
such a
아예
long
힐이 안
time, but we're
차가지고
seeing
피가
some
안
new
차.
compositions, some new rosters come through. So it's really fun to see everything sort of form in place here as we move along in the
저게
day.
간격이
So Pump or Be
고정수치인가요?
Pump, the
그러니까
workshop, that's the
전투력
series
비례인 건
coming up next.
알겠는데
Before we head to a break, we're going to do yet another
수가 있을 거
spell
아니야.
guessing segment.
나중에 후반
Zico,
페이지
wipe
때는
the
좀
cheeky grit
약해지지
off of
않을까?
your face. I'm not trusting you ever again. All right, well, guess along with us if you're watching from home on which Cataclysm spell you think that this is.
2-minute cooldown requires Paladin. Is this Blessing of Sacrifice?
Blessing of Sacrifice.
이건 희축인데?
Yeah.
It has.
2분 끓이면
What? No,
희축인데.
damage which reduces the paladin below 20%.
아, 탄력 적용을 안
will
받는다고요?
break the effect.
It'll end it.
Yeah. I didn't know that
sure.
actually about Sac. Yeah, I think I'm going hard commit, Blessing of Sacrifice. That was my first thought. And it's like, when I did math in school and I would look at a problem, I would instantly
저도
get like
대격변 사제
a
키웠는데
number in my head. And if I ever second
죽기한테
guessed it, I'd always be
쳐맞으니까
wrong.
피가 안
If I just
차더라고.
went with the first thing, I was always right. So
후반
I'm
페이지 때
planning
그
fourth
치증이
grade
오르면은
math strats right now to this.
그게 좀 감세가
It's
되냐
less of a
이거지
sacrifice.
제 말은.
So what you're saying is that you didn't show your work.
뭐였어?
Oh my god.
똥이었어?
I was gonna say there's an AoE one too. I was gonna say like is the AoE one still in
아
Cata from
지속
Wrath?
10초인 거를 알았어야 되는데.
It's a pro
희축은
PvE ability.
12초인가
Nobody
그렇잖아.
has this in PvP. thankfully.
I was gonna say I've never seen someone use it, so I thought they pruned it from Holy Pally. So they gave it.
did.
They gave it to Prot, but okay, we got Prot Paladin talent tree talent options on this as well.
Why can I never win at this game? This game is way too hard.
I'm throwing
man.
this out here. I'm the only one with a point. Okay, it might have just been out of like process of elimination
나사
because I picked one.
뭔가
And
Doesn't
then,
matter.
but I technically still have 1 point.
지금
A win is a win. Soupsies, we
win
take
is a
those.
win.
밀려도
Is that it for
거의 다
this round? I think
전먹팀이
that might be it
한
for
8,
this round.
90%는
Yeah, I
전먹팀이야.
think we're only
chances.
doing. I think
I
we're
still
only
have a
doing
의미가
one.
point.
없어요.
I know. There'll be more chances to redeem
그래서
yourself. We got
다안
all
돌리는 것
weekend
같아, 사람.
long, and so do these players. It's going to be a long
그럼
weekend
한다는
ahead of them
사람들이
if
이제
these
게임을
games
안 하기
continue to
시작했어.
be as intense as they had been. So we're going to head
다
to a break
전먹팀
pump or
만나고
B pump versus
애기들
the
만나고.
workshop in an upper bracket series up next.
제가 어린이라는 소리는 아닙니다. 저는 투기장 어린이기 때문에. 이제 죽기는 장분 특성이 없나 보다. 장분 10초를 맞네 죽기가. 이거 한 판 딴 것도 용하다. 이건 죽기팀이 실수해서 진 거라. 왜 똑같은 장면만 보여주냐? 대충 할래? 리자드 그러니까 아예 간격도 안 치고 있어요. 지금 장군이야 저거. 간격 못 때리고 있어 장군이. 약간 죽기들도 그게 있나 보다. 전사들도 그 자기 강함에 취해가지고 가끔 저지랄 할 때 있는 그러다 죽거든요. 죽기도 그러고 죽었어. 간격도 못 치고 있잖아 장군이라. 그러게요. 역격을 한번 쳤나봐요. 그러니까 장분 들어가기 전에 역격을 한번 친 듯? 봐봐, 장분 들어가기 전에 텀이 살짝 있었어. 목줄 텀이 있었어. 역격 쳤네 저기서. 모독 깔렸네. 이 기본 콤보 그거잖아. 역격, 얼결, 죽고. 그렇네요. 돌발 역병도 있네. 뭐 쿨기 아닌가요? 1분짜리 쿨기. 어차피 역격은 때려야 되는 거라 고독 가려면은 얼결을 잘 안 써요? 그럼 냉기론을 요즘 뭘로 써요? 리븐 때는 얼결만 썼거든요. 그러니까 그 장갑에 얼결 치면 룬마나 더 차는 특성이 있었어가지고 그걸로 룬마나 채웠음 얼결. 지금은 좀 바뀌었나 보네. 아 그래요? 고격이 그거구나. 역병 지속시간 늘어나는 거. 제가 바뀐 죽기는 안 해봐가지고 정확히 말해주셨네. 감사합니다. 그런 게 있었구만.
Welcome back. We are about halfway through the day. We are in one more upper bracket series before we head down to the lower
그럼 이제
to
고르멜 격
eliminate
쓰면은
some more
다
teams. It
중론으로
is
바뀌나
pump
보네.
or be pumped then versus the workshop for this game.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be
약간
interesting.
좀
Very
더
similar to what
단순해졌네요,
we just
죽기가.
saw, except pump or be pumped. I believe they play holy
이분
paladin over
때는
the
그
discipline.
룬마나
so,
채운다 치고
it'll be really
눈을 따로
interesting to see how
썼거든요.
that dynamic
부정
kind
하나,
of changes.
냉기
I can't
하나,
help but feel
부정 하나,
like
냉기 하나.
maybe the disc priest is better in this particular
룬마나
matchup
채워서
against RMP just
죽고
because
세 번 때리는 게 필살기였으면
you have
죽기는.
the additional damage, offensive dispel is really
필살기
effective
죽고
against
세 번
mage.
때리기.
So I'm curious to see what pump or be pump does.
격치기.
They do of
죽고
course
두 번 때리기.
have Cervantes, who is kind of a household name in Europe on that Death Knight. Kind of excited to see him once again play here today.
리븐 죽기는
Yeah,
약간
we kind of already saw also pump or be pump the composition that they're playing.
일편 죽기보다 훨씬
Zico, what
미개.
is your take on this comp? Is this something that can take them throughout all the way to championship?
죽고를 잘 안 쓰나 보네. 룬마나를 어디다 쓰는 거지 그럼?
absolutely. I mean, I would still have to see how
막
they would
간격이
do
룬마나
potentially
스킬인가요?
against Kitty Cleave, but if they can take down the RMPs, which we've seen that this comp can, and if they can take down the Kitty Cleaves, I don't think there's too much standing in their way, just mirrors. So I feel like this is definitely a contender, but the RMPs can also not be counted out. These guys have a lot of skill, a lot of experience, a lot of practice on their rosters, and they're definitely not going to give up without a big fight.
미르 나왔다 미르.
Workshop. And, you know, let's see what they have cooking up there in the workshop, because they're definitely up against it right now.
Yeah.
I like their
죽기가 많이 바뀌었네요.
A little Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Is this a Star Wars reference I'm not understanding? The workshop?
남는 룬마나는 그냥
Not sure. I only know
다른
one
스킬 쓰는데
word.
쓰겠네.
I only know
뭐
WoW.
자이라거나.
That's all you
Barely
need to
know
know.
that.
골을 잘 안 던지나 보네 이제.
No WoW. No Star Wars, just WoW.
Yeah.
Sadly, I don't know WoW or Star Wars. I'm like 0 for 10 on the spell guesser.
Yeah.
And if it is a Star Wars reference, I didn't get it either. So hopefully
okay.
이것도 도업상가
it
본데요.
isn't. I get
워크숍
pump or be
저
pumped,
팀도.
though. That means
미르면은
we need to win fast or we're gonna lose fast. So let's
도업사겠지.
see if that happens here. We're gonna see the RMP
야
locked
중량기야?
in, and we are gonna see
좋겠다.
Clyde
이거 중량사보다
on the
힘들잖아
Holy
중량기면.
All right, here we go. Gates are open. This could be a
달린다,
very
달린다.
fast game. Clyde, Cervantes, and Ludix are just going to be moving forward.
안
See how
됐고.
Albrecht, Mir, and Chaz handle this opener. It looks like they are going to be going after the Death Knight. Full kidney shot lands, but a pre-anti-magic zone. Deep freeze on Clyde. Is there any follow-up? Do they get the
막았고.
polymorph? Nope. It is going to be a Ring of Frost. So triple crowd
양꾼
control
양을
from start
줬구나.
to finish. This is a beautiful start
삼매즈다,
here
삼매즈.
for the workshop. They're putting on a clinic of full
끼는 안
blind lands,
줬죠.
but Cervantes is going to be okay. Clyde doesn't have to trade any cooldowns in this
정배했어.
opener, which is honestly
양꾼
unbelievable.
급장.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy.
잠깐만.
Cervantes is able to top himself up there with the
죽냐?
Witchborn, but still, full counterspell snuck in there onto Clyde into a full kidney
아니야, 아직
shot.
구울도
So
남아있어.
much crowd control. Finally, Clyde
하는 거 봐.
having to trade something here. The Divine Shield, actually, but Albrecht is taking a lot of
법사
pressure
밀린다,
here as well.
이제.
Ludex going for some pressure. Deep freeze onto Ludex. The Albrecht looking for the sheep here. Finds it onto Ludex. Not able to swap it, though, onto Clyde. Clyde's going to get that dispel onto the Hunter. There's the silencing shot onto Chaz. Can they
씨발,
find
법사
any more
피가 안
crowd
차.
control onto Chaz? Ludex gets impact.
양꾼
Proc finishes
포지션
scatter
봐,
shot.
씨.
Can they get the freezing trap? Albrecht's trying to eat it. He manages to. No, he ice blocks. A little bit of a bait there coming out from Albrecht, but he is, in fact, in that ice block. So Miro is going to be taking some
얼방
damage
안
there as
푸네,
well.
그냥.
Looks like he activated his combat readiness. So Miro is going to be a big tank. Deep freeze into full fear here. Chaz trinkets to get it. Actually, doesn't trinket to get it. He gets
어춤이
blinded
왔는데.
into Mirlol
오,
eat on the trap. Chaz gets the dispel. They get the full fear onto Clyde. Albrecht
오.
recovers with the pain suppression. If they can get more crowd control, maybe a polymorph out of that fear.
기사가
They get a
극장이
counterspell,
있어가지고.
then they get the polymorph as well. Clyde's going to
춤
have
언제
to trinket
쓰냐?
that. And now
이건
the
써야겠지,
workshop needs to
살리려고?
run.
Oh, Albrecht's in a lot of trouble. He gets the freedom. He spell steals it off, but into a quick ice block. Chaz casting out flash heals. Do they have an interrupt for him? Doesn't look like it for the time being. But Clyde's got no divine shield and no trinket. The next crowd control chain is going to sit full. There's the deep freeze. What do they have? They're going after him. Clyde's in trouble. Smoke bomb drops down. Kidney shot out of the deep freeze. He does manage the blessing of protection into silence, but this all in on Clyde is beautiful. The workshop with an excellent swap. Realizing he really didn't have any cooldowns, they start with the deep freeze.
이거 질 수도 있음 여기서
Is
이제.
it a cross kill situation? Albrecht could be in trouble. Down to 30%.
여기 죽었다.
Trap here on Chaz.
야, 이거 씨발.
He drops.
No way.
2 versus 2.
Oh, our very first 2 versus 2. Mirror has no wall, but
도법이라서 도사라서 이길 것 같은데.
I don't know how they're gonna win this on the side of pump or be pumped. I feel like if Mirror can just get on top of target and get damage rolling, it's gonna be really rough for them. But Ludex could be pushing in. He's dropping the flare around the corner. They grip Mirror.
도저히 빗을 못 쳤어요.
Scatter shot. Look at Chaz positioning. He's standing in the Death and Decay to deny the trap right there. Just standing in the AoE, blind on Cervantes into a full gouge. Here comes the trap. No way, he doesn't get it. Beautiful attempt there by Ludex, but they don't get the freezing trap. Cervantes, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. Maybe. He actually managed to heal himself quite a bit here with the Lichborn. We've seen Cervantes in these situations before, coming out victorious. Can he do it again? Double Fear connects here onto Ludex and Cervantes. Ludex trinketing out of that one into a full cheap shot. Ludex is going to be the target here for Miro. Chaz with a big mind blast, spamming out the heals now as well, making sure that Miro is 100% health. Miro with a vanish, with an evasion. I just don't see him losing this, but anything is possible. Chaz 15 seconds left away on his trinket. If they can catch him, maybe there's a chance.
Oh, maybe, just maybe. Chaz gets gripped in. Ludex, though, if he gets danced on, like Smear can connect with the stun. There it is. Chaz gets the cheap shot. I think that should be the game. Kidney shot to follow it up. Ludex goes down, but that just shows you how close this game was, right? Like,
아쉽게 됐네요.
기사로
도는 거 굉장히 좋았는데. 근데 기사가 왜 무적을 안 써? 보축을 썼죠?
They would have lost this game. So really, really close. Well played by both sides, but ultimately it is the workshop that pulls out ahead.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff here from the workshop. But the workshop definitely running on fumes there at the end. So this was towards the opener. Got a deep freeze into a ring. They got a sheep on the hunter. And they got a full blind there onto Clyde as well.
이거 기사로 도는 게 굉장히 섹시했어.
I don't know actually.
여기서 왜 보축 썼냐? 보축 써가지고 깡마 먹고 죽었잖아.
Onto Clyde. If he had it, it would have been enough.
무적을 이미 썼구나.
On that push, but because they dropped the smoke bomb on the deep, even if he had it.
아니 그러니까 저도 못 봤어.
Really nice smoke bomb there from Mir. Really nice swap there as well. And that's one of the things about RMP into Paladin specifically, and about Frostmage in general into Paladin. If you deep freeze a Holy Paladin and you get your damage off, you can actually just solo them. Especially if you have like a trinket proccing at the same time, or if you pop your unused trinket at the same time. Frostmage can definitely just absolutely destroy Paladins. So really nice that they got the trinket in the bubble and then they found that window.
중량 상대로는 아예 힘을 못 쓰네. 그러니까 힘 못 쓰는 정도가 아니라 그냥 도망다니기 바쁘네.
Like, how much resilience is he running? Because he is running a considerable amount. So considerable amount of PvE gear. He might have low resilience, so they do decide to go after him. Could be really scary. So I do wonder if Pump or Be Bumped will change that up, what exactly they're going to do. But the workshop, that does look like we are going to Ruins of Lordaeron for this game number 2. Small map, and I think this is kind of the PHDK's favorite, the Ruins of Lordaeron. Run in, go after the mage. It's not many pillars to hide. You can all in on Chaz. I saw that in the open bracket against Hydra. Like, if he just makes any kind of mistake, gets interrupted for a second, it'll just immediately evaporate. So it is possible. However, I will say, I was really impressed by the opener from the workshop. They basically had triple crowd control for the first 20 seconds of the game. Cervantes traded out basically all of his defensive cooldowns, allowing Clyde to sit everything. But yeah, it was really clean. I wonder if the workshop's going to be able to pull that off again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They have to go with either a cheap shot on the Paladin or a deep freeze on the Paladin. The problem is if they cheap shot ring the Paladin, so deep freeze and ring share DR with each other. So if you deep ring, it's a full deep and a half ring. But if you cheap shot ring, it's a full ring. But if you cheap shot ring, Mir has to dance, and they're going to trade out Roar. So they can't do that. And they can't. The other thing that you do to kind of get around that is to Nova CS.
어디서
because Nova and CS they don't share any diminishing returns with the ring, and you can do it like that as well. But there's another problem. hunter can
사제로
freedom
바꾸나?
it with their pet, so
Dang.
he can't do that either. So they're kind of forced to go with
운영사가
this kind of
좀 더
like
유리할
micro CC, like almost like a retail Andy opener with the deep ring, and try to maybe get a fear out of that, and just try to get
고민하고 있는
out
것
there
같은데.
and isolate the DK again. It's tough, but that is why they do that opener, which is, I guess, seemingly worse or like less CC on the paladin.
Less
The other
efficient a little bit, but
뭐 안 내면은
yeah,
at least it's guaranteed.
Less efficient, but it's guaranteed. The other option could be to open on the paladin, but
설마
it's so
기권이니?
scary against this comp to go healer because, yeah, if you go all in and they go all in, we've seen what happens.
Yeah.
중량기.
Taking all their time here for ruins. It looks like they will pick the DK Holy Paladin Hunter once
또
again.
다시 우리는
And
틀리지
we mentioned
않았다.
it. These teams, they're only 3-player
우리는
rosters, so it's
있다.
likely we're going to be seeing
분명하겠다.
similar compositions. There may be 1 or 2 teams in each region that mix it up occasionally, but really for the most part, these teams are kind of just going
근데
after it,
중량사가
playing their
좀 더
main
나은 것
comp,
같긴 해.
putting their best
조합사
foot
상대로.
forward and kind of just trying to outplay to win
그죠.
with a maximum level of experience. But the small map's going to be difficult. Pumper be pumped. They have multiple targets they can go after. I think going after the mage is likely the safe strat, but you can risk it and all in the priest. And if Chaz is prepared, he can fall down really, really quick. So it's a perfect map to mix it up. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah, let's see if they do it. I don't know. I mean,
또
it's really
로딩이나
risky,
이거
but it would be
법사
fun to
터져서
see them
죽을 것
just go
같은데.
all out on the paladin, open
법사
up a
도망갈 데가
smoke bomb,
없어가지고.
and deep freeze him, and just massive spell the bubble, and just try to send him in the first like 10 seconds. Because they definitely have the damage to do so, but yeah, it's risky. Because if it doesn't work out, most likely your mage is dead. You know. Well, let's see the mages as well. Let's see. So every mage is opting for the Thoralian's Mirror trinket. So far, every mage we've seen.
Hey, you've been selling me on that. You've been telling me I need to get it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really good. I managed to get it on live servers. I've been having a lot of fun with it.
아 근데 미르가
It's definitely one of those
미르가
trinkets.
대역병까지 하고 있네.
2,200 mastery proc, which for Frost Mage is like, it's so good to get mastery. And it has also the 363 intellect there. So Albrecht is rocking that, and he's having the unused PvP trinket. Now, of course, in other matchups as a Frost Mage, you can actually afford to use a little bit more PvE gear. But so far in the tournament server, it's been about those PvE legs that the mages have been rocking, and then just the mirror. And whenever the mirror procs, you want to pop your unused trinket as well for the giga damage. And if you can get that when there's no Roar of Sacrifice, you can get that on somebody in a deep freeze, your Ice Lances are going to be
확실히 인간이 좋나 봐요. 쌍장 신고.
devastating. So yeah, that's what they're opting for. I think Mir, I wonder actually if Mir is doing the same thing as we saw from Avizura, just like rocking a lot of PvE gear or not. It looks like Mir is playing with Unheeded Warning. That is very surprising. That is
왜 저를 안
not something that you see
칠까?
very often.
이게 보호막 받으면은
Rocking-
죽고
yeah, he's
깔려도
rocking basically the
일신 안
same
풀리잖아요.
items as
치로
Avizura.
달려나가는 게 더 나을 것 같은데.
Maybe even one PvE item more, actually. So I think Mirror is actually a little bit squishier than Avizura was. But they're going to need it. They need these rogues to do a lot of the damage in this matchup, because anytime the mage is in line of sight of the hunter, he's going to be taking a losing trade, basically.
Really intense map here. Game number 2 between Pump or Be Pumped and the
그러니까
Workshop.
축구에
This
안
is
맞으면
not
전투는 안
elimination series,
걸리잖아요.
but the loser will go down to the lower bracket,
그래서
which is
제 말은
not
전투 걸리기 전에
where you
앞에서
want
하나
to find
치는 게
yourself
낫지
in
않나.
this tournament. There's a lot of really scary teams. About 3 seconds here before these two teams do clash, and I do expect Pump or Be Pumped to play a very aggressive start here on Runes.
Yeah, let's see. The Workshop, if they can try to shut it down.
펫 클래스가 절이 잘 안 돼요.
Running in on top of the chest. I wonder if they're going to go after the priest at all.
산탄?
They're going
도적
after
산탄
Albright.
더
So far,
쓰고
they get a full sheep actually on
이게
the
의미가
side,
있나?
just out of thin air. So this is a
째려
great opener
간다고?
for the RMP. They are going after Chaz actually on the side of the PHDK. Chaz is
그냥
an
나갔는데.
absolutely spicy target for the PHDK, but Ludix is also
양꾼이
taking a lot
위험하죠,
of damage.
이거는.
Defensive blind onto Cervantes. I feel like the Rogue Mage right now are getting ahead here on this
만반이
healer
있는데?
strat, and I do think they're going to have to abandon it, but they already commit a
안
lot of
죽고?
cooldowns there onto Chaz, and
아,
Albrecht is definitely going to be
원시스템
happy
맞았구나.
about that. Big damage still connecting here onto Chaz, though. Forced to trade out the pain suppression in that exchange
뒤로 돌았다.
with his trinket there as well, so they are getting a lot
어춤
of
그냥
cooldowns
깡독
here,
깔아서.
from Pump or Be Pump, but now Cervantes in trouble then.
Yeah, Clyde gets blanket silence, dismantle on Cervantes. He's in trouble. Clyde needs to connect those heals. He looks like he will. Got his Avenging Wrath up right now, those wings, but into a deep freeze. Not going to be able to connect it just yet. They can get a full hammer of justice on Chaz. He could easily go down, interrupt onto Albrecht, but Cervantes is still so incredible. No, he's just dying in a fear. No! Has no access to that anti-magic shell. A beautiful strat there by the workshop, and they are just so clean with it. I mean, their crowd control, their setups are looking really good, and I kind of just wonder, is this a Paladin issue? Like, do you think a lot of this comes down to just the fact that they have the Paladin that seems to be, like, kind of exploitable in this match?
Yeah, no, I definitely think, I mean, the Paladin, Rogue Mage in general, they like Paladins, but I feel like Albrecht got a nice early sheep right at the start of this replay as well. He got a nice counter spell. They were able to shut down a lot of the heals. Cervantes
영절에
second disarm here as well, into a full kidney. They already got the trinket, they already got the bubble from Clyde, so I just feel like this was just not the opener. It feels like they didn't commit to this opener. If they're going healer,
돌기 직전에 후려주고 영절 줬네.
Sacrifice, they want to sense the AMS, you know, they
근데 이
stay
텀이
on top of
있었는데
Chaz, don't ever let him get away, and that's just what you got to hard commit to. And it feels like they didn't actually commit that hard to that healer race, and they were kind of just doing goes on him, and that's I mean, if you're a Frost Mage in this matchup, that's definitely what you want, right? The Frost Mage just absolutely chilling, free cast. Look at Albrecht's damage.
기사가 아예 실험을 못하네.
I mean, that's what happens. You leave the Frost Mage free casting, especially at the start when the mirror trinket proc is off cooldown, the tailoring proc.
왜 갑자기 사제를 가기 시작했지?
Different damage
이게
modifiers.
도읍사 상대로 사제 가는 게
power torrent. There's so many.
절대
When
좋은
all of that is
선택이
on
아닌데.
cooldown, off cooldown, and it's going to be proccing in the opener.
전사
It's just
죽기가
gonna
아니고서
absolutely destroy the whole team if you don't go on him.
Yeah, 100%. It's a risk you take, but I do kind of feel like if they had committed more and just traded out the cooldowns like you said, they might have been able to take down Chaz, but it's a scary thing to do, just getting out of the first crowd control. Like, we'll see. What map do you think we're going to? Because I kind of feel like they're going to go back to the same thing. I think we're in ruins.
Yep.
So do you think that they're going to opt to change their strategy and go after the mage, or do you think it is going to be that all-in on the priest and just play it a bit better?
I think it's going to be a mage all-in, and I think it could work on this map. I think the priest all-in, I actually really liked it as well, because when I saw them charging in like that, I really thought that, okay, we're gonna see them just completely just throw caution to the wind here and just all-in the priest. But it just felt like they got stopped and they didn't want to commit cooldowns to it. Like when you're doing that type of strategy, you're looking at a 30-second game. You know, you just gotta commit.
전판에도 고민 많이 했잖아.
Just trinket sack. Your DK got Novad, dispel him.
중량사를 하면은 법사 멧돼지가 돼가지고.
Send everything.
법사 미는 게 맞다고 생각하거든요.
They're gonna need to do that if they want to go priest, but it seems like they were more comfortable going mage.
생존기 로테이션 돌려가면서.
Stop Albrecht. It's the safer route as well.
그게 맞지 않을까요? 법사 냅두면은 기사 풀매즈 당하고 그냥 아무것도 못해.
They've been practicing and it's paying off for them.
Gears are hot. They're ready to go. The workshop looking good so far. Really, really clean with just their crowd control, their damage, finding it at all the right times. And that's exactly what you want, right? Like, you are an RMP team. RMP is just one of those compositions a lot of the time where the best players make it look absolutely insane because they're just landing crowd control on diminishing return. They're constantly finding the setups, getting the burst damage in those exact moments, and they just make it look so clean. And this is definitely one of those teams that is going to be able to go the distance with this composition. Pump or be pumped, long road ahead of them. They got to win 3 in a row now. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. It seems like going after the mage is a bit more consistent, but I feel like with the way the workshop's playing, they're really exploiting this paladin. I feel like the worst thing for a paladin to fight, in my experience when I have a paladin on my team, the thing that I hate the most is mage and priest together, because you're having to deal with the full fears and polymorphs and deep freezes. You add a rogue on there for additional crowd control, and it just seems like they never really get to control their character, you know, whereas the shaman's going to be able to tremor out of the fear. The priest has a little bit more protection on himself with fear ward and death spells.
중량수 같은 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같은데.
Overall is a little bit less crazy. So I definitely feel for Clyde in this one.
What if Clyde should just log a shaman? Like even if he doesn't play shaman,
나누키가 얘기하는 게
doesn't look that hard.
기사를 안 써도 된다는 그런 식으로.
If you're already a main healer, and I think Clyde has played a bit of retail, like he probably has keybinds, right? Just send it. I swear. Like the problem with the pally is there's so many, right? Like You die in swap.
Sacrifice.
You're susceptible to CC. All your most powerful things get dispelled instantly. Your wings, oh nice. The mage is just doing 20% more damn now. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. That's why I popped my wings. You know, when my team is low HP.
It's so bad. It's so sad.
So many things, right? Meanwhile, the shaman, you're just a god. You're in CC. You got Riptide. It's doing the insane healing. You got Healing Stream. It's doing insane healing. You got Earth Shield. The guy is immortal. You got no mana issues. You're just spamming Dispel. Your team is just getting topped while you're doing it. It's just like, you're just playing a different game. You know, you're just playing a completely different game. Every time you get CC'd as a paladin, it's a cooldown because you don't have heals while you're crowd controlled, and that's really the big thing about Shaman. I think that the most underrated thing about Shaman. When you play with a shaman and he gets CC'd, you don't just instantly die. Your Riptide Healing Stream is just doing so much passive healing still that you just live, you know?
Don't forget about having Earth Shield too. I mean, then you're chilling really hard.
Half the time you don't even have Earth Shield and you still live. And if you're really in trouble, you know what I started doing, man? I just started spell stealing enemy shamans Riptide, so I just have the double, and then you're just chilling, you're just hard chilling. How are you gonna die with 2 Riptides on you? Okay, that's just not possible.
There's not even a shaman in this match, and we're just there's no shaman in this game.
Yeah.
But they left. We're gonna be getting back into the game really, really soon here, but yeah. it's interesting, right? Like the paladin, like you said. I kind of almost feel bad for paladins. Like there's certain matchups where paladins feel amazing, right? Like, what's an example? Like if you're fighting like a kitty cleave or something like that. Like if you're fighting a kitty cleave, any kind of cleave. When I'm playing wizards, like if I'm playing Moonkin Mage or Warlock Mage or Shadow Priest Mage, having a paladin against cleave feels insane. Like you're so durable. But anytime there's these multiple offensive dispels, like a mage and a priest. Sacrifice gone immediately, freedom gone immediately, blessing protection gone immediately. It's just it is really, really tough.
클리브 조합에서는 기사가 나쁘지 않은 선택이라고 얘기를 하는데.
I mean, it is interesting because every healer kind of has like their own thing, right?
죽기랑 양꾼이니까.
Kind of useful
다른 게 좋을 것 같다는
in
식으로
different
얘기를 하는 거 아니에요?
situations. Except for druids, I feel like druids. I don't see Resto Druid like basically at all. Maybe they come online a little bit later in the expansion, but. For sure, like even in this matchup, right? You see the other team preferring to play priest, having a lot more pressure, opting for a massive spell, opting for more offense.
사제를 쓰면은
you said paladins into cleaves, super strong, and also this is not something that we've seen yet, but this is something that's very real right now on the ladder. There is a invasion of triple DPS happening. And Paladin, I feel like, is very good into that, whereas a Shaman just instantly flops. So, they definitely have their strengths and weaknesses, but I do feel like in this particular matchup, I do think that Shaman is just superior. Well-played Shaman is super hard to deal with. Just an extra CC denial as well. Like if you ground 1 deep freeze, it's just so tough as the RMP. But we'll see here. Pump or be pumped versus the Workshop. Match point for the Workshop here. If they can win this one, they will be advancing to Championship Sunday, guaranteeing themselves a top 3 position, I do believe. So for the Workshop, this is a big match for them to win here.
No, I do kind of wonder, like we're talking about the, how susceptible Paladin is to being trained and all these things. Like I kind of wonder if Pump or Be Pumped with a Paladin needs to play more defensive. Maybe they actually just force Albrecht to just run through the gauntlet and Chaz, and like you just have Clyde sitting in the back line and Cervantes and Ludix just kind of play defense, sacking the goes. And I wonder if they could play a little bit more of a conservative approach and just try to play like defender of Clyde and just allow him to bomb out those really efficient heals instead of just chasing into the RMP and exposing yourself. Like you play way more passive in the match. Might be a line to victory. I would be really curious about that because I somewhat remember Jungyup's team doing that like back in the day, a long time ago, like playing really, really passive as this particular variant of the DK Hunter. But on this map, I don't think that's going to be a great option. Workshop, let's see what they can do here on potentially the last game of the series.
Let's see what they can do. The Workshop versus Pump or Be Pumped. Can Pump or Be Pumped put a point on the board? Who's going to be the target of choice? Right now, Albrecht in a silent shot. There's a Hammer of Justice onto Chaz, so it looks like they're going to go after the mage here. Cervantes is already taking a lot of damage. Another 10-second disarm there onto Cervantes. Monkey blind onto Chaz into a full freezing trap. There's going to be big pressure here onto Albrecht. Cervantes is connecting as well with the damage from that anti-magic shell, but still not able to force anything here. Albrecht just doing a great job kind of sustaining himself in that situation. Cervantes now in a smoke bomb taking a lot of damage. Huge heals coming out from Clyde, but that was his wings there who actually instantly got the spell, but he did manage to at least get Cervantes back to full.
뒤로 빼야 되는 타이밍인데.
Yeah, Cervantes actually dark similar from to blink and was able to blink behind the pillar in line of sight. So great utility there. Clyde, though, unfortunately, in the midst of the battle, does get caught into the fear. Cervantes could easily go down. Clyde's forced to use the Divine Shield, but he's still just dying through Divine Shield. Clyde just cannot keep him stable. Anti-magic shell overlaps. Looks like they are going after Mir. There's good pressure here for Pumper Be Pumped. Scatter onto Chaz. He's got his trinket. He's got the pain suppression. Is he going to make the trade? Mir's low. Albrecht's low as well, but finally a full deep freeze polymorph lands, and once again Cervantes on the back foot. He's dismantled. He's on the run. Trinkets, immediate blessing of protection. Nicely done there by Clyde, but now he's in a full blind. However, I think Cervantes might be able to survive, and now it's all of a sudden Mir, the one that's in danger.
Yeah, but Clyde is got one more second. Mir could fall, and Mir will fall, but Cervantes could be a cross kill. He's on 1% HP. Do they have any more follow-up? No, Clyde manages to get a big heal at the last second. And pump or be pumped. It was definitely a brutal game. It was definitely not easy, but they did manage to put the point on the board here and eliminate Mir. So nice stuff for them. But I mean, how easy is that going to be to replicate? They're not going to have the same map advantage, and I mean Cervantes had to play basically out of his mind to survive here as well. So it's definitely a hard road ahead. But one thing I will say about Kata is that both of these teams are just going to be playing this. So at least you don't have to think about, okay, well, if I lock this in, they're going to play 8 different other things that counter me, and I need to consider that as well.
Woo! I mean, that was a really close game. I think Cervantes did a really good job on his side. Like I said, the reason he's in this position right now is because he did use that blink. And luckily for Clyde, he was able to connect. But once you're all grouped up like this is just not what you really want. Chaz is able to land those fears, and that's when Clyde's going to be put into the follow-up deep freeze and polymorph. So this is a really crucial moment of the match. Clyde trades out his trinket, immediately uses blessing and protection on the stun, bringing Cervantes from that and allowing him to get a little bit of line of sight, continue this damage onto Mir. As you can see, he's trying to do right now. Albrecht's doing everything he can to peel, but Mir gets gripped into the open. He had a silencing shot on Chaz. Then Mir inevitably goes down. Cervantes just uses this pillar to line of sight, using this little pillar with the chains of ice. The scatter comes in. Really clutch moment here by Ludex. One tick of bandage, and Clyde is able to connect the Holy Shock to secure the win. But like you said, how easy is this going to be to replicate?
Yeah, Clyde definitely had to sweat for that one, but they were able to get it. And that's the thing, right? If they didn't get the kill on Mir there, Mir just needed to get like one backstab off, and that game was going to be a 2v2. So definitely doesn't get much closer than that. Beautiful games here from Pump Will Be Pumped and the Workshop. Still going to be match point here. The Workshop is going to be able to select their map choice as well. So where do you think we're going? Do you think we're going back to Nagrand?
And what are the options? Dalaran Sewers, Grant. I don't know. It's like, it feels like I could see the merits of a small map and a big map for both sides, right? Like I don't really like on the small map how Clyde is just always there to get triple feared. But I guess they need these like really short distances to actually connect on the mage. My guess is that
산맥을 고르지 않을까.
back to like a nice comfort
하늘
pick.
산맥이 제일 동선 길고.
Does seem like that will be what they're going for. So Workshop setting up for a repeat of that first game, but yeah, we'll see what they can do. Pumper Be Pumped. That was a close call, but I like the way Clyde traded his cooldowns very confidently in this one. And I think Cervantes had a really great game as well. Same with Ludex. I mean, everyone in the series is playing crazy.
Absolutely agree with that. Very, very close games so far. Workshop though, they can taste it. They can taste the top 3 right now. If they just win this one here, they're already going to be looking super, super good. Pump or Be Pumped. They are just keeping everything the same. I wonder what I feel like, can anyone even change their gearing? I feel like Cervantes has been the main target every game. Do you think Ludex can go a couple of PB items, maybe sneak something in? You would?
I think so, yeah.
What is this man wearing? He's wearing PvE legs. He's wearing...
That's it, I think.
That's it. What? That's it?
Yeah, I think you play a little riskier. A little. Nothing too crazy. Maybe they'll gear check him though, you know? You don't want to want to switch it up and then be the target of choice. Seen that happen before.
That definitely does happen, but I do feel like you can afford to drop a little bit of Resil here. Is he socketing Resil on the yellows?
Sylvanas is just PvP gear in every slot.
Yeah, well, he has to. He definitely has to. But Ludix, I feel like could go a little bit more PvE gear. Might be what helps them out.
오프닝을 좀
tips the scales in their favor.
도박사 쪽이 오프닝이 깔끔한 적이 한 번도 없었어.
Workshop right now, definitely they won 2 convincing ones and almost won that last one, so you can definitely feel the pressure. If you are on the side of pump or be pumped, they're gonna run in, immediately look for combat. They do manage to get it. Mir opens up on Cervantes, gets the Garrote into the gouge on the anti-magic shell. Albrecht looking at the polymorph, not able to find it. He gets the counter spell onto Clyde, not able to find the Ring of Frost. Looks at the polymorph and he gets it. Beautiful opener here. Cervantes already with no anti-magic shell.
I think he stole block.
I think he stole block. I think you're absolutely right about that. And I do think that they got a Chas trinket here potentially as well. They can continue the CC chain. Cervantes is absolutely on fire right now, Van.
Maybe he didn't steal it. I'm curious. It was a little too late, but still on target. Albrecht is going to be spell stealing that Blessing of Freedom and just line of sighting for the time being. The Ludix and Cervantes are in hot pursuit. Albrecht gets interrupted. Clyde is there as well. Line of sighting doesn't want to get crowd control. Albrecht goes for the deep freeze though. Is he going to be able to find the follow-up? Doesn't look like it. It's Nova counterspell. No polymorph to follow it up. Cervantes just getting soloed here by Mir. Albrecht doing basically no damage in that setup. And this is looking good for Pumper. Be pumped. Clyde, he has his trinket still. He's got the sacrifice. He's got Blessing of Protection. I really wanted to see him throw that Blessing of Protection out immediately on a stun on Cervantes. Just try to keep him enabled in this match. Mir might just go down. Mir's getting absolutely destroyed. Vanishing out, now going for the grove, but Chas has a lot of work ahead of him.
Oh my god, cheat that. He's 10% HP. Cervantes comes in on the side, and they are able to claim victory in game number 2. Pump or be pumped are starting to pump. They are taking us all the way to game number 5. It took a while, but they are online.
I mean, do you see Mir's gear? Mir is basically just playing like he's raiding. Like
양꾼 마격이 부사를 뚫어요.
This guy is paper.
부사를 뚫을 정도로
PvE trinket, PvE rings, both PvE rings, PvE neck, PvE waist, boots. Like this guy, I think there's a good reason why they decided to go after him in this match.
미르가 탄력을 낮췄다고 얘기를 하고 있네요.
During veins and stuff.
쪽에서.
Make sure he's playing defensive, like you said. You can be a real threat on that mage, but I think during these moments when you have the mage and the priest playing so defensive to live, just target swapping onto Mir, it's a really good thing to do, and that's exactly what they did in this game. I feel like Pumper be pumped. This is exactly what you want. This is just one of those matchups. We talked about it in Cataclysm. Momentum is everything, and if you can just stop the momentum of the RMP, things start slowly but surely going in your favor here for the DK Hunter, and I think they did a really good job in this one being disruptive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and honestly, I feel like the opener could have been a lot better. If Albrecht could have stayed offensive in the opener, their opener would have been a lot better because they got the anti-magic shell before they got the sheep. So they had a full sheep with no anti-magic shell, but then he had to block instead of actually like pumping damage, and that was his window to get really aggressive. So I feel like the RMP, they need to commit a bit more offensively maybe in the opener, but definitely a good catch there from Pump or Be Pumped. They realized Mir is rocking full PvE gear, and they decide to go after him. And I mean, this is pretty much the same gear that we saw Avizura run as well earlier in his matchup. He didn't have to pay for it the same way, but I am really curious. I want to ask Mir about it at some point, why he's rocking the unheated warning, because that trinket right there is not that common. You don't see rogues playing with that trinket very often. It is a good trinket, but there's some other options, like the key trinket. It's a lower item level, but it procs agility, and agility is a lot better than AP for a rogue.
와, 근데 다 끼면 진짜 엄청 세긴 하겠다.
And you also get 25% bonus if you're a sub rogue. So 10
정도면은 탄력이 거의 한 10%는 내려갔을 거예요.
He's rocking that, which is definitely an interesting thing. Usually we see people going maybe for the key or maybe going for just double badge trinkets, so they can afford to wear more PvE gear.
끝이네.
So there's definitely
나머지는 다 레이트
so
팀이네.
that's one thing I really like about Kata. It's
2000
interesting to see
초반대에서
kind of how people gear because
팀하면
it's not
1000
like really,
후반대였을 것 같아.
people are still figuring it out. I don't think there's like a certain perfect way yet. That people wanna
그거는
go
약간
about it.
만용이 아닐까.
It just seems like based off what your enemies
전판에
do, like
저렇게 맞아
you have to
죽었는데
greed it,
왜
right? It's a bit
이번에도
of a
저렇게
mind
입고
game.
왔냐?
Like if you can get away with running a lot more PvE gear, get a lot more damage, of course, but you're going to be a lot squishier. You kind of just have to hope and pray that they're not going to go after you. So if you know the enemy team's tendencies, you know their strategy, then I think the other player is kind of greeting it and hiding it. You know, with their transmog is a
대입변
good thing to
투기장이
do.
좀 달라진 게
But we'll have to wait and
그
see.
레이드템에
I like that Pumper
욕심내면은
B Pumped is going
맞아
after multiple
죽더라고요.
targets
너무
here.
아파가지고.
If you see Albrecht just playing a little too defensive, he's line of sighting, you can't connect. Just keep up the damage, keep up the pressure on Mir, force him to, you know, trade out vanishes
많이 맞는
defensively.
직업들은
And
그냥 풀탄력 껴.
that's a really good thing, right? Like all of a sudden you're
전사도
trading out the
보니까 거의
evasions, and the
3500
cloaks, and the
대까지
vanishes
갔어.
defensively. You no longer have those as an option when you want to go for the kill. So I think it's really smart here for Pump or Be Pumped.
전사가 그냥
Yeah,
개같이
dude,
맞아.
like, this is crazy, man.
Reverse sweep?
Clyde, yeah, we might get a reverse sweep right now.
야,
This
어떻게
is
그렇게
crazy.
이기까지 스윙을 했네.
Clyde actually, after they
쪽으로.
qualified, he messaged me. He was super happy. He's like, no
무적을
way,
그냥
dude, we got
대가리
top
뚫어버려.
6. I qualified in a sea of shamans. I'm the last holy paladin. He was super excited about it. So I mean, if they can get a top 3 by winning this one right now, things are just looking good. And man, Cervantes, I feel like we haven't seen him
마지막
in the
나가라는데.
competitive scene too much
일요일
lately,
운명 어떻게 될 것인가?
but he's always just holding it down on the
승자족 게임인가요?
DK.
승자족
They definitely have a great team here. And if they can perfect the reverse sweep right now against the workshop, this is something that would absolutely shock everybody, myself
이를 다시 한번
included.
증명할
Can
수
they do
있냐?
it? Game number 5, Pump or Be Pumped versus the workshop, Van.
Yeah, one of these teams going down to the
보여주냐,
lower
미를?
bracket. Pumper B Pumped looking to get the reverse sweep here. They're moving forward. Cervantes going to be using that
그건
first
당연히 안
aid.
됐고 목줄 시작.
I
바로
don't know if
대마보.
that was a misplay or what, but Garot getting shot going out onto Cervantes. He
좀 왔었죠?
pre
대마보라서.
anti-magic cell, so he's getting combat with that. Doesn't want to get sapped, going for the death coils. Albrecht gets gripped, but gets
밀고
counter gripped there by
들어가
Chaz.
버리네.
Here comes the
야, 이거
gargoyle.
죽는다, 이거.
Cervantes taking unhealable damage though.
야,
Smoke
죽을
bomb comes
뻔했어.
down. Clyde is forced to trade with the divine shield
극장도
immediately.
이상한 데 썼어,
That is
지금.
a lot of cooldowns. That smoke bomb paying dividends there for Mir.
The trap breaks onto Chas as well here during this go.
그러면
And Albrecht
특히
just
다음
trades
거
out the ice
이용하거든.
block early. He's got full HP. He sits it as well so that the hypothermia
결국은
can come back. They
때렸는데.
swap to Clyde here. Big swap onto Clyde. He's going to trinket. He's going to pop his
타오르네.
wings. He's got nothing now. What are they going to do? They have a blind. They actually blinded Serva there. He bops the blind. They're going after Albrecht. They need to try to take him down right now while he is in that hypothermia. Full trap secured onto Chas. He's just going to trinket that. Trades out the pain suppression. Full hammer of justice connecting onto Chas. I don't think they have any more crowd control for Chas. Albrecht should
다음
be able to stay
양
alive
때
with this
기사
situation.
풀매지거든?
Full kidney shot connecting here onto
서고.
Cervantes.
풀
There's the
서고다.
Nova.
너
There's
죽기
the
죽는다,
the
이거.
full ring of frost.
죽었다,
That's
죽었다.
it. Good night for Cervantes.
Yeah.
And the workshop cooking up a win at the very last moment here in the series. About to get reverse swept, but they finally found their composure. They found their targeting. And Mir,
아가,
what a king this
아가,
man
이제.
is on the rogue. That swap onto Clyde is really what kind of opened up everything for his team there.
기가 급장을 바닥에 버렸어요.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if
아까
Clyde maybe
개피 때.
overreacted in
예.
that situation. Obviously, you don't want to
아니
underreact,
이거 어뢰
but
풀려고 쓴 건가?
he committed a
아무튼
lot
뭐 매주
there.
안
I wonder
당했는데
if he could have greeted it
급장
just a little bit more. It's just one of those things, right? These matchups are so fast-paced. You don't want to be guessing yourself.
죽을 뻔했어
But a really,
죽기가.
really good start. You can see there's the Ring of Frost on Clyde into the counter spell. The smoke bomb drops down, and that's going to force Clyde basically to use the divine shield. He realized, like, all right, if any other crowd control lands on me, I'm not going to be able to heal.
기사는
I got to be
급장
immune.
털어버렸고.
Like, we're just going to lose
이게
in the
죽기 죽을
opener. So
뻔해가지고.
having to commit the divine shield like that
여기서
is
동결
kind of
서고 맞았죠.
unfortunate for Clyde. And they swap to him. They
왜
get a
여기서
trinket,
있었냐,
and
너?
this is when you have them in a situation.
왜
Cervantes has
여기서
no
있었던 거야?
trinket. Clyde gets Nova counterspell, exactly what we were talking about, into the full Ring of Frost, and there's just not a lot you can do at that point. The frozen orb is down, the frostfire orb is down, and ice lances are coming in. and it's
기사적은
just an
저렇게밖에
overwhelming
못하나
amount
보다.
of damage. So
무적
that was a
급장
good
다
try by
털고
Clyde. Cervantes
어떻게든
and Ludex,
밀어보려
but
하다가
ultimately the workshop will not
근데
be
어차피
able to
9억
respond.
있고 얼방 있어가지고 데모가
Yeah, I really like
있지 않은 이상 얼방 못
Go.
풀잖아.
I was just gonna say, I really like that they started to bring it back there in the end. They didn't just get 3-0'd. If you just saw the only first two games,
그렇게밖에 못한
it looked
조합인가?
really one-sided. But I feel like they found their, they kind of found their rhythm a little bit too late though, maybe in this one.
Yeah, perhaps, but I mean, the good news is they will have another chance. They are now in the lower back bracket. Pump or B Pump, they're beginning facing off against TY later today. So if they have found their rhythm, maybe they continue with that momentum for the last series of the day, and we'll see maybe if they get into championships Sunday. But the competition definitely getting tough here and continues to get even tougher as we move forward in the day. We're dropping back down into the lower bracket. It's DXB versus Jamek Cleave then for this next up elimination series. We've already seen both these two teams play today. Based on that performance, do we feel like there's a favorite in this matchup?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It's one of those things like Jamek Cleave, the composition that they're running, it's really explosive, and we also saw it has the capability of being, quite durable. That being said, DXB, they are such a good rogue mage priest. We did see them go down to no tiers just dreams, but I feel like they are one of the favorites to beat in this tournament or to win this tournament. So, if I was going to give an edge to either one of these teams, I'd say DXB probably has an edge to me. There's a lot of crowd control you have with that rogue mage priest. I think it should be a pretty solid matchup for them
근데 중량사가 무조건 이길 것 같은데.
All right, we'll see if Jamek Cleave is up for the challenge. Like I said, it's elimination as well. So we've already seen them win a game earlier today against Jungle Unplayable in the first series of the day. So they're going to have to battle it out down there in the lower bracket. Before we head into a break and get to that series, though, we're going to do another spell guessing segment. I know production specifically said, Zico, that this one is for you. So I'm putting the pressure on you.
Easy for Zico.
I'm putting the pressure on you, man.
That's what they said in the past, and then I got some major abilities wrong.
We don't know if it's supposed to be easy or if they're trolling you, to be fair. So go ahead.
유럽팀 준결승까지 하고
because Fire and
마지막 날 이제
don't have
결승 다 하는 걸로
How
알고
is this
있어.
supposed to be easy?
맞나?
It has to be arcane missiles, right?
이번 때 그렇게 했던 것 같은데.
Launches a
오늘 아마 한 2경기 정도 남았을 거예요. 2경기 하면은 끝나.
It could be multi-shot. Wait, I feel like I've been tricked by this before. And it was
Is arcane missiles level 85 though? Isn't it lower? Not like one of the first ones you get as a arcane mage.
이거 그거잖아. 고블린 로켓.
85.
Oh yeah, actually, it's arcane barrage is not 85.
Is it missile barrage?
고블린 로켓.
I don't think barrage or arcane missiles or none of those are level 85.
I think it's multi-shot. Maybe.
But they said it was for you. They said it was for you. So it's got to be mage ability, right?
I think it's multi-shot, actually. I don't know. I don't want to lock it in.
I don't
know. I'm not sure, man.
I'm going to be honest. I think they're in your head. Like,
they might be.
I mean, it's got to be arcane missiles, and then I'm going to look so stupid.
I'm going to say arcane. I'm going to go with arcane missiles.
I'm locking in arcane missiles. If it's multi-shot, it's fine. I don't play Hunter.
Imagine we're both wrong. You know how much arcane mage both of us have played?
I feel like I should pick one of these.
Yeah!
Thank goodness. Yes!
영어로 있는 거는
Dude, we almost like mind game. It seems so obvious for anyone else. They all picked arcane missiles. We were in our own heads, man.
I was trying to get back at me though with the level 85.
No, I wasn't. I don't know. Listen, I got confused. Okay, it says that it's the level 85 arcane missiles, not that it's required at level 85. My bad. Yeah.
C.
Okay.
Final answer.
It's a C. C is arcane missiles. D is missile barrage. A is
지금
arcane
하고 있는
barrage,
거예요.
and B is arcane barrage with a.
이건 북미쪽에서 대회하고 있어.
Yep.
Actually, it could be
거기는
void
지금이
from. Actually, could be
저녁
void, but-
밤 시간이거든.
It's a recolor arcane barrage.
저 이거 대회 보고 자야죠.
Isn't that Moonfire? See?
No, they have this. I think they look similar. Maybe they even look the same.
I swear that's Moonfire.
I'm looking in C. I'm looking in
Oh
C.
God, no. Okay, I'm not trying to troll you again. All right, okay.
You can't get into my head.
That's
안
right.
볼 거예요?
Yeah.
뭐 나 리본 대회 때도 다 봤어.
I feel like this one was a little too easy for us, Zico.
Yeah, Sid
근데
bragging
너무
about his
재밌더라고,
1
리본 대회.
point. Come at us, bro.
I'm so upset.
대육변
The heck
대회는
is Moonfire
살짝
then? It looks just like that.
It does.
이랑
It does, yeah.
It's the same
이
icon, I guess?
도업사
I think so, yeah.
Man,
야드.
alright. Cool.
이거
Well,
세 개가
I'm
파헤치는
gonna
거.
stop talking because I throw everybody off. My bad. That's my bad. All right, well, we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's gonna be a DXB versus Jamek Cleave coming up next.
대회가 딱 이 시간에 해. 아마 이거 길게 하면 7시까지 갈 거야. 난 다 보고 자야지 뭐. 근데 되게 재밌어요. 얘네 하는 거 보면. 진짜 잘함. 무적이 터져 죽어버려. 여기서 트레이드 했으면은 양꾼 기사라서 사제가 이기지 않을까. 아, 얼방을 때리고 있냐? 얼방 풀까봐 때리고 있는 건가? 아, 여기서 기사가 절이 됐구나. 사절이 어떻게 된 거지 이거? 아니 저를 어떻게 했음 이 친구? 미르가 참 저런 거 잘해. 또 여기서 도적 털어 죽었고, 죽기가 간격을 따. 그래서 돌면서 간격을 따. 이제 죽기가 털어 죽었죠. 급장 바닥에 버리고, 바닥에 버렸잖아. 그냥 죽기가 그거 누른 것 같은데, 비상 버튼 다 쓰고 생존기랑 다 쓰는 버튼. 그래서 풀금 맞고 죽었죠. 아까 급장 안 썼으면 여기 살았는데. 아니 질식도 들고 끝났네. 진판 보면은 다 질식을 들고 끝난 것 같은데 이 친구. 그래서 기사 잡는 거 좀 섹시했어. 우측 바로 가져가고. 도업사 이 팀이 제일 잘하나? 미르 팀이? 아 근데 죽기가 생존은 진짜 끝내준다. 근데 개피해서 풀피 몇 번 되는 거야? 문제는 저거 한 두세 번 하면은 이제 피 채울 게 없어. 어린이 계속 저렇게 빠지는 게 너무 아쉽네. 스턴을 한번 푸는 게 낫지 않았을까? 기사 풀량절. 아 이게 풀량절이었구나. 죽기가 풀어줄 수 있지 않아요? 그걸 시도를 안 했네 그냥. 이거 그 밥 잘못 썼어. 아무리 봐도 그 밥 잘못 썼어 이거.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are down here in the lower bracket. It is the second to last series of the day as well. Loser knocked out of the tournament. The winner moving on to Championship Sunday to battle it out in the lower bracket. But the competition just keeps getting tougher and tougher down there, Ven. It is DXB versus Jamek Cleave. Game number 1 in this elimination series.
아마 욕했을 거야.
Gates are about to open here. We got DXB playing Rogue Mage Priest and Jamek Cleave. They're going to be playing that Warrior Pharaoh Druid Paladin. So we'll have to see how DXB decides to open. Laner's going to start off in invisibility and cross the map here with Avizura.
아마 절대 못 잡을
decide to do. Are they going to go after the Paladin? I wouldn't actually mind it if they can get cross crowd control on the Warrior. Razzle is not there at all. It looks like they will get the sap. Do it right away. Is going to be trading out his trinket. They're going after Gekko. It looks like an all-in. He's silenced. Is he going to be able to get off the pain suppression? He's behind the pillar. He gets the fear. Razzle trink's out of it immediately. Just going on a solo mission. Gekko's just dead. Are you kidding me?
What?
Razzle just completely soloed him there. Absolutely insane pressure from that Pharaoh Druid.
Unbelievable. That is not what anyone expected to happen this fast. That was like a 40-second long game or something. Absolutely insane pressure coming in here from the Kitty Cleave.
공사가 풀 실명 당했는데
we're
저거를
going to see that back. What exactly happened there? I feel like it was a big berserk pop there, getting some work done. But I feel like usually when that happens, it's something that shut down the RM Mastery. So that's what I want to pay attention to Gekko's RM Mastery. So they get a nice opener here. The Pharaoh gets several globals. The Warrior connects. And look at that gag order silence. Gekko's already in so much trouble.
이거 욕심부렸네. 영절 피했네. 그리고
goes aggressive, gets a bite. And then here, what does he do to this RM Mastery here? Yeah, he melts the rake, stuns it. And that's when... That is always what kills Priest teams when you stop that RM Mastery flash heal, because that's their biggest
여기서 힐 올라가는데 극가 맞고 암습이구나.
Just a world of trouble. And honestly, I feel like his teammates just kind of let him rot here. As soon as Razzle trinkets that fear, I feel like that's the Rogue Mage's cue to do something there. Like maybe they can go and just stun him out of position, get his bark skin, and then blind him or ring him, ring him, something. Because Gekko definitely needed help here. After getting that trinket.
I guess you don't really anticipate that the Feral Druid is just going to solo your priest. Like if I was Gekko, he's probably like, I'm fine. I've got stone form. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to get off his penance. He's going to get off his flash heal. Like, the communication could have just been like, I'm fine. I'm away. Don't worry. Just keep the warrior off me. I won't die. And then that didn't happen. Unlucky. So Razzle doing a really good job getting that rake stun off, like you mentioned. They actually had really good peels on the warrior though. So
yeah,
I do.
He got the Mortal Strike off though. That was a big problem.
실명 못 풀어요.
Yeah, he had Mortal Strike all the way there. So it was a little bit unlucky timing there. But we're going to Blade's Edge.
여기 아마
사제가
반피될 때까지 말에서 안 내렸거든요. 아마 영절을 치고 싶었던 것 같아요. 사제가.
It's kind of a fun map. It's very chaotic. The only time I really don't like Blade's Edge is
결국에 벽 뒤로 가가지고 실땡이다
knocked off.
내지
And I
보려고
also don't like
실땡이다.
Blade's Edge against Warlocks. Anytime I'm fighting a Warlock, this map is just not it for me. But yeah, looks like DXB, they're going to be choosing it. It's kind of like this map is an odd one because it is large in some sense, but also it's kind of small. Like if you end up just like all being stacked up on one side of the bridge, or even if you're dragging the Feral Druid and the Warrior to one side of the bridge and the Paladin has to play in the middle, like he is inevitably going to be crowd controlled. There's just really nothing he can do. Laners can go for Deep Freeze Sheeps, or he can go for Pet Nova Silence Ring or Frost, and inevitably the Paladin will get controlled. So I think this is a good map pick for DXB.
사제는. 저 야드가 해제를 못 받는 자리에서 연결이든 비습이든
advantage here.
그러니까 뭐든 줬으면 사제는 무조건 살았어.
See here what they can do against the Kitty Cleave. So I was
아마 콜이 갈린 듯?
playing Holy Pal last game as well.
그러니까 저 정도로 터져 죽은 거면 콜이 갈린 듯.
Because in the previous series he was playing Shaman. So he's gonna I think actually
아마 사제가 살 수 있어 하다가 죽었다 이럴 거예요. 9억도 안 썼거든요.
So Shaman is actually his alt, so he's gonna be even more powerful on the Holy Paladin, at least skill wise.
암습 2초 급장 쓰고 실 땡겼는데.
I do wonder though why they opt for a Holy Paladin in this matchup. Maybe I guess the Shaman just dies instantly.
여기서 설마 영절에 칼급장 쓰고 쫓아올 줄 누가 알았겠어?
A lot of the Feral Warriors in North America, they all play Paladin, pretty much.
Really?
Paladin seems to be, yeah. everything that is preferred.
영절을 피한 건지 칼국장 쓴 건지
You get the
모르겠는데
freedom, you get the
아무튼
offensive
쫓아갔어.
pops. So you are going to play really, really aggressive. Like, ultimately, that blind on Azu, I think they could have actually just used blessing and protection on it. I think it was available, and they could have just completely destroyed Geku. Maybe in that moment he would have actually used like his barrier or pain suppression, but I feel like DXB, this need to be a little less greedy during these really aggressive openers, because inevitably, once you get through the Paladin's cooldowns, you get so much control of the match as the RMP.
Oh, big opener here. The kidney shot, the trinket of the warrior right away into a full sheep. Counterspell onto Asmo, and here comes the gouge onto Razel. Zura seems to be all over the map. Okay, he goes for the DR blind onto Razel. I'm not sure about that one. I just want to get him off of Geku there, but I do feel like that was a little bit of a waste there. But either way, they are going to get a better opener than in the last game, but still not looking too good. There's a triple fear coming out here from the warrior. They get Razel in a kidney shot. Cheap shot onto the warrior. But here comes the pain train. If Geku doesn't get out of here, he is going to be absolutely sent. Pain suppression trades out for Geku. Here comes the Aura Mastery heal, and he gets interrupted on it once again. Geku could be in a lot of trouble, but he does manage to duck around the corner. Manages to keep himself at least around 50%, going for another flash heal, trying to fake cast. And Geku here is going to at least be somewhat fine, but I think he's got nothing. That next stun is going to really be devastating here. I mean, he might not even kill him before that. There's it is. Full bash. They have Hammer of Justice as well. It's over. He even hodged him. Did you see that BM Hodge coming in there? He just sent it. It was like 3 seconds left of the bash. He's like, huh?
Oh my goodness. This is kind of like my experience. I've like my first day of playing Cataclysm Arena. Like we got to max level, the arena season started. I was playing Mage with Supatis, and our healer was a priest. And we played against this comp, and our priest just died in the opener every single game, over and over and over. It can be so difficult to live. And we even saw it. I mean, there was a moment in this game where Adu, you get put into a full kidney shot, and that's supposed to be the moment. Okay, priest, you have a moment to live. And guess what? Asmo just immediately sent the blessing of protection. There's the hammer of justice, like you said. Just really seal the deal there. I don't know if I like the opener that they had. Like it didn't feel good. Like they get the trinket from the warrior right away, and then all of a sudden laners, he just puts the warrior in the sheep. He blinks over to the paladin, trying to control him. They committed gouge on the feral, and then they used the diminishing return blind, like you said, to just allow Geku to live. But after that, there's just nothing. Like, they didn't really force anything in the opener outside of the warrior's trinket. And at that point, it's basically just open season on poor Geku, who's trying to get away, but inevitably just cannot.
Yeah, I feel like the opener.
전사 야드는 이래야지.
They got the CC on the Paladin. Oh, I think. What did they do? How did they get a CC on the Paladin in the opener? Was it a sap that they got on the Paladin?
힐을 땡기는 게 아니고 뒤로 뺐어야
and then they deeped the warrior. He trinketed. Then they kidneyed the warrior into a sheep, and then they went and peeled the feral that had already trinketed the fear. There, I would have liked to see them go on the Paladin, because then the warrior would have stayed in CC. The reason why their priest got soloed in the last game is because he had Mortal Strike the entire go. Like, when he died, he still had Mortal Strike, you know? Like, he had a 10-second long Mortal Strike, and the Feral killed him in like 9.9 seconds, you know? So, I feel like that kind of scarred them a little bit to play like overly safe now in this next game. Because their opener should have been way better. They should have got bubbled, I think, from the Paladin the opener.
I actually want them to go after the Paladin. Like,
yeah, I think so.
좀 더 사제 쪽에 붙어줬어야 됐을 것 같은데.
I guess they're maybe just afraid. Like if they go after the Paladin, they need crowd control on the warrior.
전사랑
야드는 a lot of crowd control on the warrior because if Geku gets opened up on Razzle and the dude just leaps across the map, like goodbye priest, 0% chance.
자기 할 일 하려고 하다가.
So you need a lot of crowd control, but I feel like if Asmo and Adu are just sitting back at the beginning of the game, like you can really keep the warrior out of it. I mean, you can even just like, I don't know, start with like a deep freeze polymorph on the warrior, cheap shot the paladin, something like that, and just like completely take them out of the game, and just hopefully your priest can survive against the feral. I think he should be able to as a dwarf priest. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But yeah, I do agree. I mean, they had the CC on the warrior's train. As long as they don't let the paladin never moving again. So they could have had a bit better opener there, but DXB. First game caught them by surprise. The second game, I feel like made them kind of respect the situation a little bit too much. We'll see if they can turn things around here in the third game. They are on match point right now against the kitty cleave here of Razzle, Asmo, and Adu. Can they get a sap in the opener here? I want to see them try to go after the Paladin more. Like maybe open Warrior and then swap Paladin on the Trinket. There's the Blade Storm. There's the Intervene. They disarm it. And they get double fear. They double Trinket. There's the Kidney Shot. I do Trinket. I want to see them blind Adu here. Maybe even Smoke Bomb on top of it. And there it is. Oh, no! That was so clutch. The Bop goes through before the Smoke Bomb. And now Geku is going to be in a lot of trouble. Really like that play, though, from Avizura. And Adu's taking a lot of damage. There's a nice Ring of Frost there as well, peeling them. Laners trying to control the situation. This could be an opportunity to go Paladin, honestly, if they have the DRs for it and just kind of force them to be the target. But it's going to be Razel connecting onto the Priest. Razel just walled when he opened there behind the pillar. Meanwhile, his Warrior is getting absolutely destroyed. But looks like Asmo got a preemptive sacrifice there. They missed the cheap shot ring. Not great. Asmo now with the little pet Guardian out. The ancient King's Guardian is doing a lot of healing. But finally, a full polymorph connects. Asmo's going to bubble out of that one. And now they're looking for Geku then.
Yeah, they're trying to connect, but Geku, look at him. He has everything. He's got Trinket, he's got Pain Sap, he's got Dome. Like, things are looking good. Geku has a lot of tools to survive. It's a full cycle on Avizura, and all of a sudden it's Adu in a little bit of trouble here. Razzle trying to just help him get on target, but Adu just hasn't been able to hit the Priest the entire game. Now into a full Kidney Shot, and that might just be the game. Impact stun on the Paladin. Beautifully done. EXB played this one absolutely flawlessly. I don't think Adu was able to even hit the Priest in this game. Just not able to connect whatsoever.
제가 얘기했던 건 이런 거였어요. 그냥 그러니까
Yeah, this game looks a little bit more like what we kind of expect from DXB. This elimination match, they need to reverse sweep now. They need to find this momentum, they need to find this pressure and make it count. So here he wanted to smoke bomb on the blind to deny the bop, but Asmo quick with the bop there manages to get it right before the smoke bomb lands. But that's because Avizura actually had to walk to the Warrior there as well. So a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, if you don't do it right there, they might stack up later.
멧돼지에 연마한 사람들의 그걸 보여주는 건데.
But here they got a nice fear onto Asmo. He trinkets into a deep freeze. Laners going in here as well, looking for the polymorph. Gets denied there by the charge for a second, but he still manages
이게 야드가 결국 광폭화가 없으면 못 잡아요.
And the impact stun. And that's
광폭화 있어도 잡기 힘든데 광폭화 없으면 사실 혼자 못 잡아.
They survived the opener. They survived all the paladin cooldowns.
그 상황에서는
moment where there is no cooldowns left and they can kind of just pick
울면서 딜러를 패긴 했었어야 됐을 때.
The hamstring. Gotta get that hamstring on. Geku just wasn't able to. Like these preemptive rings, you know, the smoke bombs. I really thought once that Blessing of Protection snuck through on that blind through the smoke bomb, they were going to be able to connect and just take Geku down. But Geku just doing a phenomenal job with his positioning. He's playing a game of cat and mouse here, and anytime Adu is able to actually connect, he just gets put into a stun. It's going to be a very frustrating game as a Warrior. Like, basically, if the Warrior has uptime on the Priest is dead. But you find yourself sometimes in this situation where you just can never hit your target, and that is incredibly frustrating as a Warrior.
오히려 야드가 안 죽고 전사가 진짜 잘 죽어요.
Really didn't able to get. I mean, you can see it on the damage on the damage meter as well. There, 120k. Probably most of that being on like the rogue and the mage. But they're gonna shake that off. Go to Ruins of Lord Aron, which is a great map for killing priests. Also a great map for killing paladins. So I think no matter who's dying, I think we're in for a pretty fast game here between these two comps so far.
정답은 아닌데
blink and you miss
선택은 될
it.
수 있어. 전사 패는 게.
We are going to see DXB
왜냐하면 전사를 패고 있으면 방패를 올리기 시작하거든요.
cleave.
딜이 그냥 반토막이
how
돼요.
they want to approach this one. Most likely just going to be locking in the same thing. And there it is, the kitty cleave with the paladin. And once again,
그래서 전사 쪽이 이제 로드런을 골랐죠. 도망 못 가. 니는 뒤졌다. 다 뒤졌다. 사제 어떻게 도망가냐 저기서? 사제 죽지 않을까요 저기서?
It's just so like so many of the, I mentioned it at the beginning of the day, but like one of the things about Cataclysm
방금이 거의
is so
베스트였잖아. 도업사의
momentum-based.
베스트.
Like if you have a good start, the game just looks so one-sided in either
사제
direction,
그냥
right?
혼자
Like,
야드랑 놀고.
if DXB has a good start, they get the control, they keep a Jew off the priest, then the game is looking flawless. It looks hopeless for Jamet Cleave, but all of a sudden, if they do manage to get on the priest, it looks completely one-sided in the opposite direction. All of a sudden, Geku
전사
isn't
피가
able to
걸레가
live
되면
whatsoever. So it just comes down to those really
방패를 올릴
clutch
수밖에
plays
없어요.
to, you know, deny the uptime
안
of
올리면
the Warrior, or for Jamet Cleave to actually get that uptime onto the priest, you know, by avoiding crowd control or getting those really fast blessing and protection, things like that.
리븐 때도 그랬는데 결국에는 사제를 펴야 돼.
Yeah,
도업사
absolutely.
상대로
I mean,
결국에는 사제를
Mo
펴야
did
돼.
a
전사
really
조합.
good blessing of protection last game.
왜냐면은
kinda
힐러가
repeat
기사잖아요.
that,
기사가
investment, make sure
무적
that his
올리고
warrior
프리를
actually gets
땡겨주려면은
onto the priest.
대물을 막아야 되는데 대물을 막으려면 사제한테
See-
붙어야 돼요.
See what they can do here.
사제한테 붙으려면 결국 사제를 펴야 돼.
Lordaeron. I don't know, man. I didn't expect Kitty Cleave
그래서
to be
그냥
good.
사제 죽이는 걸로
into the
비결이
RMP. At least not this good. But it is really brutal, actually. Warriors are so disruptive randomly in
이 얘기를
Kata.
왜 했냐?
They have
하여튼
a
전사가 방패를
blanket, like they have a ranged blanket
올릴
silence.
수밖에 없는 상황이 됐죠. 방금은.
So it's
급장
pretty
빠지고
brutal,
방벽
and
없고.
also their kick. Like a lot of these
방금까지
warriors,
죽거든.
they just charge you and first global kick you just to silence you for 3 seconds, and then they get their mortar strike up, they get their hamstring up, they get everything
안녕하세요.
up, and start to get the pressure rolling.
이 새벽에
with that, so
어떻게 알고
it's pretty
여기
frustrating.
들어오는
Just
거야?
getting charge kicked, and then like you have to blink because you get like rooted, and then you get full throwdown. He just heroic leaps after you. It's definitely Warriors definitely got a lot of tools in Kata, and they
달린다.
definitely
전사
know
달린다.
how to
전투
use
걸었냐?
them
전투
on the side of
걸었고.
Adu.
아마 기사
Right, a
절당하겠지.
bit of a slow start once again. You can see Geku just
절당.
positioned so
비수비다.
far
비수
away.
시작이다.
There it is. Nova, Silence, Ring of Frost on Asmo. Adu just a little bit of
빡딜?
trouble here.
하나
Little kitty
죽는다,
shot
이거.
lands. He might just die on the opener. He's just going for it. I mean, the smoke bomb comes down. Adu's in trouble. He's got the shield wall up. He gets dismantled. They need to connect the heals, but he wants to get on target. And Geku, I don't know if he's going to be able to get away. I like this risky play coming in
밀자,
from the
사실
side
밀자.
of Cleave. If they can stay on this priest,
그래서
I
양.
don't know if he's going to be able to recover. However, he's just sitting at
삼매즈야,
full health. He
삼매즈.
sells his trinket. No Stormform available. It looks like he's going to be able to get away. Great control here for DXB.
Yeah, and so far here
이건
comes the
급가
kitty shot smoke
넘기고
bomb.
사제
It
밀어야
might be
되고.
over before you even know it. Big heals coming out from
아이고,
Asmo, but
영절.
he's got no way out of this fear. He's full feared. There's nothing for him. Full
없잖아.
root connects onto
아,
Raz. He's
죽는데, 이거.
cross CC. Can they get a full sheep? They get a
죽었어,
DR sheep, but I think a DR sheep is enough here for
아이고,
DXB to bring us all the way to game number 5. There's been so many game number 5s. And the RMP is not done
이번엔
fighting.
완벽하게
They
대처를
got
했네.
such a good opener that game, and they rode that momentum all the way across the finish line.
It's honestly unreal. Yeah, the biggest play in that game for me was Geku. We're gonna see it. He gets a master spell on the bubble. So Adu, he's in a
목도 안
stun.
썼어.
Smoke bomb comes down. Asmo, he goes for the divine shield. Or I guess he's already used the divine shield there. We'll see what ends up happening. I guess I was wrong. He didn't get the master spell, but let's see these final moments. So here comes a kidney shot. And are we going to see a smoke bomb? We see the smoke bomb. As well, he trinkets here. Okay, so he uses that the trinket, and then he runs into the fear. So you just have Geku basically sitting in the smoke bomb. It's like, okay, you want to get in the smoke bomb to go for the heals, but yeah, as soon as you do that, you're in the priest range for fear, and that's just the game. He gets polymorphed out of that, and if you're the warrior, I mean, that is just a really, really tough spot to be in. They went really aggressive. I mean, Adu, he ended up sitting the first stun and then just heroically leaping
지금
across
그거
the map
있잖아요.
at 10% health, just popping the shield wall, hoping that was enough to stay on target. But the control, I mean, from
엄청
DXB,
좋던데?
I mean, it's been really clean these last 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. They've definitely been leveling up here, and I mean they need to, man.
비슷한 것 같긴 해요.
They're on the brink of defeat here. This is a
그러니까
team that a lot of people
첫
thought
판,
was
두
going to
번째
be a
판 날길
contender for
같은
this tournament.
거는
This is a team that has
처음에
potential.
대처가 안 되는 거고.
This is a team that puts in the hours. They have
패턴
the practice. They
파악하면은
have
지금 대처를
everything
계속
that they
했잖아요.
need to do.
세 번째 판, 네
They
번째
just
판.
need to just get on the
말씀하신
same page
것처럼
here
딜러
and,
패다가
and,
사장하는 게
you know,
베스트인 것 같아요.
get going. So for them, it's not over just yet. DXB, of course, going to be
근데 이제
having
법사는
to play this
솔직히
game
법사는
on
못
ruins
패고
once again. It is
만만한 게
Jemek's
도적인데.
map pick, so they're going to lock in
도적에다가
the ruins once again. And
그걸 어떻게
DXB probably taking their time a little bit discussing the strats.
유효한
but
딜을
most
넣을 수
likely we're
있냐가
gonna see
문제.
the
도적한테.
exact same comps here from both of these teams.
You think they're being a bit too
일단 도적은
one-dimensional
은신이잖아.
with their strategy? If you think Cleave can do something else, like maybe go after the priest, or not, maybe go after the priest. No, not go after the priest. Go after the mage. Like, is the mage susceptible here at all? I think sometimes I take damage against this comp.
Yeah, this is a comp that can kill you, but I feel like going after the mage. See, the problem, every time I play against Feral Druids, the main thing that I think about is they have very limited root breaks. So it just feels like if you live a certain amount of time, you get to a point where the Feral is just like basically like a shitty version of he's basically like a TBC warrior, you know? He can't connect ever. He just all he has is one charge, and then you blink it, and that's it. You know, every time he's close to you,
딜러 패다가 사제가는 게 베스트긴 하다.
You know by him, he's
그냥
just stuck.
그냥 그거밖에 없긴 하다.
He's just stuck. He's just always stuck. You know.
두 번
So
막혔잖아.
I feel like that's the risk.
근데
Right? If you can kill him
지금까지
before
패턴을 봤을
the game
때
gets to that point,
그래도 사제 갈 것 같아.
you have a shot.
지금까지
But
저
if you
친구들이
get to the
했던 거
point where the
보잖아요.
mage is gonna start dragging
그냥
Razzle
거의 무조건
into the
사제였어.
room and root him there and ring him and just annoy him.
그러게 아까
That's when,
제가 얘기한
just all
거에
your
기결이
pressure is
돼요.
just gone as the kitty cleave.
데모를
It's a
막으려면
risky
사제를
strategy.
가야
It can't
되고
work, though.
그럼 결국 사제를 패는 게
Well, I
맞아.
wonder. I feel like I would like them to just maybe have
도적에 유효딜을 줄 수 있냐?
Or just have Razzle peel the
암습
opener.
들어가는 거 아니면 유효딜을 못 줄
It
것
seems like
같은데
Razzle's not really getting that much
도적이
done
안 나오지
on Deku
않을까요?
by himself,
애초에?
and if he
사제를
can
안
somehow,
가면?
allow Asmo and
성공권이
Natu to
도적한테
save
있다는
a
게
little
너무
bit
커.
more cooldowns in the opener, then they can kind of swap it all in the priest. Like heal the mage, go after the mage a little
네,
bit, maybe
전략이는
force him
어차피
defensive
사제를
during the
가긴 해야 돼.
veins, and then make the swap on the priest. But we'll have to see what they decide to do because it just seems like with the way this is playing out, Paladin and the Warrior sitting back, they're just getting controlled. They just cannot get on target. You know, the Paladin's already trading out basically all of his defensive cooldowns before they even
법사는
do
진짜
damage to the
아니라고
priest
봐요.
whatsoever.
이게 전멸
I wonder if,
빼도
like, they're-
얼방도 있고
Game number 1 and game number 2
얼방을 못
victory is
빼가지고.
giving them like a false sense of confidence in the strategy that they have.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that you're definitely
법사는
onto
못
something
잡아
there.
못 잡아. 법사가
I
급장,
think that
전멸, 얼방
Razzle
다
should maybe
빠지면 갈
open
수 있어.
up onto Abazura, and if he can get a nice like pounce onto the rogue, get like some bleeds up, and then clone him, I think that could be kind of a
예,
good
그림
way
리퍼님
to shut down
말씀하시는
the
게
opener,
너무
get a little bit
어려워요.
of counter
그
pressure,
야드
and allow them
입장에서
to kind
그게
of
너무
lure in
어려워.
the priest where they can jump
일단
in.
기사
But
절단
it's going to be
것이
RMP opener here. Sap onto Asmo. Nice
이게 문제야.
silencing, well, heroic throw there. From the
전략 안
Warrior,
달리면
shutting
이
down
상황이
that
나와버려.
split second. Improved counterspell coming out here onto Asmo.
역.
Adio stuck in the kidney
문제까지.
shot. He's going to trinket. He's going to enrage region. He's going to fear everything.
도적을 밀었네?
Abzura is
어떡해?
taking a lot of damage there
야,
from
도적
that
캐피다.
opener coming in from Razzle. Abzura just
으아,
taking
씨,
down
무서워.
to death. She's
죽는다,
death.
이거
He's going to
죽는다.
proc for him. He's almost dying in stealth. This is
거기까지
such a
들어갔어.
good adaptation
이거 이러면 사제다,
coming
이게.
in from the Jmek cleave, and now all of a sudden, what are they going to do here? Abzura's got nothing left. He's going for the offensive dance. He has a smoke bomb. He could
그러면
drop
사제거든.
it here, but the
사제 안
stunts are
가냐,
still
너는?
on DR there. They blind Raza. They
still
don't get the
사제
blessing
가야지.
of protection just yet. Asmo doesn't have it. He's
야드가
going to pump his
풀실이구나.
wings, though. He still has his trinket available as well. And if they can take down Abzura here on this next go,
이제
as the
방벽으로
Jmek
버틸
cleave, they can
거거든.
still win this.
전사
But
쪽이.
if not, it's not looking too good here. And they
미리
do it.
올릴까?
Abzura is dropping so
아,
low.
양이다.
He's down to 50% HP. Full sheep onto the warrior, but he's going to get this
clone.
one. Full cyclone onto
야,
Gekko.
죽었다.
Heroic cleave comes in. There's the charge. And that is it. Jmek cleave find the win. Taking down the rogue
돌진스타일
here.
죽었어.
Completely surprising everybody in this
야,
game.
말한
number
게
five.
나왔네요.
And
도적을
they will
밀어버렸네,
advance
그냥.
to Championship Sunday.
There it is.
저거 못 잡을
Jemekli
줄
bringing
알았거든.
in the kitty, the warrior feral paladin, looking really good. I love the strategy adaptation,
기습적으로
mixing it up,
도적을
going
가지고
after the
잡아버리네.
rogue. I think it's a good thing to do. I just like the previous games. It just seemed like they just couldn't hit the
멋있었다.
priest. They were just overextending themselves way too much. The strategy ended up being a
그러니까요,
lot
사제갈 줄
better.
알았거든 나도.
See Avizor just under so much pressure. I think this is where they actually get the
전사가
cheat
실제로
death from
잘했어.
him. So evasion has to come through. Look at how low on health
여기서
Avizor
빠지고.
is. There's the cheat death. Got the combat readiness.
아마
Goes for the
아비조라도
evasion. He's already
그
traded out his trinket. He's
활력을
just
좀 뺀
stepping
것 같아요,
away,
보니까.
realizing how much danger he's in. But this is where
네,
DXB
도적이 꽤
completely
길게 살긴
overlapped
했어요.
all their defensive cooldowns and basically had nothing
해피
left
빠지고 나서
at this
죽었어.
point forward. Really, really nice blessing of protection here. So there's a cheap shot on
야드가
Ezio.
열심히
Immediate
찔러버렸죠.
blessing of protection. He cancels it, and that's when they can continue this pressure here on the Avizura. So that's like the one benefit of the
여기서
Paladin
강타가
is you
들어가.
have an
암습이
extra physical
들어갔구나.
break with that blessing
암습이
of
너무
protection.
컸다.
Unfortunately, you have to cancel it immediately, or the mage just spell steals it. But
여기서
allows you to
해봐더라고.
keep up
사제
these
풀어버렸어.
really aggressive strategies.
Yeah, I really wonder how much PvE gear was Avazura rocking here in this one.
와, 영도 돌진.
He was wearing quite a bit. It definitely like in that opener, it looked like he was definitely taking a lot of damage. He actually wasn't even wearing that much.
I
He's
mean,
wearing one,
마지막에 멋있게
let's see
잡았네.
here,
yeah, not that much. Just
two.
5 pieces.
No, okay, he's wearing 5 pieces. It's not that much. Though, is it?
사제 급장이
He's wearing
빠졌었던 게
2
너무
PvP
컸다.
trinkets.
It's all relative.
I mean, yeah. PvP
도적이
trains are looking
아까
good,
부사
but-
터질 때 사제가
Yeah,
급해갖고
it's-
급장 쓴 것 같은데.
I actually don't think
Wow.
his resist was that low with the way he set up his character, but yeah, it definitely. You know what it was? He popped combat readiness and they didn't stack it because you have to auto attack into combat readiness before it stacks. They just
아,
let him
존나 멋있게
let him
잡았어.
rot.
Okay.
And also
아비주라가
the PD gear.
활력을
5
뺀 것
pieces.
같아 보니까. 쓰다는 게 좀
Probably
말이 안
a little
됐거든.
bit. All right, well, I mean, Jemet Cleave, they're going to be living to see yet another day, moving themselves into the European lower semis. So we'll see that play out on Championship Sunday. They, of course, will still be waiting for an opponent. We can take a look at the bracket, how it has formed so far. You can see they're going to be playing the winner of this next up series, the last one of the day as well. We'll be sending another team home, and then we'll be sending a team forward to face off against the team that we just saw win this series in the form of Jemet Cleave. So it's going to be either Pump or Be Pumped versus TY. Both of these teams are here down in the lower bracket facing elimination as well, Ven. And they've just got a couple more games in this lower bracket if they have any hopes of making it to the grand finals.
TY랑 붙는 거잖아.
Yeah. It's gonna be a long road for all these teams down in the lower bracket.
아니다. 이거 하고
these
한 판
next
더
two
할
teams are
거야.
really strong as well. I mean, you have Pump or Be Pumped, you have TY in the lower bracket. Both those teams are serious competitors. And Jemet Cleave, unfortunately for them, one of the teams that already beat them and sent them to the lower bracket is Pump or Be Pumped. So we might see a rematch there from that upper bracket game that happened on Wednesday. I wonder if Jemet Cleave at this point is going to be cheering for TY in this next series.
아니 한 판 더
I'm curious as well. Well, we are going to be heading into a break. Before we do that, of course, we're going to do another spell guesser here, and we've
마지막 날에 패자조
so
결승이랑
far
결승
today. I
하나
think
본대요.
that last one was redeeming. Okay, my bad. I recant my statement. Okay, you guys have been doing fabulous, and we're going to do fabulous on this one again.
Combustion. Lock it in.
Whoa.
이거 어떻게 맞춰?
You think about it a little bit more?
If you think it's combustion, it combines all periodic fire effects for, oh my goodness.
Oh, they're throwing in
retail abilities.
Retail too.
This is classic combustion. Combustion, classic. Fiery combustion, I don't even think that's a thing. Improved combustion, not a thing.
It's making things up.
Combustion on retail just gives you like 100% crit and converts like your mastery to crit, and it basically just gives you pyro spam. This takes your periodic fire effects and combines them for 10 seconds, 2 minutes CD. It's combustion classic. Lock it in. Final answer.
나 분석 스킬 아예 모르는데.
Going with A, 100%.
A 100%.
Is this called fiery payback? The talent, not fiery combustion. Is that fiery combustion talent?
That's a classic.
I think they're trying to trick us with all the. I don't think fiery combustion is even a thing.
아 근데 아까 그 오프닝을 전사 쪽에 잘
second
넣었는데
guess yourself. All right, let's see what it is. Combustion locked
너무
in.
컸던 것 같아요. 방벽 안 쓰고 넘기고.
Oh, we got it. We're insane.
Oh wow.
I'm not gonna lie. I think they made it really easy for you and I, Zico. Like.
컨버션이 잘한가?
Arcane missiles, combustion. I'm going A, final answer.
A, yeah, lock it in. It's A.
Can't trick us with these recolors.
It does look a little yellow. I could have. Yeah, that one's tricky though. And then they made D and C so similar.
아니 D랑 C는
I was wrong.
You blocked that one in too, didn't you, Zico?
No, you were saying they're making them too easy
다른
for
거야?
us.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's like a
And then we both
slight.
instantly got it wrong.
I could be colorblind,
man.
and that one's not fair. Like, you know.
Yeah.
not
Also,
colorblind,
you know,
though.
gaming monitors sometimes they distort colors, so there's that too. I don't know. Either way, we're gonna be heading into our last series of the day. We're gonna go to a break, of course. Before we do that, we're eliminating one more team before we head into Championship Sunday for EU. Of course, that doesn't include Saturday's North American game. So
아닌가?
to a break, Pump or Be Pumped versus Thank You TY coming up next.
나 잘못 들은 것 같아. 막판이라는 건지 아닌지 모르겠어. 와 근데 전략이 합을 얼마나 많이 맞춰본 걸까 저거. 좀 거의 예술의 경지에 다다랐는데? 멧돼지의 예술의 경지. 이거는 망한 판이고 여기서 망해버렸어. 사자가 9억도 안 빠졌어. 연막 안에서 전사가 쳐맞았죠. 기사는 연막 안에 거 살리려고 급장 쓰고 풀령절 당하고 죽어. 나 여기서 전사가 방벽 안 쓰고 산 게 신기함. 이 오프닝이 전사 쪽이 너무 불리했는데 순식간에 도적을 개필 만들어가지고 사제 구억 빠지고 여기서 입장 구억 빠지고 그 다음에 전사가 죽여버렸어. 암습이 너무 컸다. 영도 돌진 뭐 여기서 사제가 봐봐요. 말 타고 개피 거의 반피 아래까지 내려갔어. 이러고 죽었음 그냥. 사제가 너무 욕심 부렸어. 전사도 왔네. 아니 영상 왜 이렇게 끊기냐? 지금 제가 끊기는 게 아니고 저쪽에서 끊기는 거거든요. 홍출 쪽에서. 전략이 재밌네 이거. 나도 나중에 전략 해봐야겠다. 내가 영절에 무적 썼구나. 사람들 레이드 좀 하다가 삼상으로 오지 않겠어요? 이렇게 재밌는데? 보는 것만 해도 재밌는데. 한 있으면 되겠죠. 그래도 첫 시즌인데 3-3으로 검수사 주잖아요. 아무리 하나 검수사가 저식이라고 하지만 누군가는 검투사를 갈기 위해서 3-3을 할 거고 3-3 하는 사람을 게임 하려고 또 딴 사람이 돌릴 거고. 언젠간 뜨게 돼 있다 3-3은. 왜냐면 검투사를 주니까.
Hey everybody, welcome to the last series of the day here for the Cataclysm Classic Tournament. We are in the European region. We're also knocking out another team. It's going to be either Pumped or Be Pumped or TY Super Tees. Both these teams we've seen play today already. Who do you think is most likely to come out of this one alive?
I think this is a hard matchup to call. It's a matchup that I don't see very frequently now. It's like Boomkin Warlock instead of a Feral Druid. This matchup can be rough. But as Feral, the Feral was going to be a lot more tanky. I think the instant clones to remove the Paladin healing can be a lot more threatening overall to them. So I think it could be either side really possibly taking this. It's going to be very even, I think.
Yeah, and we've talked about it so much, Ben, also, like that lower bracket, it's looking scary. They've got a long ways to go as well. You know, knowing that they've got quite a lot of teams ahead of them to make it for a chance to make it into the grand finals. Do you feel like that adds any pressure or any way that they approach this series coming up here?
Maybe. I think the best thing you can do is just take it one match at a time, right? Like, just get through the obstacles as they come your way. Don't overcomplicate it. You can't be worrying about the future. Got to worry about the right here and right now. You know, be in the present of the tournament. I think is a good lesson for all these teams, and I think hopefully that's what they're going to be doing. Because, if they don't win this, then it doesn't matter what's going on in the future for them. So this will be a really interesting matchup. Pump or be pumped. Obviously playing the Hunter DK, and it is exactly what they said in their name. Like, you really have to play this composition really, really aggressively. I think Super T said it best. Like, switch your brain off, throw out the cooldowns, do as much damage as you can, and that might be their ticket to actually win this match.
Definitely solid advice. We've also got a couple of faces that we're used to seeing in the AWC CVTs. You know, we've got Clyde on Pumper B Pump. We've also got Swapsy on TY. I'm assuming they're going to be taking in that experience as well. It's got to help quite a lot having all of that tournament experience, you know, even when it's a sort of a new environment, quote unquote, like this tournament.
I also like that we've got kind of like the more classic-oriented players that have been focusing on that solely, and then retail players that are trying to cross over and do both, and seeing those two sides clash with each other has been very entertaining. I'd say this one's a little bit more close to kind of like almost, you know, more retail. It's a bit of a mix on both sides. So it's very interesting to see like what compositions they think are the best, and what they've come up with theory crafting, and then actual play. And how they're able to excel specifically in the games. It's a very interesting dynamic between both of those types of players moving in here. So this is a heavy cleave composition. Swapsy did a great job navigating against the Feral Hunter composition, but I do think that Death Knight can be a lot scarier, especially with the Death Grip to reposition you after your port. It's a lot harder to get into positions of line of sight, and the Paladin healing is really high. So if they're not able to properly control Clyde, I think it's going to be difficult for them to get pressure.
All right, here we go. They're going to be moving forward. Cervantes getting pounced here immediately. They're trying to just slow down this push onto Swapsy, who is most likely going to be the target in this game. Cervantes now into a Cyclone. He just trinkets out, wants to get the damage rolling. Bash now onto Ludix. Great defensive peels here. Coming from Scrappy. He gets the stun, the Cyclone on Cervantes. He gets a stun on Ludix. Getting those trinkets out of the way. Beautiful Howl of Terror comes in. It's going to get feared up with Cervantes. He does have the anti-magic shell. Looks like he will just actively trade that out. Continue to try to just get on target. But every one of those Howl of Terrors, especially if they're followed up by a Hex, is going to be devastating for Pumper B Pumped.
Yeah, but Azure Swiftness is down in this position as well. They got through all of Cervantes' cooldowns. They have pressure on Ludix. This is really good right now for TY. If they can connect some pressure here. Iceman Fortitude is just faded. They cyclone up the Death Knight, preventing his connection here. Clyde with a nice little rebuke here, playing next to the Warlock, trying to interrupt him while his Death Knight is cycloned. As Swapsy ports back, Cervantes gets rooted by the Feral Charge of Scrappy. He's doing a great job with that bear form root, both offensively in the last series, now defensively, from preventing the Death Knight from reconnecting. And there's that Howl of Terror. Can Kisnu get in position for a Hex out of this? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. He's too far away, but they might not even need it. As Clyde is trying to sit through, they get a Cyclone instead. Scrappy's trying to Cyclone his Trinket. He's not going to find it here. Cervantes' anti-magic shield absorbing damage. They're going to swap to the Hunter, get some bleeds onto him as well, and split their pressure, possibly forces deterrence. He's getting very low at the moment and being incredibly greedy. Maim stun comes through. Blessing Protection instantly removed. Nice purge, I think, there by Kisnu in that position, but Blessing Protection got the value, removed the bleeds. Now they're switching back onto the Death Knight. Swap after swap. DY are trying to keep up their aggression.
Yeah, let's see if they can stay on target. Full trap finally landing here onto Kisnu. He's got no trinket. Swapsy just portals away. He's line of sighting Cervantes the best he can, but they are finally on target. And this is where things can spiral out of control, but a beautiful Howl of Terror once again. Clyde immediately trinkets out of that to keep Cervantes aggressive and on target. Swapsy just going for drain lives, but gets shrunk down there by that Chimera shot. Big burst from the Hunter, and all of a sudden the game is not feeling too stable. Swapsy's going to have to use that portal, that demonic circle, to get away. He's in the middle of the map right now, but wants to hold on. Bad Manner lands onto the Shaman. Do they have a follow-up trap? Scatter into potential trap here. Swapsy already kind of preemptively running, but Howl of Terror is going to be available shortly. If he can land that triple, it's going to be huge for his team.
Ooh, that pet's empowered. It's on Swapsy at the moment. Clyde gets skull bash from Scrappy. He's trying to do his best to carry the team. Cyclone of the Death Knight looking to finish Ludix as he gets stunned. He triggers the stun. He doesn't have a lot of options. They silence the Warlock, trying to slow down his aggression as Clyde is repositioning away from Scrappy's potential Cyclone behind the pillar here. He's just line of sighting, trying to buy time, but Scrappy lands another skull bash into a Howl of Terror, and this could be lights up for the Hunter as he disengages away. Scrappy in hot pursuit, looking to close this game out. Can he drop him? No. Clyde gets a huge heal on the back end of his Divine Shield. They're going to Cyclone Ludix and prevent his damage moving forward, and then switch back onto Cervantes as you see Swapsy port away from him, looking to get a full stack of bleeds onto Cervantes. No Icebound Fortitude. We see Dark Sim. He's trying to steal Cyclone. Scrappy gives him a Moonfire before going for the Cyclone, so really good awareness on that Dark Sim. Now Skull Bashing to reconnect onto the Hunter, using that both as an interrupt but as a reconnect tool as well. He gets into Bear Form, Survival Instincts for the Freezing Trap. Playing a good defense here. Swapsy sneaks in a full fear. No Trinket, no Divine Shield. This could be it for Ludix. Cervantes doesn't have a lot for him either. He's caught into a Howl of Terror. Another fear from Swapsy. Kisnu's in position, looking for a Hex, but he gets silenced. Is it going to be enough? Can he save Ludix in this moment? He gets fully hexed, and I think that should be easily it. Cyclone comes through, but no deterrence. He's going to die to dots. A couple more ticks and a full Cyclone. This CC chain from TY is just endless.
Yeah, and that's when I think you really do need that Shaman. If he could just break out of those Howl Terrors a little bit more often, have a little bit more healing in between the setups, I feel like this could be a winning matchup. But Paladin just seems like such a liability here in this match. He's getting Howl Terror into full Hexes, into full Cyclones, and once those land, once enough of those setups land, and you don't have Trinket, you don't have your Divine Shield, this becomes overwhelming damage, and I think TY that did a really good job defensively. Swapsy did an excellent job with his positioning and portaling anytime the Shaman got put in crowd control. But additionally, I feel like a lot of the stuns and Cyclones coming in from the Feral Druid really helped set up their team and slow down the game to get them in this game-winning position.
Yeah, I really liked all of Scrappy's like really minor utility, like here the Feral Charge on the Death Knight, so he can't get back while the Shaman's in a freezing trap. Getting Skull Bashes for interrupts on the healer, always swapping, min-maxing his bleed value. I feel like Scrappy had a really good game on the Feral Druid, not getting caught out either, going defensive when he realized he was the target. Another Feral Charge on the Paladin, holding him in place. He's just all over the map. This is also another maneuver, using Skull Bash as opposed to using it as a kick, using it to reconnect when you don't have a Feral Charge to get a little bit more uptime, because it's super important you're squeezing in as much damage as you can. Like every single global cooldown is going to count here in a matchup like this. And the CC chain at the end was just so disgusting. It's just fear into fear. And then what happens? I think he gets cloned or he gets hexed. And then it's like, and then it's another cast out of that. NS Hex from Kisnu, just committing that, going all in, realizing, hey, there's no trinket, there's no bubble. We're just going to win the game with dots. He's fully loaded up from Swapsy at this point. And then I think it's alone. And there's nothing you can do. He doesn't have silencing shot. He's just going to die to dots. They're casting fear too at the same time, just to make sure that something lands on that next global. That's like, I mean, Lock Shaman, Druid in these older expansions, when fear and clone and hex don't, there's no DRs amongst them, you can get a crazy CC chain.
That's nuts. Especially the nature of this hex. There's no hex to spell. It's such a potent crowd control. Howl of Terror into the hex, into the clone. It's such a long time you're not healing. And Nico kind of mentioned it. Paladin, you don't really have many heal effects that go on when you're crowd controlled. Your healing just kind of switches off. You know, there's no Riptide, there's no Healing Stream Totem, there's no Earth Shield. It's just no healing whatsoever, and inevitably damage from a Feral Druid and Affliction Warlock are going to be quite potent. So game number one, going to thank you. They're locking in the exact same comp. Pump or be pumped? Is it a Shaman angle? Like, just go after the Shaman.
I mean,
forget about it.
Against all these locked Shamans, I swear, it's either you train Shaman or you like swap at a critical moment. Like, you know, he's got Earth Shield and you know he's running too far away and the Warlock outranges his board or something like that. I think you can switch targets, but I've honestly felt like the best strat against a lot of these locked Shamans is cleave, is to just train the Shaman. It puts the most amount of pressure. It really limits the damage output as well if they're constantly having to clone DPS and having to fear DPS. It's like offense is the best defense against a composition like this. Whereas if you play a more safe game and you're not able to keep them on the back foot, they're more focused on damage, you just get overwhelmed at a certain point. So I could say, especially with them NSing to Hex, and if he doesn't have that as a recovery mechanic, it's just way harder to heal yourself as a Shaman, I feel like.
Did he use both NSs on Hex?
I think he did. I think the first NS was a Hex and the second one was a Hex. So their pressure is obviously low if he's able to get away with two NSs being used on Hex. So I'd like to see more pressure. Although training Shaman when you don't have a Shaman, I don't know, because the howls are going to be disgusting. So if Clyde can play Shaman and just Tremor Totem and then stay aggressive and I think it could work for them. Just put all the CC on the druid. Just every scatter, every trap, just every CC on the druid. Take clone out of the equation, heal through the warlock, and kind of just run down the shaman. I think it's a perfectly viable option.
It's tough. The only thing that makes me scared is just fear. Like, imagine you just leave Swapsy open to just fear you over and over and over. They don't have Tremor, they don't have Sheer, they don't have Ground. It's just Fear City. So that's the one problem, is like both Scrappy and Swapsy have such unbelievable crowd control that they can put out. So if you decide to all on the Shaman, it has to be really well done. Ludix on the Hunter, I think it's really important that he's going to be shutting down the incoming crowd control. It does seem like maybe on this map, you have a better option. There's not really a great pillar here for Swapsy that he can kind of just run around. I guess there's the central tomb, but I think it's a lot more difficult for him to kind of pull off the strategies he was, where he's just line of sighting Cervantes for such a long period of time on the Grand. You know, I don't think he can do that on Ruins. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for the Warlock once again.
I think you can also do that port in the room strat, and then you play out in the open in the middle, and you just port back in the room. Either port on tomb or port in the room. I feel like oftentimes, at least when I played with the Warlock, they put their port on the tomb, they end up regretting it. And if they had a port in the room, it would have been way better for like dragging the enemy healer off of the tomb to get Cyclones and get them in a spot for Hex or Fear, as opposed to playing on the tomb, and then their Shaman can line of sight, play healing stream behind the pillar, although they're not fighting a Shaman, so maybe it's a bit different in that regard. But generally speaking, Warlocks just want enemies out in the open so that they're easily casted on by Cyclones
야,
or
야흑술
Fears,
진짜
and get
세다.
control of it. So I'm curious to see where Swapsy ends up.
장기전에서는
Does he
쟤네가
just mount
제일
up to
세네.
center tomb, put it down, or does he put it in the room and then play out in the open? It's going to be a very important decision.
그러니까
In
3캐스터
Cataclysm,
조합은
a lot
없네요.
of the matchup is almost just immediately
캐스터가
determined
별로
by
안
where
좋은가
your
봐.
character stands in the first 10 seconds.
All right, gates are going to be opening here. Let's see what Pump or B Pump decides to do. They obviously know by their name. They need to play a very aggressive composition or a very aggressive style with this composition. Cervantes is going to be getting an early freedom here, but deciding to sit those initial stuns. There comes the first Howl of Terror immediately onto Cervantes, onto Clyde. What is Clyde going to do? He gets put into a bash out of that. He's forced to trade out his trinket, and that's both trinkets from Clyde, from Cervantes. This is not a good start for Pump or Be Pumped.
All right, Swapsy's trying to fake cast a kick here and get an unstable affliction. It's really important to cover his dots, but he's put into a pet stun. They get a pounce on the Cervantes. He's just going to Icebound Fortitude immediately on that, but Swapsy is just dying. He ports back into the room next to his Shaman, but his Shaman gets Hammer of Justice for one more second. He's line of sighting the Gargoyle in that little corner, drain lifing, but he gets rebuked by Clyde. Now a Strangulate on the Kisnu. It could be a Spirit Link Totem here. He's going to drop it, but the Feral Druid's not in it. Scrappy's trying to get back. It manages to redistribute the health, and I can't believe it didn't break that freezing trap. They killed it so fast it couldn't break it, and Kisnu now has to trinket. And they're trying to play the room, but they're all stacked up in here. Are they going to end up regretting it? They get a Cyclone, Soul Swap, full row of dots on the Paladin, but is that actually the right move, or is it better to CC him? He's got Sacrifice, so he's taking a lot of redirection damage, but that rot damage just doesn't seem to matter. Clyde is easily healing through, and Swapsy could fall over at any moment. Any Magic Shield is up, the pet is empowered, and they're just running a train over Swapsy at the moment. Cervantes gets rooted, trying to buy time. Cervantes grips Swapsy back in. He gets kicked on his drain life. They stun Cervantes now. Kisnu's into a Hammer of Justice. He's finally free. Can he get the heals he needs? A Cyclone comes through from Scrappy as he's into bear form for a Feral Charge. They finally get the full fear onto the Paladin. I definitely think this is a game of just CC the Paladin. And now Cervantes is forced to Lichborn, but he's going to survive easily with that. Those Death Glows doing a lot, so they're going to swap off the Death Knight during Lichborn, get bleeds up over onto the Hunter. They got Portal off of cooldown. Kisnu gets gripped in, so Swapsy can port away from the Death Knight. Nice fear onto the Death Knight. They've got decent damage coming out, and somehow they've actually stabilized. They're in a confident position. They're killing him despite Divine Shield.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane how much damage they have out right now. Ludix and Cervantes both in a lot of trouble. However, Swapsy could fall too if they get any more crowd control. They need to find it. There's the bad mana. Can they get the full trap? Silence on Ludix. He's not able to follow it up. It's super unfortunate. There's the scatter into the full trap. He's got no trinket. Ludix just has to hold on a little bit longer. Clyde keeps him alive with the Blessing and Protection, but he's got so much work ahead of him. Both Ludix and Cervantes so incredibly low. There comes the Death Coil. I think that should be the game. Ludix is going to go down. And although a very scary start there for Swapsy, I just think them getting those trinkets out of the way just allowed them to inevitably land that crowd control and start pulling ahead TY up 2-0 in this series.
Scrappy just had crazy peels, I feel like. Everything at that one moment with Scrappy, like, just getting a root, so Cervantes is in melee range, limiting the necrotics, like, everything was Scrappy in the middle of the game. I think as far as control, is this that critical moment where Swapsy ports in? It literally takes what feels like a minute to actually recover from this push. Kisnu gets, I believe, silenced, and he drops the link, and then he has to trinket a trap just a second later. And this is where Swapsy gets gripped, but the grip was forced from Scrappy stuns, or from his roots. So then he gets a stun, then he gets a
했다고
clone, and then he
보거든요.
switches the clone over, and he's stopping
아무것도
so much
빠졌고.
extra damage during all of this
술사
time
매주였고.
in order for Kisnu to finally get Swapsy somewhat stabilized. And even
은하기는
despite the monkey
찢었죠.
blind here, did he pre-ground it so he
네.
didn't trap?
양꾼의
Looked like
그
he possibly
애매한
did. So then he has to
딜링이
go for a
문제인 것
scatter. He
같아요.
gets the trap anyways. And
상황에서는.
I'm thinking like Swapsy should be scared, but they actually just have so much pressure that it doesn't matter. Like their healer's in a full trap, but they're so afraid of dying
그러니까
right now.
술사
They
풀덫을
can't
넣고도
actually get
그냥
pressure
피가 안
during the
밀려.
freezing trap.
딜러가.
And
Foil.
that's why I think their name is Pump or Be Pumped. It's like you have to be putting damage on the table. It's the most effective way of almost like peeling for yourself, because the other team is on the
양꾼도
threat of
괴롭겠다.
dying while they're trying to win the game. They start questioning their push. They're not sure if they should go for it, and they end up
저게-
losing out in the game of chicken. So
간격의
Lord Ark
단점이
gonna
여기서
go to them, and
나오네.
now it's going to be tough, I think, to reverse
흑마한테는
sweep in a matchup
그렇게
like this.
유효하게 들어가지가 않네.
Yeah, I mean,
그러니까 아직
I don't really
도트를
know.
못
Do we like
건
the map?
흑마한테는 유효하게 들어가는데 도트를 걸기 시작하면 피가 안
I
밀리고.
think it looked pretty good. Like the only thing I didn't like about this game was the opener for Clyde and Cervantes. I
나
feel
술사를
like
잡을
one
수
of
있을까?
them maybe could have trinketed sooner.
술사
So they
잡으려면
both
이제
didn't have
기사가
to trinket. It
달려가지고
seemed like
풀실망
both of them
받고
didn't really want to commit.
희망
And it ended
꽂고
up
패야
forcing
되는데
both of them to commit their trinket. You know?
그동안
If they had been a
흑마가 지랄할
little
거
bit
아니에요.
more decisive with who's going to use what, just try to avoid that opener damage or try to just shut it down whatsoever, would have been a lot better. I also feel like I guess the hunter kind of needs to crowd control for the shaman, but
흑마의
I don't think you
지랄을
should allow Swapsies to
버티면서
run on top of your paladin.
Yeah,
Looks
getting a
like a
howl
initial
first
howl of terror.
global, that seemed kind of troll, I think, to get the howl on the paladin literally first global, especially when the warlock's the target. Like maybe if you're not
해봐야
going warlock,
알겠지만
and he sneaks by, but like there's no way with chains of ice and everything. I really don't think the warlock should be able to get a howl instantly on the paladin. Like maybe if you're pushing in or something, but if you're in the middle of the map, that can't happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Stay
Like
further away.
I feel like Cervantes should just get out of the first stun. Like I don't know, just trinket it, something like that. Like just make it so Swapsy isn't able to get that follow-up crowd control immediately and start getting the damage rolling, because you really have to. I feel like you have to kind of play all in, because inevitably the paladin is going to be in crowd control. He's not going to be able to get out of. So I think you really have to push the pace. Swapsy, a lot of the time in this matchup as well, is just using his silence from his Fel Hunter on the hunter. So when the hunter uses bad mana from the monkey, he'll
양꾼이
use his
캐스터한테는
scatter.
굉장히
Just getting
강력한데
silenced by Swapsy, so he can't follow it
흑마한테는
up
그렇게
with a trap, which is really, really smart. But yeah, maybe that
흑마한테는
is going to
오히려
enable the paladin a little
약해.
bit more to get some cast. It's kind of hard. I mean, it's very unlikely he's going to get cast off, getting instant hexed and instant cloned and feared and foiled, and it's definitely tough.
I think it's a very rough situation right now for Pumped or Be Pumped. Do they have any ult
잘
prepared?
잡을
Are they
줄
just going to
알았네,
run it down
죽긴
again with
않군요.
Paladin? Are they going to do an all-in? The Warlock is the safer strat, but again, against these comps, when you play the safe strat, it's usually not the best line overall. They want to be
틱도 없나
making a deep run
수준인데.
here with that PHDK. It's just I feel like it's mostly just not attacking Urshield also. I feel like they should almost entirely dictate their strategy on who has Urshield. If it's on the Warlock, go Shaman. If on the Shaman, go Warlock. And then adjust your CC accordingly, right? If you're going Shaman, you're going to mostly CC the Druid. If you're going to go the Warlock, you're going to have to CC the Shaman. But I really think if they can just base their strategy on who has Urshield initially, it's going to give them a lot more momentum early on.
Yeah, definitely. We talked about it. For Shaman, you basically have 3 heals: Riptide, Urshield, and Healing Stream. So if you're not hitting into Urshield, you're nullifying a lot of that healing. If you can kill off Healing Stream, when you do get that crowd control, it's another way to really mitigate the healing that the Shaman has. So these things are going to be really important. I wonder if Pump or Be Pumped is just feeling the pressure, like they don't have time. Because they are on the time limit, right? Enough Halaterras that the game's going to be over. Enough Instant Cyclones, the game's going to be over. So they're on a time limit. They have to make sure they're making efficient trades. They're keeping up the damage. They're staying on target. See if they can do it here. We're going to Ruins of Lordaeron once again for Game 3, which
보여주자 중량기.
could be our final game of the
한
day.
번은 보여주자 한 번은.
Be a final fitting resting place, as it is a cemetery here. It's a very difficult map to navigate around for both
한 번은
sides, right?
보여줄 수
Like
있잖아.
for Swapsy, he's out in the open the whole game, but so is the Paladin, and exposed to a lot of crowd control. So at the moment, it's going to be a rough ride. I really want to see them dictate their strategy on who has Urshield at the initial starts of this. If it's not Shaman, just train the blue man, AMS, get in there, play really all in. I feel like as Paladin, as soon as your breakers are gone, you don't have bubble, you don't have trinket, like you can't win anymore. The game is over. Like you have to win in that window where you have your breakers. So you need the fastest line to victory, which is going to be who doesn't have Urshield. And you just have to commit to it. You have to be ready to win the game in like a minute.
All right, let's see if they can do it. Gonna see a really aggressive strategy here for Pump or Be Pumped, or they will be eliminated from the tournament. TY, they're looking really good. honestly, it's surprising to see this team down in the lower bracket, but every single one of their series so far has been really, really dominant. And I feel like this might be the team to beat in the lower bracket and the team that might actually make it through the lower bracket gauntlet and into the finals. We'll have to wait and see. Still have to win this final game here against Pump or Be Pumped. Let's see what they can do. So far, the crowd control has been really, really solid on Clyde. Such an important part of this match is Scrappy and Swapsy, just making sure they are rotating that crowd control onto the Paladin, inevitably getting the trinket, every man for himself, as well as the Divine Shield out of the way. And once the crowd control starts landing, that's when things spiral out of control for Pump or Be Pumped. They really got to push the pace, try to close this one out fast.
All right, it's going to be ride or die right here for Pump or Be Pumped. They're going to be sent out of the tournament. Swapsy's got support in the room. There's Earth Shield on the Warlock, so I'd really like to see them just run in on Shaman here. Could be difficult, though. They don't have like a stealth target to sneak on him, so they will see that he's coming. He can probably switch it. So it's kind of a rough start. They're trying to find the Feral Druid with the Flare and the Death and Decay. They don't hit it, so now Scrappy's going to move in. Is he going to open behind the pillar? Kind of don't mind them, baiting an opener on the Feral. You can Survival Instincts and trade for the Gargoyle really effectively right at the start of the game, but he's going to pull back, play it safe. Pet's going to get pulled back. They don't want that going down randomly, although you do have a lot of pets in Cataclysm. Giving one for free, might be a problem. Another thing, too, as a Warlock is you can Feldom and Imp. So obviously the Hunter's going to try and cover it with like a Hunter's Mark, but if you get unlucky on like an Imp Dispel on a Feldom, your CC chain's gone, and then you can just lose the game. So I don't really like Warlock as the main strat. I feel like it should be Shaman main strat, and maybe Warlock if it's put in a spot where he's out of range of his port.
This is really interesting. They don't want to make a push. They're just going to be sitting back.
They're waiting for the eyes, right? They want to pull the Feral Druid out, and then they want to... I mean, they can. There's no... I don't remember when the eyes spawn. Is it 2 minutes? I want to say it's 2 minutes.
I think.
공인을 많이 하고 있는
So
것
if you can
같아요.
pull the Feral out, like,
어떻게 해야 될지.
stealth maybe, the Monkey Blind the healer,
공인을
that's
열심히
a
하고
lot
있는.
better than getting pounced and having to like use IBF possibly in the first stun of the game. So this is just ultra safe. Wait for the eyes to spawn because the Warlock won't take the tomb. So you should be able to just do this. Just wait for the eyes, pull the Feral Druid out, and then just run in on top of them without having to worry about getting pounced.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about kind of the pacing of this game. It literally can come down to who is one setup ahead. All you need is one setup to win the game. So if they can deny this first setup, they could end up winning. Cervantes gets the eye. Is he going to move forward? What is he doing? He's sending in his pet.
And now his pet's in combat.
쪽
He picked up the eye. Did he mean to dismount? I don't know.
아예 안에 들어가 있다.
Feral was closer or something, but now that's one shadow
무슨
side
꺼질
down.
때까지 기다리네.
And did he not see where the Druid was at all with that? He's pulling the pet back into the room. Are they going to just kill the... What is going on right now? They just don't... I don't know at this point. I thought for sure he was going to run with the eye, but now they're going to have to wait for it to respawn again, or they're going to have to take that forward eye, but then they're going to run into the Warlock's line. Gates have opened. Are we starting again? Just pretend that didn't happen or something?
Yeah.
저게 눈 먹으면 댐증 디오프 생기거든요.
Let's see what these two teams decide to do. Keep in mind, there's no dampening in this game.
먹으면
Like,
불리해질
there's
때가
just no
있어.
dampening. But one thing to also keep in mind,
minutes.
if it goes to 25 minutes, both teams get a point, which means Pump or Be Pumped loses. So they actually are on a time limit, right?
Yep.
Like if the game goes 10 times longer than it has so far, inevitably TY is going to win.
There's no way a team waits till that.
To lose?
When they're in a position where they lose, right? There's no way.
I mean,
간다.
I think he's just going to go now.
They're bored. Right. Let's go.
It's time to start, I guess, here. They've got the world, but there's a pounce start. If they had the Shadow Side Eye there on the mount, they could have pulled the Feral Druid out. So they already have to use Icebound. They bop. That's over. They're going to lose. They Icebound and bop in the same go and Trinket in the same go. And there's a full Fear on the Paladin. They're just trying to throw a curveball at the Feral Druid, but he's a bolstered up. He's got Survival. He's got Bardskin. Swapsy is free casting. I don't know how you come back from this opener. That is devastating for Pump or Be Pumped.
Yeah, they used every single one of their stun breaks. If Scrappy can kind of just kite, Swapsy will inevitably win the game for them. Alright, still has his trinket. He still got the Divine Shield. So maybe not too bad a full fear here on the Cervantes, but the next stun I think is going to be scary. Scrappy just really playing defensive during the Gargoyle. And now that has ended, just deciding to get really, really aggressive here on the Cervantes. This stun is going to be big. A full Hex here onto Clyde. That's going to sit full. Did they have a fear to follow it up? Oh, full Cyclone onto Clyde. He's just hexed into Cyclone. His team is rotting down. This is not a good position to be in. Oh, into a full fear. No! No, Clyde, he can't control his character. Cervantes is in so much trouble. Anti-magic shell comes in. Another fear to follow it up. Clyde has not played the game in the last 30 seconds. Full cycle now into Cervantes. He still cannot connect the heals. Let's see what they have. Divine Shield finally going to be landing. Divine Light being cast out here by Clyde. It's a huge heal for his team as they do get stable. But I wonder if Clyde just sitting too much crowd control in the opener, inevitably having to use the Divine Shield, and his team just has no pressure, and it looks like they're just going to outright lose. Cervantes, I don't know if he's going to be able to hold on much longer. Clyde into another Cyclone. Cervantes at 1% health, and will... is he going to live? Drain Soul? No, the Drain Soul's too much. Completely overwhelmed, and that was not the best game for Pumper to be pumped. I feel like TY, that was super dominant for them.
Yeah, that looked like a rough game.
아니 흑막춤 어디에 떨어진 거야 이거?
Unfortunately for them, and now TY though they get the 3-0. They're going to advance. They got to fight a kitty cleave though. Now, if there was a comp that could kill a shaman, I'm going to probably say that it's a feral and a warrior, and that could be easily the toughest opponent so far in this tournament. It's going to be all about can you beat the cleaves. It seems like throughout today, and so obviously the only warlock team, even despite the original Cataclysm, we had like every single flavor of warlock shaman, right? I think at lands it was like rogue lock shaman, we had boomkin lock shamans, we had shadow priest lock shamans. I think there were DK lock shamans. Like in the original Cataclysm was all lock shaman X.
Shadow priest lock shaman.
And now this time around it seems like hunter.
내 목소리를 아니 나 근데 이것도 상당히 큰 건데 해설 소리가 커서 그랬나 봐요. 야학수를 엄청 세네요. 근데 이게 패자조 경기라는 게 더 웃겨요. 그러니까 야학술이 어딘가에 져가지고 떨어진 거잖아 지금. 보축이 그냥 죽기 체력을 좀 보존하고 싶었던 것 같은데 결과적으로는 그러니까 보축 받고 바로 들어갔어야 되는데 특히 보축 덕을 못 봤네. 악수로 작용했죠. 야 저거 개피에 빨대 꼽히면 무조건 죽는다.
Alright, what a way to end the day as well. A nice little 3-0.
근데 저건 특징 기라서 아마 생각을 아예 안 한 것 같아요. 근데 기사든 사제든 별 차이 없지 않나? 왜 술사 선택지를 안 골랐을까요? 저도 잘 모르겠습니다. 술사를 갈만했던 것 같은데 어디에 졌냐? TY 뭐야 TY가 승자조에 없는데? 예선에서 떨어져가지고 얘로 간 거구나.
No Tears Just Dreams versus the Workshop up there in the semifinals in the upper bracket there, and then we've got Seismic Cleave versus TY down in the lower bracket, and it's been kind of a rough journey for them so far. Especially the ones that dropped down almost immediately, like Jamek Cleave. TY also got down there a little bit, and they've kind of been battling it out so far. So it's been kind of touch and go for them all day today.
I feel like every team has been that way. Maybe like No Tears Just Dreams. Aside from that one loss, it didn't look too difficult for them. Really excited to see how they face up against the Workshop, though, specifically. Is that Priest Healer the X Factor? Was it just because Clyde was on Paladin, that's why the Workshop were able to win? Or is Priest going to make it like impossible for that matchup in that upper bracket?
Yeah, a lot of questions that we can only answer as we get into Sunday. But that's EU, and that is how we are ending off the day. So super excited to see how those games will be concluding. But Saturday, we're going to be moving on over into North America. We can check out the bracket. Couple of returning teams, Void GG. We've got Team Liquid as well then. And then, of course, we've got Old Men up there in the upper bracket. And then as well as Vindictive.
Yeah, lots of really strong teams. Old Men.
이건 유럽팀 브라켓인 것 같은데. 그죠? 유럽팀 브라켓 맞나? 아닌데? 아니 북미 브라켓이다. 북미. 아, 뭔 지금 와우 방송 보고 있는데 엘들링 같은 소리 하지 마요. 북미 브라켓이네. 방금 게 유럽이었고, 그러니까 방금 전까지 한 게 유럽이었고, 지금 북미 브라켓 보여주고 있네요.
With Sea-Doo backing up Mez and Trill,
아,
Vindictive,
테니멀이 어디 팀에
that
있는
is
거지?
of course Ugly Bald Baby, and Mud playing the kitty cleave themselves. So they've been a really
올드맨
solid
팀이
team
호감이다.
in North America. Really curious to see how they do.
테니멀
And of
떨어졌나?
course, we got
어디
the
팀에 있는지
classic,
모르겠네.
The Move, Rally and Wizcan Absolute,
나왔을
bringing in
거거든요,
some
아마.
Wizard Cleaves, the Shadow Priest Mage, Dirty Dogs, Lemon Slug, and Wet. They're going to be
순간
playing
했을 건데
Blood Cleave, Poggities,
왠지 모르겠네.
which is going to be a Rogue Mage Priest, and Vado Vado, which I also believe is a, what is it, Rep Paladin? Yeah,
예,
Rep Warrior.
3-3이에요.
That'll be interesting. Rep Paladin Warrior Rest.
이거 대회 3일 동안 진행하는 거니까
All right.
이거 아마 내일 하나?
Games tomorrow. Well, I hope everyone is excited.
내일
That is going to wrap up for us up
내일도
for today.
할
So if you want to check
거예요,
out
아마도.
these teams and see them battle it out to the top 4 for North America, y'all are definitely going to have to tune in for tomorrow.
정확한
We're
일정을
here
한번
at
확인해 볼게요.
twitch.tv/warcraft. Of course, we are on YouTube as well, and we'll see everyone there tomorrow, same time, same place. Actually, also follow us on the WoW Esports Twitter account as well. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much. See you soon.
16일, 17일 내일이랑 모레 3일 동안 진행하네. 내일 아마 2시에 새벽 2시에 시작이니까 그러니까 저도 이거 본다고 꼬박 샜어. 내일 새벽 2시에도 모레 새벽 2시에도 봐야 됩니다. 3일 동안 저랑 함께 하실 분은 새벽 2시에 오시면 됩니다. 일단은 오늘 경기는 다 끝났고 내일 북미팀이 5경기 진행할 거예요. 아까 프라켓 보여줬죠? 그거대로 진행할 겁니다. 패자조랑 승자조 나눠서 진행할 거고 아마 4강까지 진행하는 걸로 알고 있어요. 4강은 마지막 날에 북미랑 유럽이랑 4강전 다 진행해서 결승전까지 하는 걸로 알고 있어. 아, 내일 저 레이드도 가는데 레이드 아마 5와드 할 듯? 카드 몰라. 검날만 5와드 하기로 했어. 내일 7시에 레이드 갔다가 11시 12시쯤에 끝나고 이거 대회 방송 뜰 거니까 보러 오실 분들은 오세요. 오늘 꽤 많이 보러 오신 것 같은데. 야드가 딱 첫 시즌에 야드가 엄청 좋대요. 네, 맞아요. 야드 엄청 좋아요. 지금 첫 시즌이 좋은 게 야드, 죽기, 도업사 몇 팀 있었고, 호지가 유럽 쪽에서 나왔나 북미 쪽에서 나왔나 모르겠는데 유럽 쪽에서는 아예 안 보였어요. 호지. 그거는 인터넷 검색하시면 나옵니다. 그 음거는 이거 몰라서 물어보는 거예요? 알잖아요, 선생님. 아무튼 오늘 경기는 끝났고 6시 30분이다. 주말인데 비치는 비치입니다. 비치 모르나요? 비치? 라고 있어요. 닦아는 아니고요. 일단은 뭐 중계는 여기까지 하고 저는 칼 형변만 하고 잘랍니다. 뭘로 할까? 내일은 가시세기 돕기로 간다. 내일 봅시다. 내일 레이드 하고 공개 방송 때 보실 분 보시고. 아, 봐요. 저 요즘 전사 열심히 하고 있어요. 전사 내일 레이드 갑니다. 안녕.